Chapter 688. This damn world. Lord Harper, you are the Lord of Fire Fury, who founded Fire Fury City on the ruins. Please don't say such discouraging words. If the people hear it, it will cause panic. There is a city on the mountain. In one corner of the city is a castle. The inner wall of the castle is close to the steep cliff. At this time, several figures are standing on the wall above the cliff. The leader is the city Lord Harper Fire Fury, and next to him is his butler Roger. Hearing Harper's dissatisfied muttering, the dedicated old Roger couldn't help but remind him. You don't understand. Harper didn't look back, his eyes were still looking forward, looking at the gray sky, the gray dust, and the gray earth and everything. He hated this omnipresent gray. Old Roger doesn't really know much, but I know that if you hadn't opened up this city, we wouldn't have the wonderful life we have today. All of this was brought about by you. In everyone's heart, you are a great man. Old Roger didn't understand what the adults were worried about, so he could only try to be more concise and say some comforting words. Great, maybe. Harper noticed his eager gaze, and didn't deny anything directly. But he knew in his heart that he was different from old Roger and everyone else in this city, because he knew what light was, so he couldn't stand the current darkness. If he had the ability, he hoped to break through this layer of sky. Time passed little by little, and the gray sky began to darken. It's getting dark. Don't worry, our Fire City is on the right track, and it will be as peaceful after dark as during the day. Harper waved his hand casually, turned around and walked towards the inside of the castle, and old Roger and other guards hurriedly followed. The castle is located at a high altitude, and the entire city can be seen from a distance. As the sky darkened, people who went out hurriedly returned to their homes, and soon the streets became empty. It is a consensus not to go out after dark, which is also the rule of Fire Wrath City. Violators will be severely punished. Speaking of which, Fire Wrath City was fully built only 10 years ago. The entire city was built on the ruins of another extinct city. Now there are more than 30,000 residents in the city. As the pioneer of Fire Wrath City, Harper is a living legend in the cognition of the residents in the city. The matter about the Lord of Fire Wrath is the most talked about topic among the residents, and it is also a legendary story that adults often tell children when there is nothing to do at night. Little Tom, I want to ask you, what are we? Grandpa, I know, we are the great people living in the city. What about those outside the city? The gangsters hiding from place to place. By the way, Grandpa tells you that the Lord of Fire and Wrath was also a gangster a long, long time ago, but through his own efforts and training, he became stronger and stronger. Grandpa, can the Lord of Fire and Wrath kill the evil shadow monsters in the dark night? Shoo! Don't say this word at night. The Lord of Fire and Wrath is so powerful, of course he can. Then how many evil shadow monsters can the Lord of Fire and Wrath deal with? 10, 100, or a lot? Shoo! I told you not to say this word, no more. Lie down, shut your mouth, and go to sleep quickly. Oh! As usual, the residents in the house spread the good name of the Lord of Fire and Wrath to the younger generations, and everything seemed so harmonious and peaceful. In fact, Fire and Wrath City is just a small city on this great land, and the Lord of Fire and Wrath is not a famous title, but just another name for the city lord. The Lord of Fire and Wrath, as the name suggests, refers to the owner of Fire and Wrath City. Harper is the protagonist of the legendary story. Every time he hears the nickname of the Lord of Fire and Wrath, he feels an indescribable embarrassment, but the owners of other cities are also like this, and he can't force them to stop, so he can only let it go. On the other side, Harper returned to the castle, and came to the study to read. His study has a large window facing the city, which makes it convenient for him to pay attention to the movements in various places in the city. What a fucked up world. It would be nice if I could always follow the great God. Unfortunately, there is no clue to what the God has told me. It should be the same as what is recorded in some materials. This is a place abandoned by people from the upper world. The dust that keeps falling is the evidence. Damn the upper world. Under the dim light, he cursed angrily. Although living in this world, Harper has never had any sense of belonging. He has been homeless since he was a child, living a precarious life, starving, freezing and getting injured. He has no surname, and even his name was picked up. He picked up the name of an adult who had bullied him. That man died, and he beat up other children before he got the name. He became another Harper. I thought that he would fall down suddenly one day like the last Harper, but fortunately he picked up a strange thing later. Then, he met an omnipotent and omniscient God. The God called himself a wizard, but Harper preferred to call him the Great God. He learned a lot from the Great God, and his strength quickly became stronger, far surpassing anyone around him. According to the god's instructions, in the following days, he walked out of the narrow and dim hiding cave, began to contact the outside world, and gradually became a warrior who dared to wander on the great land. After going around in circles, he went to many cities. Finally, he found a lot of ancient information in a ruin, so he stayed here. Under various coincidences, the Fire Fury city was built from the ruins. He had the surname Fire Fury, and became Harper Fire Fury. In the eyes of those who came to seek refuge, Fire Fury city was a peaceful and beautiful place to settle down, but in Harper's heart, it was just a temporary foothold, and he could leave at any time. The reason why he was still in the Fire Wrath city was that he had no clues, and had not found any useful clues about the upper world. Now, he could neither respond to the great god nor had the face to respond to the great god. Ah! Another fucking night. Harper's ears moved slightly, and soon saw that a bright torch was lit on the other side of the city, illuminating that part of the city wall. Obviously, something unusual had happened. Lord Harper, a large group of shadow monsters are attacking, and the city guards on night watch may not be able to resist. Got it. Follow me to kill the enemy. Night is different from day, and night is countless times more dangerous than day. Even in the study, Harper did not take off his soft armor. After discovering the movement, he was fully armed and led a group of guards, running quickly to the other side along the city wall. The Lord of Fire and Wrath is here. Monsters, you are dead. Before Harper approached, the morale of the city guards, who were resisting soared after discovering his arrival. Harper knew very well that these city guards had not been trained for too long. They were okay against small groups of shadow monsters, but if there were too many of them, they would not be able to hold on for long before they would fall. Get out of the way, the city lord will kill them personally. Harper approached quickly, and saw the shadow monsters climbing up from outside the city wall from a distance. Many tentacles were already on the top of the city wall, and half of the body had crossed the parapet. The top of the city was about to fall. He stepped forward, and the sword in his hand slashed across, splitting the soft-skinned monster that the city guards could hardly break into two into four, until it was broken into 8 pieces and turned into powder. Shadow monsters are like this. No matter what shape they are, their bodies can become soft and elongated, and they have high toughness. Fortunately, such shadow monsters do not walk or climb very fast, and they are afraid of fire. He can easily kill them with his sword. On the city wall, wherever Harper's long sword passed, the shadow monsters that climbed up were killed one by one, and the remains all turned into black dust and drifted away. After these black dusts fell, they would slowly dissipate over time. It is hard to say that they have nothing to do with the gray dust floating during the day. No one was injured. Master Harper, everyone is fine. That's good. If someone is injured, go down and rest, and let others take over the night watch. There must be no mistakes at night. Under the respectful eyes of everyone, Harper killed most of the shadow monsters, and the last one, eliminating this crisis. For him, it was just an ordinary act, and there was no sense of accomplishment. After he casually explained a few words, he returned to the castle leisurely. If there were more blind shadow monsters coming later, he might have to rush here or to other places. This was his daily life as the Lord of Fire and Wrath. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of life very much, just like he didn't like this world. Harper returned to the study and forced himself to calm down and read books, and suddenly heard an inexplicable and familiar voice. Harper, you are slacking off. I didn't. Great God, little Harper pays homage to the 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 Harper didn't have the demeanor of the Lord of Fire and Wrath at this time. Okay, I heard it. There is no need to repeat it so many times, it's meaningless. Little excited? I thought I would never have the chance to see you again. There is no doubt that Harper is also a member of the Black Star Army, and the god he is thinking about is the true wizard throne of Danila, Ivan Marichatin. In fact, this is the Ash Plain. Ivan knew that the war between the two sides would break out sooner or later, so of course he had to do everything he could to plant a few chess pieces here in case of emergency. Harper was just one of them, and his mind was not very smart, nor was he very competitive. The Ash Plain was full of strange things, and it was not an easy thing to connect with it even through Luo Tianin. If it was not necessary, Ivan would naturally not contact Harper. Your Fire Fury city is okay. Really? Hee, many of them said they wanted to build a city. I thought about it, and it was not a bad thing. I let them build it, which just happened to be convenient for me to check the information here. Harper was overjoyed to hear the praise from the god, and reported it truthfully. It seems that the establishment of the Fire City was right. There are indeed many books and volumes here, Ivan said. Yes, they were found in the ruins of the original city and moved here. Harper introduced them enthusiastically. Did you find anything? Ivan asked. I am very sorry. Little Harper has not found any clues about the upper world, and I disappoint the great god. When Harper heard this, the excitement in his heart immediately dissipated, and his expression became gloomy. It doesn't matter. Really? Why, what I said is not credible. I believe, in my heart, your words are the truest truth in the world. Ivan really didn't care about this problem. After all, it was not just Harper who was like this, and other hidden players did not gain anything. It must be said that the weirdness of the Ash Plane was unprecedented. It is said that the Ash Plane is divided into two realms, the Ash Realm below and the Ash Domain above. However, the two realms are not related to each other, as if they were separated by something, so no useful information can be found. The strangeness of the Ash Plane is not only that. The Ash Realm below can be said to be very vast, but most of the areas are not suitable for living creatures. The southern part is covered with ice and snow, and the whole area is a frozen land. There are a large number of shadow monsters and shadow demons rampant, and they may appear during the day. Most areas in the north, although not frozen land, also have a large number of shadow monsters and shadow demons. Once it enters the night, it will be in great danger. Only warm land or near volcanoes can be lived, and a strong city needs to be built on it, but it will also be harassed and attacked by shadow monsters, and the food production is not high, which leads to the fact that there are not many living creatures in the Ash Realm. The channel for the creatures in the Ash Realm to reach the upper realm was also cut off, and the overall strength was not as good as that of the general small plane. It can be said to be a desperate place. If Ivan had not confirmed again and again that this was the Ash Plane, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. Everyone said that the Ash Plane was the most bizarre, and he had thoroughly experienced it. Since he could not find a way to enter the Ash Realm, he did not force it. The hidden chest here was always useful. I have a task for you, Ivan continued. God, please go. Harper's eyes lit up. Compared with the task, he was more afraid that the great god would ignore him. Is there a dead volcano under your city? Yes, I have also seen it below. It is red, but the temperature is too high, and I can't stay there for long. It's okay. I need you to use the energy there to arrange some things. Remember, you can't activate it without my permission. The reason why Ivan came here was, of course, he had something to tell him. The Danila Plane will soon attack the Ash Plane. He is only a throne, and there are many people who are stronger than him, not to mention the supreme level and the ancestors, who are completely untouchable. Once the war starts, anything can happen, so the more preparations the better. Yes, little Harper will do it, and there will be no mistakes. Hearing his order, Harper promised again and again. Okay, remember your words. Ivan could not deny this, and he did not intend to let Harper execute it completely. I will borrow your body first. I have to go to the crater to take a look myself. How could Harper refuse? In his opinion, this is his supreme honor. Ivan said that he would take a look, and soon left again, leaving a relatively simple task. That's about it. For the wizarding world this time, they are not the main force of the expedition, but more to follow to broaden their horizons and participate in such a large-scale battle, aiming to train soldiers. Chapter 689. Danera Plain, Long Luo Star Sea Swamplight City. At the beginning, the true Witch Throne won the battle and obtained the qualification to enter Long Luo Wandao from the giant lineage. Soon after, new cities sprang up. Due to the existence of teleportation arrays, these cities soon became important traffic hubs on the sea. Swamplight City is one of the many cities. Like other cities, Swamplight City has always had a lot of people coming and going, especially near the teleportation hall, where people can often be seen queuing up, and most of these people are from different races. What's going on? Why do you want to change the time? I'm in a hurry to get to Moyen City. What are you yelling about? What are you yelling about here? If you have the guts, go to the hall and ask the human wizard. You're so loud and keep talking, and I'm almost deafened. Sorry, I didn't notice your ears are so big. Girl, what race are you? Big-eared white rabbit tribe. Also, I'm a man. Stop staring at me with your lecherous eyes, otherwise, I poke you blind with my fingers. As usual, many people rushed to the teleportation hall early in the morning of this day, ready to go to other islands through the teleportation array. The teleportation hall has strict time regulations. When the hall was open that day, they were suddenly informed that it was delayed. The specific time will be notified separately. Queuing is a test of patience. Once the news came out, people in the queue couldn't help complaining. Look at what you said, it's not impossible for men. What are you mumbling about? Bastard, I can hear it. No, I didn't say anything. Look! Someone's coming out, The door of the teleportation hall opened quickly. After seeing the figure coming out of the door, the team in front of the hall immediately became silent. Many people lowered their heads involuntarily, and some even knelt on the ground. Because the people coming out from inside are big shots, and there are more than one person, of course you have to maintain due respect when you see a strong person. It's quite lively here. The leader is the true witch throne Ivan Marichathan. Moyan City is more lively. Chankong Witch King said beside him. Everything is good. While speaking, Ivan casually threw out a beast seal. This extremely phoenix seal grew in the wind, and soon, it turned into a huge four-winged phoenix flying in the sky. He flashed, and he appeared on the back of the four-winged phoenix, followed by others, a total of 30 or 40 people. The four-winged phoenix vibrated its 2 pairs of wings, and the 4-color light flowed with it. In the blink of an eye, the four-winged phoenix disappeared above the Swamp Light City. This speed was so fast that the people in front of the hall could not react in time. It's not good. With such a big scene, something big must happen. Could it be that a war will break out? What are you mumbling about? I told you not to keep mumbling in my ear. What big event, what war, it has nothing to do with people like us at the bottom, do you understand? You big ears know nothing. We are weak and cannot participate, but once a big change occurs, we will definitely be affected. By then, you won't even know how you died. You understand, then do you have a good way to avoid it? Seeing the person standing in front of him choking and unable to speak, the white-haired young man showed a slightly smug smile. Then, the two of them fell silent, and the whole team also fell into silence. They were undoubtedly worried about the scene they had just seen, fearing that a major change would really affect them, making their fate suddenly become confusing. On the other side, the four-winged phoenix vividly explained what extreme speed meant, carrying a group of people through the many obstacles on the sea, and easily arrived at the destination, Dragon Skull Island. Dragon Skull Island is the hinterland and holy land of the giants. The island is centered on the giant temple located in Fulongling. Haha, brother Ivan, we will fight side by side this time. The four-winged phoenix flew to the giant temple, and before it landed on the ground, everyone heard a hearty voice, and the group couldn't help but look over. This man was more than 6 meters tall, with an unusually burly figure, wearing a piece of animal skin, eyes like copper bells, and a wild atmosphere lingering around him. Wildhammer Throne, I'm grateful for your care this time. This wizard would like to express his gratitude in advance. Ivan responded familiarly. Haha, no problem, I've already told you, and the guys below will definitely keep it in mind. After all, we are friends. Wildhammer patted his chest and promised. The battle between the two large planes is no small matter. This is the first time for the wizard, and he has no experience in this area. Fortunately, the above has told the giants to take care of it. Otherwise, the Wildhammer Throne would not dare to make a decision on his own. Yes, we are friends. Ivan stepped to the ground, and with a casual move, the huge four-winged phoenix turned into a seal again. Behind him were other people who were landing in various ways. After the others landed on the ground, they all saluted the Wildhammer Throne standing not far away without being told. Brother Ivan, what is the flying bird seal in your hand? It looks quite rare. Wildhammer was obviously more concerned about the bee's seal in his hand. The G1 seal, an ordinary elementary force treasure. Seeing that he was staring at his hand, Ivan casually handed him the G1 seal. Where did you get it from? Wildhammer turned it over and over, constantly looking at it. I collected the materials and refined it myself. Brother, you have such a high level of forging. You can refine the force treasure yourself. Oh, why didn't you say it earlier? Hearing that he said it was from his own hand, Wildhammer's already big eyes widened even more, as if he regretted it. The two had dealt with each other 3 times in total, once in a fight, and twice in drinking. It can be said that they had made friends after fighting, and they had already turned hostility into friendship. However, Ivan doesn't like to show off, and Wildhammer only knows him superficially. Should you have said it earlier? I don't have the ability to forge the hammer you want. Seeing him like this, Ivan knew what he was thinking. There is no doubt that his favorite thing is the hammer, which is almost better than anything else. Ivan knows that his current level is limited to some elementary force treasures, and there is no chance of success in refining medium-level ones. With Wildhammer's wealth, what he wants must be a medium-level force treasure, and he can't help. You are wrong about this. Wildhammer continued, what I need is not forging, but repairing a long hammer with defects. Once it is repaired, it will definitely be no worse than the hammer you used before. Then you should look for Lord Taikong. You think I didn't, but Supreme Taikong is not good at forging. What can I do? The war is imminent. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that Wildhammer was about to drag him to repair the treasure, Ivan hurriedly said perfunctorily that now was not the time to discuss this thing. They were still rushing to pay homage to Supreme Taikong. This time, the wizards were assigned to the Iron Sky Throne, who was born in the giant clan. Just agree, let's go. I introduce you to two people, you should have guessed it. We have to pay homage to Supreme Taikong first. You came too early, you can't see it now, hurry up and follow me. Wildhammer seems reckless, but he is very shrewd in his heart, but he is also a person who speaks in a tone. Ivan did not doubt this, and followed him quickly to the other side of the giant temple, where Ivan saw several other thrones on the surface. There is the old neighbor, the golden throne of the multi-eyed clan. There is another giant, the mountain-shaking throne. The last one is the wind-flowing throne. This throne is quite special. There is no race behind him. His specific origin is unknown. Moreover, he became the throne very early. No matter what, everyone is a throne, and no one is higher than anyone else. For Ivan's arrival, the others welcomed him. Putting aside the past grievances, they only have one identity now, comrades in the same trench, and they all represent Danila. The sun and the moon alternate. The twilight of the night did not affect the gathering of the army at all. Although it was called a large army, the number of participants was not large, just over 1,000 people, but they were all the most elite forces of each race. Take the wizards for example. There are 36 of them in total. Led by the true wizard throne, assisted by the Sky Wizard King and the 10,000 Wood Wizard King, the Dragon Rock King, the Green Dragon King, and the 1,000 Rock King are the backbone, and the rest are level 4 personnel, including 10 arcane wizards. The true wizard throne also brought a foreigner, Nicole from the Thrilling Paradise. Although the number of people is small, such combat power cannot be ignored anywhere. Compared with the wizards, there are more elite members of other races participating in the war, almost drawing out 2/3 of the foundation of a race, which is also arranged according to the strategy of this expedition. We will see the Supreme Iron Sky. Let's go! The Supreme Iron Sky came late, and he didn't say a word of nonsense, and directly issued the order to set off. A deep and bottomless passage emerged. Supreme Taikong was the first to step into it, and the army behind him quickly followed. The front part of the surroundings was a semi-real and semi-virtual space channel, and the back part was a substantial closed channel. Everyone made no sound along the way. After an unknown amount of time, everyone arrived at a dark cave, and the way they came suddenly disappeared. You are here. Here. There was another group of people in the cave, with several times more people than before. They were clearly from the underground world, and these people were led by Supreme Wuyong. The two Supremes simply greeted each other, and stood silently at the front, waiting for something. In the team behind Supreme Taikong, Ivan silently observed everything around him. He focused on scanning the Earth Core vein, and found that except for the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and the Golden Wu Throne, the top leaders of the Earth Core vein were all here. He couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. The Earth Core clan really spared no effort. Would the Sea Mother and others want to take advantage of the interval between the wars to find traces of Feng Yutu in the Ash Plain, or do they want to take revenge? Since that trip to Feng Yu Paradise, Ivan has had many interactions with people from the Earth Core clan in the following years. He had been invited by the Sea Mother many times to the Flower Burial Lake on the 4th underground floor, which is the exclusive residence of the Sea Mother Brabu Elsop. At the Flower Burial Lake, the Thousand Claws Throne and the Fire of War apologized to him in person for trying to snatch the seeds of the World Tree. The Sea Mother also promised him a lot of conditions on behalf of the Earth Core clan. But Ivan knew in his heart that the Thousand Claws Throne and the Fire of War did not know they were wrong, but needed his help, and the Sea Mother's thoughts were the same, all for Feng Yutu's treasure. Feng Yutu is to the Earth Core lineage what the Peak of Truth is to the Wizard lineage, and the connection between the former is surprisingly closer. Ivan analyzed that it should have reached a point where they could not be separated. It is estimated that even the Earth Core Mother did not expect that Feng Yutu would be exiled by the strongest people of the three planes, and as a result, the roots of the Earth Core lineage were dug up and a big hole was poked. The Earth Core Mother also unfortunately fell. The Earth Core lineage suffered two major backlashes at once, which led to the current predicament. His code of conduct has always been like this: eat as much as you can with a big bowl, not to mention whether you can find clues. Feng Yutu is so involved. How stubborn must he be to bump into the Earth Core lineage? For this matter, his approach is to verbally agree, but keep dragging his feet in action. Anyway, the Earth core vein had been looking for Fanyutu for thousands of years, so it was normal for him to look for it for another 1,000 years. True Wizard Throne, if you wizards encounter any situation, just call our Earth core vein. We will do our best to help you, especially yourself. At this time, the Sea Mother also noticed him and took the initiative to pass on a message. Thank you very much. Ivan was stunned for a moment, then expressed his gratitude. As for whether he took this to heart, only he knew. After all, everyone belonged to two supreme commanders, and there was a high probability that they would be separated later. He continued to observe the surroundings. This place, similar to a dark cave, was a very strange place. If you look deeper, you will find that there are sporadic light spots in front of you, which emit imperceptible light. As long as you stare at it without moving, his eyes will become brighter and brighter, and his whole mind will be attracted to it, getting deeper and deeper. Very strange. Ivan is not an ordinary person, and he may be protected by something. He will not really get deeply involved. At the critical moment, he can always pull himself out. After observing for a while, he came to a conclusion that those light spots were a special connection channel, which was far more profound than the interdimensional space channel, and difficult to guess. Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not ask anyone anything. He guessed that the answer should be revealed soon. It's time. Well, everyone set off, I'd be the last. Okay. Time passed silently, and it was finally time to embark on a new journey. The two Supremes simply discussed a few words, and determined the itinerary. Supreme Taikon led the way, and Supreme Wuyong was the last. After the two finished talking, one of the light spots instantly expanded into a long and narrow channel. The light in the channel was very bright, and it was colorful and dazzling at a glance. Follow me. Supreme Taikon led Ivan and his group into it. Ivan immediately had a mysterious premonition that he had stepped into an amazing place, and in some aspects, he had an inexplicable sublimation. He quickly realized that this was a change in cognition, which overturned a previous cognition. Chapter 690. In the cognition of most people, the Star River is the cradle of the plains, which nurtures countless plains. These plains float in the long river, a small part of them are ostentatious, and most of them are hidden without a trace. They are all independent existences, and there is no direct connection between them. However, this is not the case in reality. The facts are often contrary to the general cognition of the public. There is actually a hidden connection between the plains, and there is a direct channel, which exists in the invisible hidden world. The hidden world is equivalent to the other side of the Star River. Only when the strength reaches a very high level can it be seen. These hidden channels are called the Star Network. As the name suggests, it is the veins that connect the planes in the Star World. At this time, the army of Danera went on the Star Network, and they will go directly to the distant Ash Plain. Don't ask me how I got here. I don't know what problems I will encounter along the way. Maybe we can only know when our strength improves. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you for clearing up my doubts. The person who cleared up Ivan's doubts was Lu Feng, the Old Throne. Ivan then knew that there was an invisible hidden world in the long river of the Star Realm, which was hidden so deep that even people like them, who controlled the power of rules, could not detect it. There is no doubt that the hidden world and the network of the Star Realm involve deeper things. Such a place can easily arouse his desire to explore. Afterwards, he quickly realized that he could not perceive the passage of time here, nor could he distinguish the changes in spatial position. In other words, he could easily get lost in the network of the Star Realm. After realizing this, he wisely restrained his desire to explore, and honestly followed the supreme iron sky on his way. As the boring and tedious march progressed, time passed quietly. It was unknown how long it had been, or how far they had walked, before they finally reached the end of the road. At first glance, it looked like they had entered a dead end, and the inside of the alley was colorful. Boom! A stream of black light flew to the front, and hit the barrier in front heavily. A crack immediately appeared in the solid barrier, and a sour cracking sound came out of the crack. The crack was expanding. At this moment, Ivan sensed a familiar breath, which came from the Dark Mountain Ancestor who had never appeared. It turned out that the Dark Mountain Ancestor had been protecting everyone in secret in some way, and now he took the lead in launching a fierce attack on the Ash Plain. No wonder the journey was so peaceful, which was completely opposite to the sense of danger given to him by the Star Realm Network. After the Dark Mountain Ancestor appeared, it meant that the war to conquer the Ash Plain had officially begun. Unlike the ancient king and the throne, it is not easy for the Supreme and the Ancestor to enter other planes with their true bodies. If the throne will cause irreparable damage to the plane when it attacks with all its strength, then the Supreme will cause considerable damage to the plane with every move. As for the ancestor, except for the plane to which it belongs, as long as it enters other planes, it will be a kind of damage in itself. Therefore, the plane will try its best to exclude other Supremes and ancestors from entering. I'm here! The Supreme Taikong shouted loudly, and his body suddenly became larger, almost filling the entire passage. He stretched out his palms to grab the expanding cracks, and pulled them to both sides. 1 pair of hands. 2 pairs of hands. 4 pairs of hands. 8 pairs of hands. In a short while, Supreme Taikong had transformed into a multi-armed demon god from the ancient times, with a fierce aura that was unobstructed. At this time, Supreme Wuyan at the back also caught up, revealing his true form, burning the thick barrier to his heart's content. It turned out that his body was a sun bird, far more majestic than the ordinary son of the sun. The 3 strongest men worked together, and the barrier in front of them quickly broke a black hole. Supreme Wuyan rushed out of the gap first. All troops attack! All troops attack! Hearing the order to attack, the throne showed their magical powers, took some of their own tribesmen, followed the footsteps of Supreme Wuyan, and quickly passed through the gap to a new place. Ivan, like before, sacrificed the G1 seal, and let the 4-winged one bird carry everyone in the wizard world. The 4-winged one bird flew out of the gap, but arrived not at the ashes of the Ashes Plain, but at another unique place, the Dusk Battlefield. When it comes to the Dusk Battlefield, we have to mention the self-protection mechanism of the large plane. The Dusk Battlefield is a unique configuration of the large plane. It is condensed by the mother of all things. It consumes a lot of energy, but it can effectively prevent the plane from being directly harmed. It can be said that the Dusk Battlefield is the most powerful barrier of the large plane. Behind the Dusk Battlefield is the plane's homeland. Of course, the Dusk Battlefield is guarding against the Supreme and the Ancestor. There is no need to make such a big move to deal with the throne. I leave it to you, be careful. Understood. Understood. The light shining down from the surroundings is very monotonous, either black or red, making the battlefield look very dim and depressing, but the middle of the battlefield is empty and boundless, with no limit to the front, back, left, and right, and no top can be seen. The ground was undulating, with mountains, rivers and streams. Ivan glanced at the battlefield and knew where he should go, so he handed over the wizard team to the 2 wizard kings to lead, and even handed over his G1 seal. The Chong Kong Wizard King and the Wanmu Wizard King knew what to do, and immediately controlled the 4-winged one bird to fall to the ground quickly to avoid being affected. After watching them arrive on the ground, Ivan retracted his attention and focused on the enemies he was facing. The number of enemies far exceeded them. A group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. There are a total of 16 thrones in Danala, 12 of whom went with the army, and the enemy has 24 thrones, which is exactly twice their number. The enemy's throne has a characteristic, that is, it has been deeply disguised. Even in the state of the true king, it has never revealed its true face. The mask, veil and mask on its face look particularly eye-catching. Brother Ivan, do you dare to compete to see who can defeat the opponent first? At this time, Ivan and others also revealed their true king bodies that looked like gods and demons. Each of them had a majestic aura, and the surrounding area responded to it and became colorful. Compared with many years ago, his true king body has undergone a lot of changes. Still wearing a black robe, his white hair was like flying insect whiskers, and a pair of slender and sharp palms stretched out from the wide cuffs. There was also a hazy mist around him. The whole height was 86 meters, 20 meters higher than when he was just promoted. He stood there, and he was the king of that area. The true king body on the throne can best reflect his own strength. From this, we can see the changes in his strength over the years. Many people saw this scene, including the Wildhammer throne of the giants. The Wildhammer suddenly became interested and invited him to a contest. With a powerful enemy in front of us, we dare not play around. Ivan was not interested in this at all. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Wildhammer was not giving up, but he did not dare to ignore the overall situation. He wanted to compete again. After glancing at the dragon banner in Ivan's hand, he quickly added, "No force treasure will be used at that time." Ivan did not answer him. The war was imminent, and he did not have the leisure time of the other party. There were more people in the Ash Plain, and they were fully capable of fighting 2 against 1. In fact, they did so, using 2 thrones to surround and kill 1 throne here. In other words, Ivan needed to face twice as many enemies. Even though the situation was relatively bad, he did not hesitate, holding the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand and rushing forward, brazenly facing the 2 enemies in front of him, who were 100 meters tall. Gray skin, fiery red hair, a pair of demon horns on the head, 100 meters tall, wearing dark red armor. The power of rules is related to fire. These are the unified characteristics of the creatures of the throne of the Ash Plane, as if they were carved out of the same mold, not in line with the true nature of the true king's body at all, and obviously they have undergone some kind of disguise. The Wildhammer throne was right to say that they were hiding their heads and showing their tails. Boom boom boom. Ivan had heard about the weirdness of the Ash Plane a long time ago, and he didn't dare to be careless at this moment. He greeted them with the strongest weapon, the 10,000 dragon banner, at the beginning. The weapons in the hands of the two enemies were different. One held a spear and a broad shield, and the other held a long sword and a round shield. The two started fighting, and each move was accompanied by endless sparks and thick black dust, as if it was ignited. Apart from that, the rest seemed relatively mediocre. What happened? After the battle began, Ivan immediately realized that the enemy was not as strong as expected. If measured by the level of the throne of Danila, these two people seemed relatively weak. The overall strength was weak. The power of rules was weak. The force treasure was weak. To describe it in an appropriate way, it was just hovering at the bottom line of the throne. Even with the gain given by the Ash Plane, Ivan felt that these people were not as good as the tortoise of the extreme beast plane. Haha, it turns out that they are a group of useless goods. No wonder they dare not show their true colors. This battle exposed the foundation. Ivan could sense it, and so could others. The Wildhammer mocked rudely, and the sound spread far away. The people in the Ash Plane reacted coldly. No one paid attention to his words, but the movements of his hands became heavier. Ivan and the others certainly would not hold back, and each of them showed the style of Daenerys, beating the enemy like a stream of flowers and running water. Even if the enemy was 2 against 1, they would be dwarfed. However, the higher the level of strength of the creature, the more difficult it is to kill it completely, not to mention that the opponent is in its home field, with a large plane silently supporting it, and the power at this time is almost endless. Ivan and the others were not very anxious about this. If the two large planes fight, if you want to decide the winner, it depends on the ancestors and the supremes. As a large plane, the Ash Plane certainly has its own ancestors and supremes. At this time, the battle is so dark that the sun and the moon are dim, and even the dusk battlefield shakes from time to time. Old thief Anshin, you Daenerys are just a poor man, and you dare to attack my ashes. Aren't you afraid of ending up like 10,000 years ago? This time there is no other mother of the Earth's core to protect you from the disaster. You still have the nerve to mention 10,000 years ago. This time, we are here to avenge the great vengeance of 10,000 years ago, the great vengeance of the Mother Earth, and we will definitely grind you to ashes. There is an ancestor in the Ash Plane, whose name is Burning Shadow, who controls the power of the Ash Plane. The two stood opposite each other, and the places where they stood were clearly divided. On one side, the rocks were like a dark new continent, and on the other side, the fire was raging, and it was another different world. The two ancestors fought, as if two worlds were colliding, and it was extremely terrifying. Old thief Anshin, don't bully me too much. What can I do if I bully you? Then don't blame me for destroying you and you together. Haha, just you? Anshin ancient ancestor came prepared. As expected, Burning Shadow had old injuries that had not healed, and it was time to beat the dog when it was down. He had the upper hand from the beginning. In this way, Burning Shadow was very uncomfortable. One-on-one, on his own territory, he was beaten by someone. What a humiliation! Seeing the enemy's aggressiveness, Burning Shadow began to speak harshly. If he didn't stop, he would definitely get angry. Anshin ancient ancestor didn't think he had the courage and fearlessness of the Earth's mother. Instead, he showed sarcasm, and made undisguised sarcasm, and his attack became heavier. Anshin old thief, you asked for it. Then Shadow's eyes were red, as if he was angry, and then he showed a resolute smile, and the whole person exploded, and an unprecedented destructive force spread out, violently sweeping around. Come on! Faced with this situation, Anshin ancient ancestor's face did not change at all, and his hands did not panic. While protecting himself, he guided the exploding destructive force to impact the entire dusk battlefield. It was obvious that he wanted to break the twilight battlefield that blocked everyone. Under the impact of the terrifying destructive force, the twilight battlefield suddenly became like a small boat in the wind, which could flip over at any time, or even break into pieces. Below the twilight battlefield. Under this unprecedented impact, the vast space seemed to have arrived at the twilight of the end of the world, and the world showed signs of being destroyed. The people below immediately understood. Haha, you are defeated, die. Take my sword. Kill! The Danera side was greatly encouraged, and all took out the strongest means. Ivan was the same. He did not expect the upper level to be so efficient, and to determine the situation in a short time, but he understood that now was the time for him to exert his strength. The 10,000 dragon banner in his hand was further activated, and the multi-phase power was more powerful, the movements were more violent, and the means were more numerous. He greeted the two people in front of him one by one. These two people were originally suppressed and beaten, and they had been struggling to support. Now, they were even more struggling to parry. Soon, the two were in a precarious situation. Want to die together? It's just wishful thinking. Ivan suddenly realized that the two were preparing to use more brutal means. How could he watch it? He immediately stepped forward and swept the 10,000 dragon banner, smashing the head of one of them. This person turned directly into ashes, and the whole person disappeared. The other person had no time to stop it and exploded. It's a bit strange. Ivan used the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand to spread it out to resist the violent force that was attacking. The 10,000 dragon banner did not disappoint him and took on most of the force. The scene was like 100 meridians returning to the sea. He was in the center of the violent force, motionless, but he did not have much joy in defeating the enemy, but instead showed doubts. These two people were probably not dead, but escaped in this weird way. Chapter 691. Before conquering here, Ivan was told that the creatures in the ash plain would turn into ashes after death, and there would be no corpses left, which was very strange. At this moment, he felt differently, and the enemy was clearly not killed. This was not a real death, and he could tell with his ability. This meant that the problem was not that simple, and the enemy was likely to have a backup plan. Let's take it one step at a time. I believe I am not the only one who feels this way. The violent energy around him gradually subsided, and Ivan noticed that the experiences of others were similar, and they all had to face the enemy who suddenly chose to perish together with him. He did not step forward to help, believing that everyone could handle it. Victory. Follow me into the ashes, and fight tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Soon after, the dusk battlefield was completely broken, and Danera and his party took advantage of the situation to enter the ashes plain, and it was expected that they would arrive at the mysterious ashes. After crossing the dusk battlefield at the fastest speed, Ivan and his companions found that something was wrong. The situation in front of them was particularly familiar. This turned out to be another dusk battlefield, and they were facing twice as many enemies. Just like before, these people were all hiding their true faces, so that people could not see their true faces. Things are really not that simple. Ivan whispered, with a serious look on his face. Why are you afraid of it? Kill a pair if there are two, and kill them all the way. I don't believe that these guys who hide their heads and show their tails can really keep coming. Wildhammer said carelessly. He was just on the surface, but he was actually wondering in his heart. Many people set their eyes on the Sea Mother. The Earth Core lineage had previously sent scouts into the Ash Plain and brought back a lot of information. Some of the key information was confirmed by them. Find a way to suppress them and find out their bottom line. The Sea Mother made a suggestion. Okay. Hearing this, the others did not say much nonsense. It is normal for the situation to change. A large plane is never static. Wartime and ordinary times cannot be generalized. What the Sentry Tower saw before was undoubtedly the Ash Plain in ordinary times. Now, it is the Ash Plain in wartime. Compared with the Dusk battlefield just now, the overall environment and the overall terrain are similar, but there is a trace of violent atmosphere in the sky, lightning flashes from time to time, and the ground fire appears faintly on the ground. Kill! The enemy did not give them time to breathe, and directly attacked from the other side of the battlefield, still preparing to fight 2 against 1. Seeing this, Ivan and others did not hesitate, and once again killed these enemies wearing dark red armor. This time, the teammates were closer to each other to cooperate with each other. When the battle below broke out, the battle above was also going on. Anshan Guzu was still facing the shadow of burning. Old thief Anshan, are you surprised or not? Ha! I was just teasing you. So what? I just beat you a few more times. If 1 time doesn't work, I beat you twice. If 2 times don't work, I beat you 3 times. I'm happy to help. Anshan Ancient Ancestor was not surprised by the reappearance of the burning shadow. If an ancestor-level creature is so easy to be killed, it is not worthy of being called the top of the star realm, not to mention that the burning shadow is the guardian of the Ash Plain, and the Ash Plain is his absolute home. If the burning shadow had not been severely injured before, it is no exaggeration to say that he could have fought against many alone. Arrogant! This ancestor will keep you here at all costs today. You can give it a try. Both of them are level 8 creatures. In terms of size, they are equal to large planes. When they fight, the sky and the earth change color, just like two large planes are colliding fiercely. The battle situation is clear at a glance. The ancient ancestor of Dark Mountain, who came from afar, still has the upper hand. Just as he said, he'd beat the shadow of burning. Stop them for a while, I find out their details. The Mother of the Sea can do whatever she wants, and we will handle the periphery. On the other side, the battle has made new progress. With the cooperation of the thrones, the Mother of the Sea found a suitable opportunity to seal an enemy on the spot, making him a caged beast. The outer circle is Ivan and others. Everyone worked together to keep other enemies out, no matter how crazy the enemies outside attacked. It's not a real person. The Mother of the Sea quickly came to a conclusion. Brebu, what is that? The Fire of War couldn't help asking. True Wizard Throne, can you come over and take a look? The Sea Mother was not sure. She looked around at the people outside, and finally landed her eyes on a certain wizard. Ivan followed suit. Behind his huge figure, his white hair turned into longer and thicker insect tentacles, crossing the distance in the middle and exploring the location of the sealed enemy. No soul breath. No life breath. Non-flesh and blood creature. Non-elemental creature. How is it? A fake shadow that can't be faker. Yes, that's it, you described it very well. Ivan gave an awkward answer, but was highly recognized by the Sea Mother. She felt the same way. This was a very strange thing that she had never seen before. What do you mean? What are you two talking about? The Fire of War asked many people's thoughts. Just think of them as the shadows of living beings. The Sea Mother did not explain too much. Seeing Ivan retract his insect tentacles, she immediately killed the enemies under the seal. Then, she joined the outer battle group. But the speculation about the details of the enemy did not stop there. Whose shadow do you think it is? It can't be ours, right? This possibility is not ruled out. The enemy is not a real living being. There are many possibilities behind it. One of them is the most feared by the people present, but Ivan and others don't know it thoroughly and can't prevent it. They can only temporarily suppress their worries and treat the enemies in front of them with caution. In terms of overall strength, the people of Danala are obviously higher than the Ash Plain. After a while, they won again and broke through the dusk battlefield in front of them. Things did not end there. Behind the dusk battlefield is still a dusk battlefield. Except for some minor differences, the energy of the entire battlefield has become more violent, and it is very similar to the previous two, like a replica of the previous two. Isn't this dusk battlefield also a shadow? Who knows? What should we do? The only way is to kill. As for the rest, the ancient ancestor and the two adults will make arrangements. Faced with this strange situation, Ivan and others did not dare to act on their own. For now, they could only keep killing and waiting for things to turn around. It can be said that due to the unusualness of the Ash Plain, their pre-made battle plan was basically scrapped. They can only take one step at a time. They believe that there will be new arrangements above. Gray world. The sky in the daytime is always gray, and endless gray dust falls from the sky, which is annoying. Good morning, Lord Harper. Today is another beautiful day. Maybe? Lord Harper is really, and he keeps saying such depressing words again. What kind of words are these? Old man, you don't understand. In the City of Fury, Harper walked to the window and subconsciously looked up at the sky. The gray sky was like a city that was about to fall. He didn't go through the main gate, but jumped down and met the butler Old Roger, who was walking over. The two greeted each other. Lord Harper, where are you going in such a hurry? You haven't had breakfast yet. Old Roger saw the city lord striding out and couldn't help asking. I don't want to eat, don't worry about it. Harper didn't even look back, and his figure quickly disappeared around the corner. Ah! Old Roger sighed and shook his head helplessly. As the butler in the castle, he had long noticed that although the lord of the city was the master of Fire Wrath City, and the lord of Fire Wrath respected by everyone, he did not think much of Fire Wrath City and might betray everyone and go away at any time. This is really a sad and helpless thing. On the other side, Harper didn't know that his butler was sighing. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. After all, he didn't hide his attitude much, so he naturally wouldn't care too much about other people's thoughts. After leaving the castle, he came to the east of the city, his other residence, and went down to the depths of the ground through a secret passage in the residence, and came to a crater. Very good, everything is the same as before. I wonder when the great god will issue a new decree. There are several pillars inserted in the boiling magma, and above the pillars is a formation platform that was built not long ago, which looks like a small fire temple. No one is guarding here, and no one knows, except Harper himself. In order to keep it secret, Harper once personally eliminated those who participated in the construction of the formation platform. Regardless of whether those people were his loyal subordinates, he did not want to identify them. The only way to kill them all is to be foolproof. He obviously did it. For the great god, he is willing to pay any price. Now, just wait for the great god to summon and issue an oracle. Harper stood at the crater, looking at the boiling magma, and his heart became hot. He seemed to see himself leaving this annoying world and starting a beautiful new life. Dusk battlefield. Bitch, stop it. Do you know what you are doing? The voice of the burning shadow suddenly sounded on the battlefield at the top, and there was no lack of exasperation in the voice. At this moment, Burning Shadow was really angry. He was stabbed in the back by his own people. A void suddenly appeared in his body. You know, it was a critical moment to fight the enemy. If there was a mistake at this time, it would be a joke with your life. Burning Shadow, your doomsday has come. Ancient Ancestor's face showed a little surprise. How could he miss this opportunity to beat the dog when it was down? He immediately revealed his true form, and suppressed it with eternal power. His true form was actually a dark and long mountain. The towering mountain carried boundless power, and suppressed Burning Shadow, suppressed the Dusk battlefield, and suppressed most of the Ash Plain. Be careful. It turned out to be the work of the Ancient Ancestor. For a moment, the situation changed suddenly, and the people below became alert. Ivan and others quickly figured out the cause of the change, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Ancient Ancestor of Dark Mountain had the absolute upper hand. Under their eyes, the Dusk battlefields one after another were finally destroyed. The real homeland of the Ash Plain was open to them. This scene shocked everyone, including Ivan. The Ash realm of the Ash Plain was completely beyond his expectations. He had never seen such a big scene. There is no doubt that the Ash Plain is not a normal plane. If he is not mistaken, the Burning Shadow seems to have swallowed up most of the Ash realm and turned it into a part of itself, leaving only a small space surviving. You know, the Ash realm is an extremely important part of the Ash Plain. Ancient Ancestor. Ancient Ancestor. Sorry for the offense. The shocked crowd was pulled to the top by a familiar force and quickly landed on the Dark Mountain, where they were protected by the mountain. Ivan and others hurriedly thanked Ancestor Anshan. Ancestor Anshan had no energy to pay attention to them. As an ancestor, the Burning Shadow was not so easy to suppress. Bitch, you have the ability to plot against me, but you don't have the ability to stand up. The Burning Shadow's body is a cluster of gray flames. The flames are like dancing shadows. They look equally mighty, but you can't feel any temperature. He resisted the suppression from above while cursing loudly. Come out! I need an explanation. What do you want to explain? In the small ash domain that was not swallowed up, a cold figure stood out and responded to the Burning Shadow in a cold voice. This distinctive temperament exposed her identity. She was the mother of all things in the Ash Plain. It turned out that at the critical moment of the confrontation between the two ancestors, it was the mother of all things in the Ash Plain who stabbed the Burning Shadow in the back. What do you want to explain? Why did you do such a rebellious act? Answer me. It's no wonder that the Burning Shadow couldn't suppress his anger. He was the closest guardian of the Ash Plain. In order to protect the plane, he was born and died, but he was stabbed in the back by the existence he protected. How could he not be furious in this situation? Looking at your ugly appearance now, I think I don't need any explanation. The mother of all things was still cold, so cold that it seemed that she had no emotions. Her words made the Burning Shadow even more angry. Ugly? You actually said I was ugly. Who did I do this for? Your status was about to fall. In order to preserve your dignity and your identity in the Great Plain, I took this risk. All this is for you. At this moment, the Burning Shadow didn't even care about the ancestor of the Dark Mountain. The mother of all things said, that was true at the beginning, but you did it for yourself. You also had evil intentions. Over the years, you have swallowed up most of the Ash Realm bit by bit. You also reached into the Grey Realm. If I hadn't taken isolation measures, the Grey Realm would have been wiped out. The Burning Shadow, didn't I tell you that there is no creation without destruction? We have been friends for tens of thousands of years. How could I deceive you? The mother of all things. In fact, I was deceived by you, which led to the withering of all things in the plain. Only one survived. This is my mistake. Now is the time to correct it. At the top of the plain, Ivan and others listened to the following words word for word. They looked at each other and listened more carefully. They never thought that they were fighting fiercely just now, but now they have become spectators. What a big melon. Once it spreads, it will be enough to shake the huge starry river. Chapter 692. All the large plains have their own characteristics, and Danera is good at defense. 10,000 years ago, when the Abyss, Shadow, and Ashes invaded, it was the heyday of Danera. After that battle, Danera was seriously damaged. The three invading large plains were also not easy to deal with, and it can be described as a lose-lose situation. The Ashes plain was particularly damaged. Among the several plains, Ashes was the weakest one. The consequences of the war were more serious than expected. Its power was constantly lost. As time passed, it could not even maintain the status of the large plain. At the critical moment, as the most loyal guardian of Ashes, the burning shadow stood up and merged with the Ashes domain. In this way, Ashes was able to preserve the status of the large plain, but from that day on, Ashes was no longer the original Ashes, and everything in the plain was quietly changing. In any case, the burning shadow can be called the savior of the Ashes plain. You blame me? Thinking of his own self-sacrifice, the anger in the heart of the burning shadow was hard to calm down. No, I don't blame you. If I have to blame someone, I blame the wrong decision at the beginning, which caused your will to deviate, becoming more and more greedy, more and more crazy, and less like you before. That was a mistake. The mother of all things glanced at the desolate scene around her. The upper and lower worlds were all gray. Her cold eyes flashed a rare sadness. Several years ago, there were continuous beautiful mountains and rivers in the plain, and trillions of creatures flourishing. Due to a wrong decision, it became worse than an ordinary small plain. After countless years of delay, it's time to end this mistake. Whether it is wrong or not, we should work together to drive these guys out in the face of a powerful enemy. Otherwise, the entire Ashes will be in ruins. You can't be confused about this matter, Vanessa. You forgot, Burning Shadow, because of your greed, there are only a few living beings left here. How can there be any suffering? Faced with these earnest words, the mother of all things did not waver in her determination. Not only did she not provide help to Burning Shadow, but she also suppressed his power in secret. Under the actions of the mother of all things, Burning Shadow's absolute home court became a bat-away court, and his power declined again and again. This situation is most favorable to the ancestor of the Dark Mountain, and his power is suppressed from all directions. Bitch. You secretly led the people of Danila here, right? Burning Shadow broke through the defense again. That's right. The mother of all things did not deny it. She waved her hand, and several figures emerged in the few remaining Ashes nearby. They were clearly not creatures from this plane, but scouts from Danila. At this moment, Ivan was under the protection of the Dark Mountain ancestor. Seeing this, his eyes slightly fixed, and he saw Julia. It turned out that the people in the Shiver Paradise had long been under the control of the mother of all things. That's right, with the current state of the Ash Plain, there was no place for them to hide. Fortunately, the mother of all things had other plans, otherwise Julia and others would have died long ago. Burning Shadow, I knew that without your cover, no one would be able to deceive this ancestor. It must be you who leaked the news here to them. So, the previous Lord of the Calamity was also your means. You are so vicious and stupid, and I trusted you so much. Mother of all things. No, I know the bad reputation of the Nightmare Plane. How can I let a wolf into the house? Shadow of Burning, don't you think it's ridiculous? You don't believe me, the Lord of Calamity of Nightmare, but you are willing to believe in Danera, the enemy of all eternity. Mother of all things. Among the three, Danera is the most sensible. Shadow of Burning, Seeing the firm attitude of Mother of all things, Shadow of Burning was completely speechless. He knew that the other party's betrayal was a foregone conclusion, and he had to make other plans, otherwise he would have no way to survive today. What Shadow of Burning didn't know was that at the same time, Ashes and Danara's respective mothers of all things had met, and were also talking about something. Vanessa, you know you are in a hurry. Do you want to admit defeat? Yana Kinsey, the mother of all things in Danila, looked at the figure opposite with cold eyes. No way, there is nothing to say between you and me. Well, I can admit defeat, and apologize and make amends are all no problem. Vanessa knew her situation, and she was very straightforward and adjusted her attitude well, and surrendered to her former opponent right away. I don't accept it, Yan Kinsey said coldly. Of course she didn't want to. She suffered such a big loss 10,000 years ago, and the momentum of vigorous development was cut off in an instant. She had been holding a grudge for more than 10,000 years. How could she let it go, because of a few words? You should accept it. Vanessa said so. Haha, why? Yang Qinzi sneered. Given my current dire situation, I will definitely fall from the steps of the Great Plane after this battle. You should know how much shock a Great Plane's fall will cause. You are already in the game, and cannot escape responsibility. With your lofty ambitions, you should not want to bear such a heavy sin. Vanessa spoke slowly, and without hesitation, and she showed her status without hiding anything. Yannikin's face darkened. She could see that from the perspective of a large plane, the other party's situation was extremely bad, and it could be said that his life was hanging by a thread. The plane was the darling of the whole world. The status of the large plane was unique. As the other party said, the fall of a large plane involved many things, and at this time, Dan Nero was conquering the ashes. After this battle, once the ashes fell from the altar, Dan Nero would be directly related, and the result might be that he would be convicted of the big world and tainted with great sins. Dan Nero was not a plane like Nightmare that specialized in destruction. She was an orderly existence as a whole. How could she not care about this? Vanessa, you are a large plane. How can you be so mean and degrade yourself? Don't you feel ashamed? I have no choice. Asshole. I am ashamed to be with you. After this battle, it will be difficult for me to be with you again. Vanessa knows that it won't be long before she will be downgraded from a large plane to a medium plane, so she can naturally put on a broken jar attitude, and face and honor become insignificant. This choked Yannikin's. If she doesn't want to offend the heaven, she has to accept the other party's surrender. This makes her feel like punching cotton. In addition, she has to cooperate with the other party to eliminate internal troubles and help the enemy in front of her. Good means I can offer more compensation. Yannikin's felt that she was tricked. Vanessa, however, looked like she was at the mercy of others. In the end, the two mothers of all things reached an agreement. After reaching an agreement, Yannikin's face looked as if she had eaten a fly, and she turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Vanessa spoke quickly. What else do you have to say? Yannikin stopped. I want to borrow a small throne from you. He is useful to me. I can. No way, don't push it. Seeing that the other party didn't even ask who it was, and didn't give any room for negotiation, Vanessa could only helplessly watch the other party go away, and soon disappeared. Fortunately, the problem of dinero was solved, and only internal problems remained. Okay, you bitch don't remember the friendship of 10,000 years, so don't blame me for fighting to the death. In the ash plane, the burning shadow was completely desperate, and became even more violent. His body was now equivalent to half of the ash domain. Looking down from above, he was in the midst of jumping black flames. The flames were like shadows, exuding a deadly atmosphere and entangled with strong resentment. It was unknown how many lives had been slaughtered. TSK, what a terrifying demon. I'm afraid that all the native creatures of the ash plane were buried in the hands of the burning shadow. It's obvious. No wonder they turned against each other. They really can't blame anyone else. The burning shadow was no longer evasive. The state of being entangled in resentment and blood really shook the hearts of the people above, especially the thrones who could clearly see the situation below. They whispered, Silence. We are still in a war. You should be serious. Wuyong Supreme glared at him, and the person who was talking shut up. Below, the burning shadow was still changing. In the black jumping flames, phantoms emerged one after another, densely packed, and some phantoms continued to merge. Look, isn't that me? And me? That was my fighting posture just now. So that's how those guys who were hiding their heads and showing their tails came from before. The power of the ancestor is really beyond my cognition. In the dense shadows, Ivan and others all caught a glimpse of their own shadows. People leave traces, and they disappear in the blink of an eye. The burning shadow actually collected those non-existent traces and turned them into real shadows. The shadows of the same person are constantly merging, as if they want to brew something. He is no longer hiding now. The identities of the true kings are clear, the bodies of the supremes are obvious, and the postures of the ancestors are all in them. The whole number is amazing. If the shadows below are all turned into real, then the problems behind will be more serious. Seeing this scene, the group can no longer sit still. Even Wuyong Supreme and Taikong Supreme are no exception. They hurriedly ask the ancient ancestor for advice. They must make a decision as soon as possible whether to fight or retreat. They can't just watch the other side gather 1,000,000 troops like this. Listen, the ancient ancestor will control the burning shadow, and the mother of all things over there will force out the phantom army in advance. You follow me, and the supreme iron sky to attack, and make sure to destroy those fake things. After receiving the order, the supreme Wuyong turned around and gave orders to the thrones. Ivan and others did not retreat. Even the mother of all things on the opposite side turned against them, and the advantage was on their side. Afterwards, the group was sent down, and the team was divided into two. One team followed the Supreme Wuyong, and the other team followed the Supreme Iron Sky, and quickly approached the burning shadow. Except for the Supreme and the throne, the others were left above. Without controlling the power of rules, it was very dangerous to participate in this level of battle. There was no need to waste fresh forces in vain. Vanessa, you will regret it. The burning shadow gnashed his teeth. In the dark flames, a large number of phantoms were destroyed, and a small number of phantoms accelerated their fusion and hurriedly jumped out from the middle, with all kinds of appearances, to meet the people of Danila who attacked. This time, Ivan and his party still needed to fight against the majority with a small number of people, and the proportion was even more exaggerated, but they were fearless. The battle started again. Brother Ivan, watch how I beat you with my wild hammer. A giant saw a familiar figure, smiled, rushed over first, and danced vigorously with a pair of heavy hammers in his hands. Hearing this, Ivan rolled his eyes and ignored this boring guy. The enemies they had to deal with were not only their own fake bodies, but also those from many other planes and from the ashes. However, these fake bodies had one thing in common. Their strength was far less than that of the real ones, and they did not have the same force treasures in their hands. The combat power was naturally not as good as theirs. Ivan also noticed something strange. At this moment, the mother of all things in the ash plane not only did not suppress them, but also provided them with some help. It was not much, but it was substantial. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, they were unstoppable for a while. Despicable. This situation did not last long. Ivan was stared at by a supreme creature, who shamelessly chose to sneak attack him. A bad feeling enveloped him. He quickly switched from offense to defense. At the critical moment, two forces came to bless him. One was very familiar, coming from the ancient ancestor of Dark Mountain, and the other was unfamiliar, but he could guess that it was probably the mother of all things in the ash plane. With a slight sound, he was knocked out. Come again! If you can't afford to offend, can't you hide? He has many means of protection, including the Wugue Life Mask and the Wood Soul Tower, plus 2 protective powers. Even if the opponent's fake supreme attacked him, he was not hurt. Seeing that the opponent was relentless, he didn't foolishly go hard. Haha, if you dare to underestimate my burning shadow, you will have to pay the price in blood. After a long while, the situation below changed again. A creature with distinctive features was born from the flames. The aura was extremely terrifying and reached the ancestor level. This is a fake body brewed by collecting the phantoms of the Lord of Natural Disasters at the ancestor level. Accompanied by the roar of the burning shadow, this terrifying figure pounced on the people of Danala, covering them all in the attack range. Boom! When Ivan and others were in danger, the huge body of the Dark Mountain ancient ancestor fell down. At the same time, another force quickly pulled everyone in all directions to avoid this unprecedentedly fierce collision. The Lord of Calamity collapsed. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled, I led him here. Vanessa, I told you that you will regret it. No one can betray me, no one. At this moment, the burning shadow gained more breathing space. He actually had his own plan, and had been secretly doing something big. While the ancestor of Dark Mountain and the mother of all things were distracted, he put another more terrifying figure into the ash plane. A true Lord of Calamity, a destructive god and demon from the Nightmare Plane. Before, it was this evil eye that attacked the ash plane, which caused the burning shadow to be severely injured and gave Danara an opportunity to take advantage of it. What people didn't expect was that the burning shadow pulled the other party into the battle, and the situation became complicated. Vanessa knew the horror of the other party very well. Seeing this horrifying figure that was like a full moon printed in the sky, her face instantly became extremely ugly. Establish a shadow, and a person establishes a name. The ancient ancestor of Anshan also became very solemn. Chapter 693. The reason why the Nightmare Plane is so terrifying is not only because of its unfathomable strength, but also because its Lord of Calamity, Lord of Nightmare, is very keen on destruction, and his behavior is extremely extreme and crazy. It is rumored that the Nightmare Plane has only suffered losses at the hands of the God's Plane, and has never been defeated against other planes. Others certainly don't want to provoke such a difficult plane. In order to reverse the current unfavorable situation, the Shadow of Burning actually took the initiative to invite the other party, and directly pulled it into the ash plane. This approach is crazy. Julia, Robert, are you all right? When Ivan and others were in a great crisis, a force pulled them to all directions. That force obviously came from Vanessa, the mother of all things in ashes. He didn't expect that he would be sent to the Little Ashes by the other party. Here, he met the people trapped in the thrilling paradise, including his friend Julia. "Wizard Ivan, we are captives." Julia looked pitiful with tears in her eyes when she saw him. They were still controlled by Vanessa at this time. Except that they could not move freely, they were not hurt. Seeing this, Ivan felt relieved. He turned his head and glanced at Vanessa not far away. Facing this big man who was equal to the mother of all things in Danila, he really didn't know how to speak. "Don't run around. If you lose your life, you can't blame me." Vanessa suddenly waved her hand to the back and let Julia and others go. After hearing this, Julia and others didn't dare to act rashly. They shrank over there and didn't dare to come closer. Until they saw Ivan waving at them, they approached carefully. The two sides did not talk much, and Ivan sent them into the inner space of the Hall of Truth, where Nicole was also. "Thank you, Great Tianmu. You're welcome. I have reached an agreement with Yannickins, that is, the Great Tianmu of your Danila." Hearing Vanessa's words, Ivan secretly thought that it was true, but he was still a little uneasy, because he was the only one brought here by the other party. If there was no special reason, he would be the first to not believe it. He wisely did not ask anything. "You are the inheritor of the wise old man, right?" Vanessa took the initiative to say. "Yes, one of the inheritors." Ivan nodded. "To make a long story short, I have taken a fancy to you," Vanessa continued. Ivan was stunned. What did he mean? "There is a unique opportunity now. I will give you my power. You will protect me. With this power and my help, I believe you will soon become a supreme being, or even a higher level ancestor. It depends on whether you are willing to come to me. You don't have to worry about me deceiving you. I am the mother of all things in a large plane. I won't deceive you, a junior." Vanessa spoke straightforwardly and expressed her meaning directly. This sentence is very concise, but the things contained in it are more than 10 million pounds, which immediately made Ivan a little dizzy. Supreme ancestor, isn't it what all creatures who embark on the path of cultivation pursue? Let's not talk about the distant ones. Look at the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain and the Shadow of Burning. The great power is so shocking. As a second choice, like the Supreme Iron Sky, the Supreme Weiyang, the Dark Night Mother Goddess, etc., are also fascinating. And he actually had such an opportunity at the moment, and could soon stand in the same ranks with these big men. What a great temptation. Why me? Although Ivan was not calm, he did not lose his mind. "You are the best candidate. Your potential and your strength have met my requirements. If you agree, from now on, except for me, you will be the master of the Ash Plane. I can hand over all the Ash Realm and Ash Realm to you." Vanessa continued to throw out her chips while answering, increasing the temptation. At this time, Ivan had calmed down in his heart. After thinking carefully, he could not agree to this. On the one hand, Danila had things he could not give up, gifts, missions, responsibilities, etc. People cannot only do things for themselves. On the other hand, his strength was quite different from that of the Ashes. He climbed to the top by relying on the power of the Ashes. Under the influence of power, he might not be himself in the future. I'm sorry that I can't agree to your proposal. You should look for someone else. Are you worried that Ashes will fall into ruin? Don't underestimate the foundation of a large plane. No matter how bad Ashes is, it will take thousands of years to fall to a medium-sized plane. With your help, if the plan is proper, it may not come to this. I believe in you. I'm very sorry. Ivan may not be able to take on such a big task. Nessa continued to persuade him, which was like sharing her heart and courage with him. But Ivan still didn't want to accept it. There were too many variables involved. He didn't want to do something that was completely out of control. It would be better for him to practice step by step. With his current situation, even if he didn't turn to Ashes, he would have the opportunity to become the Supreme, or even a more powerful ancestor. In this case, why take such a big risk such a huge violation? Don't think about it again. Vanessa stared at him. I thought it through. Ivan shook his head firmly. I really didn't misjudge you, Vanessa said. It seemed that the other party still hadn't given up. Ivan didn't know what to say. The mother of all things in the Great Plain didn't play by the rules. Let's put this issue aside for now. Let's solve the big trouble in front of us first. I need you to help me. It will be of great benefit to you. Besides, I have an agreement with Yannickins. You won't refuse this time, right? Vanessa turned and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky, and invited him again. Big Tianmu, are you sure I can get involved in such a big battle? Ivan felt a little timid. You underestimate me again, don't you? I just need a medium to exert my power. You have a lot of things that meet the requirements. I will make sure you are safe. Okay, I give it a try. Thank you to Tianmu. After all, Vanessa is the mother of all things in the big plane. With their arrogant temperament, they disdain to tell lies. Ivan waited again and chose to agree. In the sky, although the evil eye of the nightmare plane came over, he seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, hanging there motionless. Only the filthy breath continued to emanate from him, permeating everything around him. Evil Eye, what are you doing? Come down to help. Let's turn this plane upside down together. Evil Eye, don't forget who summoned you here. You and I are on the same side. If I don't have a good life, you won't have a good life for a while. Asshole. You just watched helplessly. Are you trying to reap the benefits? You are dreaming. Big Eyeball Eye. The Nya didn't know what method he used to get the evil turbid eye that had severely injured him last time. What he didn't expect was that this guy was actually pretending to be dead there, and he was so angry that he cursed. This was also beyond the expectations of others. However, the curse of the burning shadow still worked, causing the evil turbid eye to open its eyes. It was an eyeball filled with madness and cruelty, and it was not easy to mess with it at first glance. Don't pretend anymore. Come down quickly, and kill these guys with me. The burning shadow said coldly. How dare you do this? How can you do this? The evil turbid eye seemed to have just woken up, and was shocked by the situation in front of him, and then it was full of rage. He clearly didn't want to come here, as if there was something unspeakable. What? This reaction was wrong, and the burning shadow was a little confused. Damn bastard, do you know what you did? I will tear you into pieces. The evil eye was furious, and its huge body flashed and descended below, tearing at the restricted burning shadow. A wonderful drama was staged. Asshole. There is a chaos contract between you and me. Aren't you afraid of suffering a serious backlash if you act like this? Burning Shadow was even more furious. He didn't want to find another person to kill him. Bullshit contract, you took advantage of my unpreparedness to plot against me, and you still have the nerve to mention it. Do you think you are very capable? Stop. What do you want? Send me back the same way you got me here, or I will swallow you whole, bastard. You want to break the contract? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I must devour you. The two people each had their own anxieties, and they couldn't talk to each other, so it turned into a drama of killing each other, which stunned the people around them. On the other side, Ivan was ready to give his life to Vanessa and work with her to eliminate the current big trouble. Seeing this scene, Ivan stopped abruptly. Someone else will do it. Just wait and see. The evil eye is not as strong as the last time it attacked. In just a few decades, its power has weakened a lot. It shouldn't happen. Vanessa whispered, and the voice reached Ivan's ears. Really? Ivan didn't understand. This reminds me of a rumor about the mortal enemies of nightmare and gods. Vanessa said again. I hope that Tianmu will help me solve my doubts. Ivan couldn't help asking. The power of nightmare is like a dream, just like a nightmare. Under nightmare, there are dozens of lords of calamity and lords of nightmare. There are more than 10 lords of the first ancestor, or even more. From this point of view, no other plane can compare to nightmare. This is too scary. Hearing this, Ivan's pupils shrank slightly. This is too strong, equivalent to 10 Dane loss. No wonder no one dares to mess with nightmare plane. Whoever messes with it will die. However, he keenly noticed something wrong. If that were the case, with the morality of nightmare plane, it would have killed all other planes long ago. But the Lords of Calamity and Lords of Nightmare are also like a dream, because their relationship with nightmare is not that of guardians, but through another way of borrowing power. Vanessa didn't know that he had discovered the loophole in his words, and explained it very straightforwardly. Ah! May I ask Tianmu, are you talking about the loan that I understand is borrowing and interest? Ivan asked in surprise. Yes, it is this kind of loan, which is the case in the nightmare plane and the gods plane as well. The difference between the two is that the former has a low threshold, a large amount of loans at a time, and high interest. A large amount of interest needs to be repaid every once in a while, and the consequences of not being able to pay it back are serious. The latter is equivalent to long-term lending, with a high threshold, relatively small loans, and low interest. If you borrow, you don't have to worry about not being able to pay it back in a short time. The consequence of this is that nightmare only needs a period of time to cultivate a large number of supremes and ancestors, while the gods plane needs more years to accumulate, but it also exceeds other planes. Vanessa further explained, also concise and to the point, pointing directly to the essence of the relationship. You mean, the evil eye just had a large interest to pay, and was probably in the process of paying it, when it was pulled here by the burning shadow. The evil eye might also be using its own methods to reduce or delay the interest, such as self-sealing, and now it was disrupted by the burning shadow. I see. No wonder he was so angry. It seems that the consequences of not being able to pay the interest are really serious. Through Vanessa's detailed explanation, Ivan finally understood the interest relationship in the middle, which shocked him greatly and broadened his horizons. This is the price that must be paid for coveting power. Vanessa nodded slightly. She suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly added, "You and I are different. We have reached a guardian relationship, our strengths complement each other, and we are both beneficial if we work together. Detienmu, I have clearly refused before." Seeing this, Ivan was a little amused and he reiterated, "I said, you don't have to answer in a hurry." Vanessa was not so easy to give up, and changed the subject casually. "Come on, it's our turn to play, let you see my background." "Detienmu, what do you need me to do?" Ivan's heart tightened, and he asked quickly. "You have a wisdom lamp on you, take it out first. I have some wisdom and power to give you, which is the power left by the wise old man in the Ash Plain." Vanessa thought for a while and said. Ivan was stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he took out the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp as he said. Now the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp is a primary force treasure, only half a step away from the medium. After the Wisdom Lamp was handed to Vanessa, it took only a few seconds for him to realize that the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp crossed the medium boundary, and turned into a medium force treasure. This move saved him a lot of effort. In the past, the wise old man visited Ashes, and I had a good chat with him. He even invited me to travel the long river of the Star Realm with a smile. This was just a joke. After all, an existence like me cannot leave the plane. The true flame of wisdom is most suitable for dealing with the insane people like the Shadow of Burning and the Eye of Evil. Vanessa did not stop, and continued to improve the quality of the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp. Then, while sighing, she handed the thing back to him. "Thank you, Senior." Ivan hurriedly thanked him. The True Knowledge Spirit Lamp really has an additional ability. It originally had strange power protection, the dust of the god, and the blessing of understanding. Now it has an additional wisdom light flame. It is appropriate to call it the true flame of wisdom. Afterwards, a mysterious thing fell on him, and in a trance, his strength realm continued to rise. From the throne to the supreme realm, from the supreme to the continuous rise, soon jumped over a big threshold and entered the realm of the ancestor. At this moment, Ivan felt stronger than ever before, and no one could match him. The 10,000 dragon banner in his hand fluttered, and his eyes were fixed on the burning shadow and the evil eye that were still entangled together, like a skilled old hunter. Chapter 694. Just as the burning shadow and the evil eye were entangled, and the dark mountain ancestor was considering which one to deal with all his strength, a real body broke into the chaotic battle. True Witch Throne. How could he be so reckless? Such a battle is not something a small throne can get involved in. This is too stupid. Wait, there is something wrong with him. Could it be that? The intrusion of this figure really shocked many people. Although the Supreme Taikong and the Supreme Wuyong were unhappy in their hearts, they were not prepared to sit idly by, but they soon discovered something strange. Look closely. The feeling of the True Witch Throne at this time was similar to that of the Dark Mountain ancestor. They could not help but stop their extra movements and stare closely at someone who was about to fight, fearing that they would miss any second. Quick battle and quick decision. Understood. On Ivan's side, the temporary realm-enhancing things were not born out of thin air, but came from the mark left by a former ancestor of the Ash Plain. This thing is extremely precious. Once the mark is consumed, he will return to his original form. Therefore, he needs to end the battle as quickly as possible. He has the top-grade Force Treasures 10,000 Dragon Banner, Ghost Face, and the middle-grade Force Treasures Prophet's Book and True Knowledge Spirit Lamp. With his current realm and strength, they can all play the greatest effect. There is no doubt that he will be stronger than ever before, and he feels that he has infinite power to squander. But before he gets close, Burning Shadow noticed him and saw through him. Shameless bitch. You would rather give your power to an outside little throne than abandon me, who has protected you for countless years. I hate you so much. Burning Shadow felt Vanessa's betrayal again, and his nose was almost crooked with anger. You are the one who talks the most nonsense, take my banner first. Ivan was originally hesitant about who to deal with first, but seeing this situation, he decisively chose to beat the fallen dog. The ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain can seal the town. The evil eye can devour. Of course, he can also kill, and the situation suddenly became 3 against 1. If Vanessa, who assisted from the side, is counted, it is 4 against 1. The situation of the Burning Shadow is really too bad. You are bullying too much. If you do too much evil, you will die. I am so angry. Vanessa is the one who knows the burning shadow best. At her reminder, Ivan waved the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand. The 10,000 dragon banner was wrapped with the true flame of wisdom from the true knowledge spirit lamp, and with the amplification of the prophet's book, it fell on the burning shadow one by one. The 10,000 dragon banner showed the eternal power. The big flame dragon danced, followed by the sea of fire, and every move was fatal. The shadow-like dark flames met the purple wisdom flames, and it was like a nemesis, and it immediately melted like a bubble. It must be said that Vanessa really had the means to deal with the burning shadow. Vanessa, you and I have known each other for countless years. Why do you want to kill me? I have explained to you many times that everything I do is for our plane. Big Eyeball, are you crazy? They have dealt with me now, and you will be the next one. You idiot, why don't you lend me a hand? Do this, you want to die. The burning shadow was very uncomfortable, and the original stalemate collapsed in one day. If it were other ancestors, they could still escape if they couldn't win. With the magnificent power of the ancestors, no one could easily stop him, but the burning shadow couldn't do that. He had merged with the Ashes realm a long time ago, and it couldn't be separated in a short time. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The root of his misfortune was planted thousands of years ago. The situation became worse and worse. The burning shadow began to panic. He tried to beg for mercy from Vanessa, and also tried to scold the evil eye. Be careful of the evil eye. Vanessa's disappointment with him was not formed all at once, but accumulated over time. She had already seen through his heart, so she was unmoved and secretly reminded Ivan. Madman. Ivan certainly knew to be on guard, but the evil eye still looked like he didn't care, which was puzzling. The Lord of Nightmare's calamity has always been crazy, and cannot be treated with common sense. Vanessa deeply agreed. Time passed quickly. Under the beating of the three people, the burning shadow was dismembered bit by bit, leaving only Vanessa filled with endless resentment. A supreme ancestor fell. Boom! Suddenly, the evil eye attacked Ivan. Ivan had been on guard against this natural disaster chasing the master, so without thinking, he poked a dragon banner. The banner surface was swaying, and the flames were surging. After a close, Ivan's huge body of the true king kept retreating, and it stopped after retreating for a distance. The evil eye was not in a good situation either. A black hole was burned on the body of the god and demon that looked like a big eyeball, and black smoke was coming out of it. The pain made the blood vessels inside and outside the big eyeball more. What? This disaster master will remember you. The evil eye stared at him intently, as if he really wanted to engrave him in his mind, but his body was turning from real to virtual, and it seemed that he was going to leave. Ivan now has supreme power, and is in the absolute home court, so he is naturally fearless. Do you want to keep him? Forget it, the one in the nightmare plane is narrow-minded and has a bad temper. Given my current situation, it is not appropriate to cause trouble. Vanessa rejected his proposal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the evil eye finally disappeared like a dream, and it should have been taken away by the nightmare plane. In this way, the battle came to an end. The supreme power in Ivan's body quickly faded, and his realm changed dramatically like before, from the ancestor to the supreme, from the supreme to the throne. The rising tide receded, and he returned to his original appearance. Detienmu, the mark is still remnant. He felt lost in his heart, but he did not lose his composure. I give it to you. I hope you can become a supreme as soon as possible, Vanessa said very generously. Before he could say anything else, Vanessa's breath disappeared, not giving him the opportunity to refuse, and did not mention the previous things again. Ivan didn't know what to say. He knew that it was not so easy to take advantage of the mother of all things in a large plane, and this matter would never end. In the battle just now, he also deeply understood the power of the ash plane. The ability to collect other people's phantoms, and transform into countless fake bodies, was actually the power of the burning shadow itself. The original power of the ash plane was to silently absorb the power of others, and transform it into its own energy. The seemingly annihilated power of the burning shadow was mostly converted into its own energy by Vanessa. This is similar to the thrilling paradise, but the latter is far inferior to the ashes. 3 bursts of all things, Luo Tianmin, stealing power, casting a wide net, accumulating little by little, it really seems to complement each other. Is this what Vanessa really values? Ashes also have a characteristic that allows them to survive after being put to death. It involves the boundary between life and death. I don't know what the specific situation is. The burning shadow proposed that there is no creation without destruction. It must be related to this, but there is a deviation. Thinking of the ending of the Burning Shadow, no matter what the inside story is, Ivan still feels sympathetic. He can feel the absolute cruelty of the mother of all things when she is cruel. The Burning Shadow is definitely a lesson for the past. True Witch Throne, what are you thinking about? It's time to go home. The Sea Mother came up and interrupted his flying thoughts. Nothing, the power faded. I have to adapt again for a while. Ivan put away the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand and looked around. The normal ash domain shrank and a corner was expanding. Next to him, the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain turned into a strong man, like an iron tower, and was discussing something with Vanessa. Not far away, the others regrouped and prepared to return to Danala. TSK, everyone was taken aback by you just now. The Sea Mother said meaningfully. It just happened to happen. Ivan said calmly. Really? Of course, the Sea Mother didn't believe it. In terms of strength, she should have chosen two Supremes, especially the Wuyong Supreme, who was good at manipulating fire. The mother of all things in ashes chose to let the wizard in front of her do it. There must be an unknown reason. Remind you, don't forget that you are Danila's people. The mother of all things will not tolerate any traitors, especially people like you who have important responsibilities. Ms. Brab, you don't need to remind me. This wizard is more sober than you. Ivan replied with some displeasure, and walked towards the wizard team. A kind reminder, but you're still not happy. Looking at his back, the Sea Mother shook her head slightly. There was basically no spoils in this battle. First, the entire ash plain was almost destroyed by the Burning Shadow. Second, the upper level had reached an agreement, and they didn't need to accept the compensation. Is everything okay? Ivan came to the wizard team. Better than expected, the Sky Wizard King replied. The battle between the two large planes inevitably resulted in bloodshed and death. Their team naturally had a reduction in personnel. 36 people came to participate in the battle, and now there are only 28 people left. The dead were 4th level creatures, one arcane wizard was lost, and the rest were other lords. No one could avoid being injured, not even Ivan. In general, the whole team was not injured, which was much better than they had expected in advance, and everyone was very satisfied with it. Thank you for your hard work, go back and reward them according to their merits. Ivan didn't say much, it was not the time to summarize the gains and losses. In the following time, he did not do anything extra, but secretly notified several chess pieces in the Grey Realm that the original action was cancelled. The actual situation in the Ash Plain was not what he expected, so the things he had arranged in advance were naturally useless. Gentlemen, follow me back to Danila. Follow the order of the ancient ancestors. On the 5th day after the war, the army that had set out from Danila set out on its return journey. When entering the Star Realm network that only existed in the Hidden Realm, Ivan keenly sensed that a gaze fell on him, as if seeing him off. No need to guess, this must be Vanessa, the mother of all things in the Ash Plain. Time flies. More than 3 months have passed since the army returned to Danila. The smoke of war gradually faded away, but the impact of this victory began to ferment. The elites of all races came out and worked together to win another large plain. Such a victory is certainly worth writing about. Except for some things that are not convenient to disclose, under the promotion of the top leaders of each race, all kinds of news about the war quickly spread, and everyone on the surface and underground knew about it. Of course, rewards are indispensable during this period. Before there was any arrangement from above, the Supreme Council, under the leadership of Ivan, gave a wave of rewards to make everyone happy. Not long after, Ivan felt a strong call, and he did not dare to neglect it. He disappeared in the air in one step, leaving only an empty meditation room. We meet again. Evan Marichattan meets the Great Mother of all things. The space turned upside down, and he followed the summons to a dark space. The space was not large, but it was extremely stable. He saw the long-lost Mother of the Earth. The Mother of the Earth had a cold look, without any fluctuations, like a judge who was high above. Evan stepped forward and saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. I want to confirm one thing. Have you betrayed me, Danila? The incarnation of the Mother of all things went straight to the point. Please see, Great Tianmu, I was born in Danila, grew up in Danila, everything is in Danila. How could I have the heart to betray Danila? Evan guessed that there would be this question, and he was not in a hurry, and assured with words. Everything? Not necessarily. The Mother of all things Yannikin said. You mean the Black Star Army and Luo Tianmin? I only use them to explore other planes, secretly collect knowledge and civilization heritage from each plane, and use them to comprehend my own power. I also use them to plan the Abyss Realm, but I have never done anything to harm the interests of Daenerys. Ivan was busy defending himself. If the mother of all things judged that he colluded with other planes, he would be in big trouble. He definitely couldn't take the blame. Let's not talk about other planes. Vanessa of Ashes, do you dare to say that you have nothing to do with her? Yannikins pointed out directly. At that time, it was to deal with the shadow of burning and the eye of evil. The great Tianmu said that you and her had reached a consensus. If you don't believe it, listen to me from beginning to end. Compared with the ancient king, the throne status is even higher, and even the mother of all things will not treat it casually, but Ivan didn't want the mother of all things to have doubts in her heart, so he simply told the whole story. There is nothing that cannot be said to others, not to mention that the great Tianmu recruited him at all costs, and he firmly refused. She is willing to spend a lot of money. After listening, Yannikin said coldly, no matter what that person brings out, I, Evan Marichatin, will not waver in my heart. Heaven and earth are my witnesses, and the sun and moon are my witnesses. Evan said with a firm face, this is a good time to show loyalty. What she can give you, I can give you as well. Big Tianmu, you have given me enough, even 2 top-grade force treasures. This kind of love is unique. How can I have the face to ask for more things? As the mother of all things, there are many similarities and differences in their personalities. Although Yannikins of Danila is a little overbearing, she is also easy to talk to. She has always been impartial, and will not target anyone for no reason. In Evan's opinion, she is still quite generous, just like a wealthy head of a family. Chapter 695. The 7th floor of the underground world. This is the core of the Danila plain, and it is also where the mother of all things, Yannikins, usually stays. After the inquiry, she brought Ivan here directly. Ashes collects the power of the wise old man, and I, Danila, will definitely not be less than her. Yannikins clearly wants to fulfill what she said before. What Vanessa can give you, I can give you, and more than her. After entering the 7th floor, Ivan was completely attracted by the things around him. It's not that the scenery here is so charming and gorgeous, but the power of this place is extremely pure, very straightforwardly exposed, and people can glimpse the mystery of the power at a glance. There is no doubt that this is an excellent place for cultivation. Even if you throw a pig in, it is estimated that it can be cultivated to the Lord level. Big Tianmu, Ivan doesn't deserve your kindness. The thing is hidden there. Whether you can get it depends on your ability. Go ahead. Yana Kinsey was like a domineering female president. She ignored his excuses, and pointed to a cloud floating not far away. Ivan had no choice but to bow to the mother of all things and fly towards the vast and boundless cloud. The cloud was light golden. He could detect that the cloud under his feet was composed of a kind of bright power, like clouds, fog and light, and it was very vibrant. But there was nothing else here except the cloud. Got it. Ivan had seen countless big scenes all the way to the present. He was not anxious at all. He calmed down and felt carefully. As expected, he soon found the clue. There is an invisible wisdom hidden deep in the clouds. He followed his own judgment and came to the target in one step, but he missed it. What a fast speed! Ivan was stunned. He was surprised to find that the speed of this intelligent creature was not inferior to his own, and was slightly faster than him. He was excited to see the prey, and immediately chased it. You chase me. Once. Twice. 3 times. One after another he missed. Every time he approached, the intelligent creature would always move half a step ahead, like a slippery fish, or a naughty little guy. Interesting. After a long while, Ivan stopped this behavior of chasing each other. He stared at a certain position in the golden clouds with interest, thinking about how to catch the other party. Recalling the previous encounters, every time he approached, those intelligent creatures were like young swallows returning to their nests, and they were too obedient. This one in front of him was obviously not the case. He suddenly thought of a problem. Danera has a unique ability to use other powers for his own use and conduct deep localization. He should not miss the wisdom power he has collected. No wonder he is so different. Ivan suddenly realized that it was not his fault that the inheritor of wisdom was not popular. In this case, he had to take some extra measures. He could not appear useless in front of the mother of all things. A blue book appeared in his hand. Today's Prophet's book is also a medium-level force treasure. The abilities are still the same: calming luck, clearing strange powers, and foreknowledge, which is a step higher than the elementary level. The next second, he held the Prophet's book in his hand, and chased after the target again. Before he got close, he threw the Prophet's book in his hand to the other side. The power of foresight made the book lean towards the predicted position, and its movement was particularly erratic, and finally fell heavily. Little guy, this can't hold you. His method was very simple. Since he couldn't catch up with the speed, he predicted the opponent's next stop, blocked it in advance, and waited for the opponent to hit him. They were both intelligent creatures, but their abilities had different focuses. It was undoubtedly a waste of talent to use the Prophet's Book to block others. After being suppressed by the Prophet's Book, the thing really couldn't slip away. He leaned over to take a look and found that it was a rainbow of wisdom with 7 colors, full of spirituality. Ivan didn't hesitate to take it into his pocket. It seemed to be a medium-level force treasure. Sorry for the long wait. Thank you for your generous gift. Not bad. You are not the first person to come here. You have got the rainbow of wisdom, which means you have met the right opportunity. It is a special treasure that can save you a lot of trouble in the future. Yannikins was quite satisfied that he could get the treasure in a short time. This shows one thing, that he is worthy of the title of the inheritor of the wise old man. The value attached to him has been raised a lot, and he deserves more attention. Ivan's heart moved, and he expressed his gratitude again. This is the token of the spring pool. If you crush the token, you can go to the rule spring pool to comprehend the power of various rules. It lasts for 20 years. Whenever you want to go, just crush it. Then, Yannikins gave him another thing, an inconspicuous hand order. From what he said, Ivan understood that the rule spring pool was a good place, suitable for all thrones that control the power of rules. In addition to his rewards, all the participants in the wizard world have them. The mother of all things was very generous. She tailored the semi-force treasures for the Sky Wizard King, the 10,000 Wood Wizard King, the Dragon Flame King, the Green Dragon King, and the 1,000 Rock King, all of which can be cultivated into primary force treasures by themselves. The Sky Wizard King and the 10,000 Wood Wizard Kings can also help them condense the throne. Such semi-force treasures are clearly sent to their hearts. After Ivan brought the rewards back to the wizard world and distributed them to individuals, whether it was the Wizard King, the Ancient King, the Arcane Wizard, or the Lord, all praised the great virtue of the mother of all things. It can be foreseen that the entire wizard world will usher in a year of vigorous development. Ivan is very much looking forward to this. After he distributed the rewards, he went straight to explore his own gains. The Rainbow of Wisdom did not disappoint him. It is worthy of being something that even the mother of all things praises. Good fellow, this is actually a treasure of good fortune. There is no such thing as a treasure of good fortune anywhere in the star realm. This is the first thought that popped into his mind when he figured out the ability of the Rainbow of Wisdom. The Rainbow of Wisdom, like the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp, has 4 abilities: Rainbow Bridge, Transformation into Rainbow, Wisdom Light, and Avoiding Disaster. The first 2 abilities are closely related to speed, and the third can illuminate others with Wisdom Light. Ivan values the last ability the most, Avoiding Disaster. The so-called Avoiding Disaster, according to his understanding, has the effect of not getting involved in bad consequences and having good fortune. After he finished refining the Rainbow of Wisdom, the effect of Avoiding Disaster immediately began to take effect, and a trace of extremely obscure ominous air was forced out from deep inside his body, black, bloody, dark blue, brown, and very colorful. Good fellow, the evil eye actually thought about a junior like me, and left a lot of tricks silently without noticing. In fact, Ivan was not too surprised. He had fought with Evil Eye for a round before, which caused him to suffer some injuries. After he came back, he took several months to recover from his injuries. To clean up these subtle ominous forces, you need to rely on the power of the Prophet's Book, but it takes a long time to clean up the Prophet's Book. Unlike now, once the Rainbow of Wisdom is activated, the ominous power is driven out in an instant, as if it has encountered a nemesis. It turns out that wandering around in various planes through Luotianmen will also leave inexplicable evil thoughts. The mother of all things said to avoid trouble, which should be what she meant. With the Rainbow of Wisdom, any bad consequences will not be touched, and good fortune will naturally prosper in the future. The Rainbow of Wisdom is nurtured by the power of Daenerys. According to the knowledge summarized in the Iron Scroll of Qingmu Yuanmu, the Rainbow of Wisdom should be able to be further developed. Including the Rainbow of Wisdom, he now has 3 Wisdom-type Force treasures, all of which are of medium quality, and have their own unique features. Time flies, and another year later. Ivan crushed the token given by the mother of all things, and turned into a rainbow light alone, followed the guidance, and flew into the dark space, and finally escaped into a seemingly not very spacious pool. Once he entered the pool, he simply turned into the body of the true king. This surrounding is very similar to the initial state of the world before the evolution of all things. It seems chaotic and disorderly. At a glance, it can be dazzling. Compared to the place where the mother of all things took him before, the power before him was more exposed, and the power of rules was mixed here without any concealment. So many springs. His eyes fell to the bottom, where there were many spring-like things, spitting out the power of rules, earth, wood, fire, thunder, wind, shadow, etc. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Danera has the ability to accommodate all rivers and seas, so it is no problem to create such a pool of rules. I don't know what kind of operating mechanism, and what kind of transformation method it is, it's amazing. Looking at the entire pool, Ivan was delighted. There is no doubt that this pool of rules is a treasure land. Although the power of rules contained in the pool is a little shallow, it is rare to come here. No throne can refuse to come here. This is even more true for him. The power of rules he controls is the power of multiple phases, and the prepared statement is the power of 6 phases, which integrates the power of soul, life, space, fire, forest, and earth. Long ago, he had already planned the path he would take in the future, which required accommodating more types of rule power, so that the 6-phase power would become all-encompassing. He explored the various planes through Luotianman and the Black Star Army, and observed the power of the various planes, which was to implement this plan. Now, his 6-phase power is not just 6-fold power, but also related to many other rule powers. However, considering that it is not easy to maintain the balance between the powers, he has not yet integrated the other powers into the 6-phase power. If new power joins, the balance will inevitably be broken. It is not okay to integrate it rigidly, it must be integrated, without any barriers between each other. If this step can be achieved, the Supreme Realm can be expected. If on the basis of the integration, a unique rule is derived and smelted, the Ancestor Realm can also be expected. In the Ashes War, Vanessa gave him the seal of the Ancestor and lent him boundless power to squander, allowing him to briefly show the might of the Ancestor and join the battle between the Ancestors. Although the time was short, he benefited a lot. His vision was raised several levels at once. The road ahead that he had to consider before was now clear to him, and even how to pursue the realm of the Ancestor had a clear answer. The road ahead was set, and all he had to do was to follow this road steadily. Ivan knew that he owed Vanessa a huge favor, but he should not let down Yannick's kindness. Why think so much? Just practice. The time of the rule pool is not waiting for anyone. What's more, your strength is low, and you don't even have the qualifications to repay the great favor. It's useless to think too much. He threw away the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, and quickly immersed himself in the exploration of the power of rules. Hidden Realm. At Vanessa's invitation, Yannick's met her again, but the atmosphere of their meeting was not very good. Vanessa, don't think I dare not beat you because you are weak. Sorry, I have no choice. Who told you to ignore my invitation again and again? Is that an invitation? You are making trouble out of nothing. I find that your face is getting thicker and thicker. Existences like us can think of ourselves as a stone, a handful of spring water, or a breeze. What's the use of having a face? The mother of all things, as the name suggests, is the collection of the will of all things. The mother of all things has no permanent shape and can transform into anything. From this point of view, Vanessa's statement at this time is not wrong. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Tell me, what's the important thing for you to find me? Yannick sneered at this, but was too lazy to argue with her. You should know that, it's nothing else, I'm asking you for a throne, you set the conditions. Vanessa said seriously. She had contacted a wizard privately recently, but she couldn't get through every time. She had reason to suspect that the man in front of her was interfering, but unfortunately, she was not as powerful as him, and she had something else to ask for, so she couldn't get angry. Little did she know that a wizard had entered the rule pool, and was swimming in the ocean of rules, unable to extricate himself, and that was Danera's top secret place. Goodbye. Seeing her say this, Yannick turned and left. His attitude was clear at a glance. I can help you deal with the abyss and shadows. I have worked closely with them. They won't guard against me like they guard against you. As long as the plan works, they will definitely take the bait. Vanessa said hurriedly. No need. Yannick said without looking back. This expedition to the Ash Plain made her realize a fact. Attack is not defense. Attacking other planes and protecting oneself are two completely different things. The difference is like the height of the sea and the sky. If she is not careful, her side will fall to the bottom of the valley, and become the same as ashes. She has made up her mind that she will never stand up unless it is absolutely necessary, especially not to use all the power of the entire plane. Therefore, she even became less enthusiastic about revenge, the abyss, and the shadow. Wait, I can promise you 3 things, as long as I can do it, or sign a covenant, ashes will follow your lead from now on. Vanessa didn't dare to watch Yannick leave like this. She knew in her heart that the other party would wait for her to offer more favorable conditions. Otherwise, the other party would not even meet. After all, they are different from all living things, without so many courtesy and human relationships. Oh! Yannikin stopped walking away. She turned around and looked Vanessa up and down with her beautiful eyes that saw through everything, as if she was measuring how much Vanessa was worth, and whether it was worth it for her to lower herself and reach another agreement with her. Chapter 696. Are you willing to obey all my orders? Hearing the other party's excessive words, Vanessa's heart sank, and she almost laughed out of anger. I am inferior to others. When I have to, I can accept some unequal conditions, but it does not mean that I am willing to listen to the other party in everything. If I do so, what is the difference between me and the lackeys of the sect? The mother of all things in a large plane is so humble. Why is it so? You don't want to? Yannikins pretended to leave. If I say I am willing, do you believe it, Yannikins? Vanessa asked back. I don't believe it. Yannikins wanted to say that she believed it, but it was unrealistic. It makes sense. Even the chaos contract can't bind us for long. What about your sincerity? The plane is the darling of the long river of the star realm. This sentence is not just talk, especially for large planes like Daenerys and Ashes. The two knew this very well. For mothers like them to reach an agreement, they mainly rely on one thing, words and deeds. 3 things. Vanessa said tentatively. Not enough. Yannikins looked at her indifferently. Plus the Fong Yutu of the mother of the Earth's core. Vanessa pondered for a few seconds and then continued. Do you have the Fong Yutu? Yannikins' eyes suddenly became sharp and looked particularly unfriendly. Not there. Vanessa shook her head and explained, but I know where it is. I might as well tell you that I spent a lot of time and effort to find the Fong Yutu. Originally, if you, Delilah, didn't come to find me, I would also use this as a bargaining chip to discuss some things with you. Not enough. Isn't that enough? Don't think I don't know the importance of the Earth core lineage in Dayanala. Once Fong Yutu is found, you are very likely to give birth to a second ancestor and more supreme beings, and even the Earth core mother will be revived, which will be of great benefit to you. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Vanessa clearly knows Dayanala very well. Hearing this, Yannikins fell into a brief silence. The war 10,000 years ago brought many problems to Dayanala, many of which have not been satisfactorily resolved, seriously hindering Dayanala's growth. Now it has reached the point where it has to be resolved. Otherwise, the entire Dayanala will never be able to usher in greater development, and she herself has never been a mother of all things who muddles through. The 7th floor of the underground world. Ivan stayed in the Rule Fountain pool for 20 years, and these 20 years passed like quicksand on the fingertips. Ah! Time flies so fast. Everything in the Rule pool is fascinating. It's rare for him to express such emotion, which shows how reluctant he is. After 20 years of comprehension, his strength has risen rapidly. Now, there is only one threshold left to the Supreme Realm. Physical fitness, 100, spirit, 1000, true soul power, 100, multi-phase power, 100. The previous multi-phase power was 6-phase power, including the power of soul, life, space, fire, forest, and earth. At this moment, the multi-phase power has evolved into 9-phase power. Water, shadow, and wind have been added. The new rule power he comprehended is not just these 3, but he needs to consider the balance between the powers more. After a long exploration, he successively integrated the water system, shadow, and wind system power into it, and his strength was raised to the throne extreme. Now, the new balance forged by the 9-fold power is not yet smooth enough to achieve the effect of being integrated, so he is still a little short of the Supreme Realm. The power of Ash is very wonderful. In the Rule Fountain, Ivan used up the remaining energy of the ancestral mark given by Vanessa, and inevitably came into contact with the mystery of the unique power of the Ash plane. In fact, the power of Ash is generally based on the rules of fire, shadow, life, earth, wind, etc., which are smelted by multiple forces. After this exploration, he initially mastered the power of Ash, and could easily simulate and display it. In this way, his internal connection with the Ash plane deepened. Vanessa used an open conspiracy in this regard, and was sure that he would not ignore this unique power. Let's take it one step at a time. Ivan glanced around and walked in one direction in this dark environment. Maybe it was because of the long time he was sent out from the Rule Fountain, and did not return to the City of Truth, but appeared on the 6th underground floor. When he came to this place, he had to pay homage to the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain. Soon, the front suddenly became bright, and a majestic black mountain appeared. The unchanging mountain was so fascinating that people could not help but focus their eyes on it. Ivan has met the ancient ancestor. I came out. It seems that the harvest is very good. Indeed, that place is really a treasure land for cultivation. I wish I could stay there forever. Ha ha, many people have said so, you are not the first one. Anshan's ancient ancestor was very considerate and transformed into a man like an iron tower to respond to his arrival. The two of them couldn't help but exchange a few more words, and then they talked about the Ashes War. True Witch Throne, that great Tianmu admires you very much, and he should value your brilliant potential. Maybe, when you show your courtesy to others, you must have a purpose. I am the true Witch Throne of Danila, and this cannot be changed. Just think of it as a favor owed to that great Tianmu, and I will repay it when I have the chance. Ivan said seriously. He did not hide it. Even the mother of all things, Yannikins, recognized it, and he was not afraid of other people's gossip. You are right. No matter what, you were born in Danila, and this can never be changed. Anshan Guzu nodded slightly. Ivan also nodded. I don't know if he thought too much. He always felt that the other party had something to say. Anshan Guzu didn't say much. Ivan quickly said goodbye, and went all the way to the 5th underground floor. It is worth mentioning that the residence of the Dark Knight Mother is on this 5th floor, and Ginny is also here most of the time. Today, Ginny is about to launch an attack on the throne. How is it possible? Ivan deliberately sensed Ginny's traces, and the result shocked him greatly. If his perception was correct, Ginny had condensed into a throne. This was different from their previous plan. There was probably only one reason. The Earth Core lineage spared no effort to promote Ginny, allowing Ginny to directly cross this crucial threshold. The Earth Core lineage would not want to urge me to find Fan Yutu. He did not have such a strong desire for control. It was of course a good thing that Ginny could condense the throne, but the reason behind it was worth pondering. You know, due to the conflict many years ago, most people in the Earth Core lineage did not agree that Ginny would continue to receive the remains of the Earth Core Mother. Wizard Ivan, long time no see. Not bad, not bad, you have become a throne. What's the title? Have you announced it to the world? Ginny also sensed his presence and ran to see him without stopping. Ginny's speed in controlling the power of rules is incomparable to the past. Ginny Alsop, when she was born, her body was an ordinary pan iron root. Now she has transformed into a dragon pan earth root, which looks like a dragon blood yellow python, and has the power of dragon pan. She condensed the throne more than a year ago, but never announced it to the outside world. Dragon Pen Throne. This title is very domineering. You are ahead of Locke again. After listening to her story, Ivan was very happy for her, which meant that their strength has taken another step forward. I have informed Locke, and Locke is very unwilling. He is now the acting master of the Wuinling Fang. The situation there is more complicated. I think he will be able to condense the throne sooner or later. Just let it go. Let's go, take me to visit the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Okay, Lady Lilibet also wants to see you. Ginny had the same idea, and was hesitating about what to say. Afterwards, the two appeared in the Fangyu paradise, filled with sadness. The surroundings were covered with dim mist, and the layers of mist were motionless, like dead water. Meet the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. As soon as Ivan and the others landed on the small island in the middle, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess Lilibet came out to greet them. When they met again, Lilibet could no longer see his specific strength, but felt that he was not far from the Supreme Realm. She was moved and very happy. Wizard Ivan, I have something to ask of you. After the three of them arrived at the garden they had been to last time, Lilibet didn't wait for him to say anything, and chose to get straight to the point. Fan Yutu? Ivan asked. Yes, it was the matter of finding Fan Yutu that you promised last time. You promised, but you have been searching for thousands of years. Don't expect me to find clues right away. I think you should not put too much hope on an outsider like me. I have clues. Hearing Lilibet's words, Ivan subconsciously glanced at Ginny next to him, but found that Ginny was also a little surprised, obviously hearing such news for the first time. Then I congratulate you. Ivan immediately congratulated the Dark Knight Mother, and then asked curiously, Can I ask you a question? When did you find the clues? It's been more than 10 years. Lilibet did not hide it. Have you sent someone to verify the authenticity? Of course we have sent someone to go. The news is definitely correct. We are just waiting for Wizard Ivan to go with us to get Fan Yutu. Ivan didn't hear that the other party changed the order of the words. It should be that the news was correct first, and then the Earth Core Vein sent people to collect information on the spot in case of emergency. This is quite interesting. You have clues about Fan Yutu, but you don't go to get it back yourself. You are actually waiting for this wizard. What can I say? This is from my mother's guidance. Lilibet still gave the same answer, which made him laugh and cry. It turns out that if he, a human wizard, takes action, he will definitely be able to get Fan Yutu back. No one else can do it, including the Earth Corvain himself, who is so capable. It is reasonable for me to accompany you. Let's just leave it like this. I hope I won't disappoint your expectations. I know you are a straightforward person, Wizard Ivan. Seeing him give a positive answer, Lilibet's tense face finally showed a smile, and that smile was better than the thousands of flowers blooming in the garden. I go too, Ginny said hurriedly. She knew in her heart that the reason why Wizard Ivan agreed to work for the Earthcore clan was largely because of her. The Earthcore clan had repeatedly recommended him, even this time, to condense the throne. It made Wizard Ivan feel that he owed the Earthcore clan a big favor and had to repay it. Of course, she couldn't stay out of it. Okay, I need you to go too. Lilibet unexpectedly agreed. Wizard Ivan, do you have any objection? Okay, then let's go together. At this point, what else can Ivan say? He can't ask Ginny to be an ungrateful person. Mondora continent, Berta continent, True City. It took Ivan and Ginny a long time to return to the surface from underground. It was not because they encountered any difficulties on the way, but because they visited several places along the way. The third underground floor. The two went to Clement Forest first, but unfortunately they didn't see Meg, the Blue Throne, because Meg had been in seclusion for a while. After coming out of Clement Forest, the two came to the Thriller Paradise not far away, and met Julia, Nicole and others. This was the first time Ivan and them met again since returning from the ashes, and Julia and her group were particularly happy. In the following days, the entire Thriller Paradise was unprecedentedly lively, and the cheerful atmosphere soared to the sky. The first underground floor. The two stayed in the Comer Empire for a while. Finally, Ivan and Ginny returned to the City of Truth through the teleportation array of Suzaku City. Everyone knew that Ginny was a member of the True Witch Throne, and it could be said that they were inseparable. They were surprised and happy that Ginny became the Dragonpen Throne, the Sky Witch King, the 10,000 Wood Witch King, and they couldn't hide their envy. But no matter what, the wizard world has gained a throne to protect it, and the wizard fortune has become more prosperous. My lord, Sighing has something important to ask for. I hope you can agree. Not long after the two returned to the City of Truth, someone hurriedly prayed, hoping to meet Ivan, and it was obvious that it was something important. Sighing was the top warrior of the Black Star Army, and had made countless contributions to the early development of the army. What is it? Ivan's mind moved, and his consciousness descended on Sighing. Sighing begs the Lord to help save my family. In the consciousness space, Sighing knelt on the ground with a plop, and both heads showed an anxious look. Sighing was born in the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan, and lived in the Gingjin mountain plain in the long river of the Star Realm. It was drunk, and its ability light of pregnancy was awakened for the first time, which accidentally caused the leader's wife and daughter to get pregnant. It made a big mistake, and had to escape from Gingjin Mountain. Sighing started his wandering life. Later, Sighing met the Black Flame King, who went to the Extreme Beast Plane to rescue people. They got to know each other after fighting. Sighing was convinced by the Black Flame King, and joined the newly established Black Star Army. Since joining the Black Star Army, Sighing has changed his previous bandit nature, and worked for the army tremblingly. During this period, he was promoted to the 5th level Ancient King. Tell me, what happened to your family? My lord, you know that after the army got on the right track, I took leave and returned to Gingjin Mountain once. I quietly planted 2 hidden pieces there so that I could know the movements there in time. The Black Star Army is connected by 3 life and all things. Sighing is a direct member under Ivan, and of course, he can recruit 2nd level members. So, Sighing took advantage of the only chance to sneak back, and secretly recruited the 2 juniors as his subordinates to monitor Jingjin Shanyuan's every move for him. It was at that time that Sighing knew that he had a son and a daughter. Chapter 697. Year 3359 of the Berta calendar. A galaxy ship named Earth sailed out of the Danila plain, and sailed to the left of the starry sky at an unusual speed. From the appearance, it can be seen that this is an ancient small ship. The Earth has not been used for thousands of years. It's still okay. The speed is still so impressive. Ms. Brab, you are too modest. Really? I'm not showing off. Don't get me wrong, Wizard Ivan. On the deck, several people looked around with interest. Under the mad rush of the Earth, the surrounding scenery looked very unique, and the whole thing was like a sharp sword splitting the endless galaxy. There is no doubt that the Earth under his feet is the best quality ship Ivan has ever seen. The original owner of the Earth was the mother of the Earth, and now she has become the mother of the Dark Knight. After listening to the introduction of the Sea Mother, they learned that they had traveled the galaxy with the mother of the Earth on the Earth. That was a memorable day. At the current speed, it won't take a few months to reach Kingjin Mountain. In fact, you don't have to go together. Wait until I settle my personal affairs, and then meet up near Yuahu Forest. Ivan couldn't help but say, "It's just a matter of convenience." The mother of the sea smiled and said, "Besides, you are willing to help us so much. Can't we do some small things for you along the way? You are too polite. I just think that it's unacceptable for you to go together. Hee, we don't mind at all." The clue to the treasure found you to of the Earth's core appeared in a place called Yuahu Forest. That place is not an ordinary place, but near the end of the left side of the Star Realm River, which is not far away from the Silver Moon. Ivan originally wanted to go ahead and go to Kingjin Mountain to deal with Seilang's affairs, and then find others to join. As a result, these people from the Earth Core lineage insisted on taking a detour and going to Kingjin Mountain together. After solving the matter of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan, they went to Yuahu Forest, as if they were afraid that he would run away. He was really speechless. Fortunately, although Seilang's family was in a dangerous situation, it was not yet urgent, and they still had time to hurry. Through the explanation of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, Ivan figured out one thing not long ago, that is, the information about the Star Realm network hidden deep in the Hidden Realm. The speed of travel in that place is extremely fast, but it is extremely dangerous. Without the suppression of the Mother of all things and the Ancestor's power, even a Supreme cannot think of passing through safely. In order not to be delayed by possible accidents, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess chose to walk the Star Realm River and lead the team in person. At this time, in addition to the three of them, there were Jinny, Jinwu Throne, and Qingsong Throne on the Earth. This time, the Earthheart clan had put all their efforts into it. As for the remaining senior officials, they had already rushed to the Moon Lake Forest in advance and were guarding there. In the vast galaxy, there is a golden island. The island is called Kingjin Mountain. This Kingjin Mountain is the territory of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan. A large number of Six-Eyed Golden Wolves live on the mountain. In fact, not all of these Six-Eyed Golden Wolves have 6 eyes. There are also 5 eyes and 4 eyes. 6 eyes are the gift among the Golden Wolves, and they have the best bloodline. Recently, the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan is about to usher in a grand event. The clansmen who have gone out have returned to the mountain one after another, waiting for the arrival of this grand event that only happens once every few hundred years. Of course, there are also a few people who are unhappy. As the date approaches, their mood becomes heavier, such as Rose. "Jenna, Jody, I've brought you delicious food, come and eat it quickly." That evening Rose, who had transformed into a werewolf, came to a heavily guarded cave. She put on her outward expression, then quickly entered the depths of the cave, and called out to the prisoners inside. "Mother! Mother!" 2 figures came up from inside, but there were 4 voices answering, because the Six-Eyed Golden Wolves all have 2 heads, located in the front and back, but no tails. There was also the clanking sound of iron chains hitting each other. Under the dim fluorescent light, it can be seen that there are 2 young golden wolves inside. According to the growth cycle of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolves, they are still in their teenage years. However, they were imprisoned in a closed cave at a young age. "Eat, eat, my good children." Rose put the things she brought neatly, and while calling the 2 little golden wolves to eat, she used her claws to help them comb their hair, and her movements seemed particularly gentle. After a while, the little male wolf Jody suddenly stopped. "Jody, what did you think of?" "Nothing." "You lied. My little Jody actually learned to lie to his mother. Rose is so sad." "I just want to ask Mrs. Jacqueline, before the day of wolf fishing, will she come to see me?" Listening to the gossip of the tribesmen here, the day of wolf fishing is getting closer and closer, and there are only a few months left. "I hope Mrs. Jacqueline can visit me once, just once." Under the pressure of Rose's words, little Jody hesitantly said what he was thinking. After speaking, he lowered his head heavily, and his head almost went into the food. Rose was stunned after hearing this, staring at the son in name only, but actually his half-brother, with pity in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I know Mrs. Jacqueline hates me, and won't come here, sorry." Seeing that she didn't say anything, little Jody apologized quickly. Yes, and don't say sorry, Jody didn't apologize to anyone." Rose stroked the hair on his head with her paws, and comforted him in a low voice. "What about me, mother?" Jenna asked beside her. "Jenna, you are so good, how could you do something wrong? The fault lies with this world and your weak mother. Don't cry, mother." Jenna won't ask any more questions. Jody won't ask any more questions. We will be obedient and fish for the tribe. We will become the pride of the tribe, and maybe no one will hate Jody anymore." In the dim light, Rose heard her two children's words and hugged them tightly. Tears kept falling from her eyes. Wolf fishing is an ancient skill with a long history in the six-eyed golden wolf tribe. It takes hundreds of years for the dark ocean current to appear. The tribe will select the bait for wolf fishing in advance. The bait must be young wolves with strong blood, so that there will be a greater harvest. In the past harvests, a kind of dragon wolf cod was the best. Others didn't know, but Rose, the daughter of the leader, had heard that the biggest role of dragon wolf cod was to promote blood evolution and prolong life. It just so happened that the old patriarch Gingjin Wangswa was already old and needed enough dragon wolf cod. So, her two unfortunate daughters were chosen, or in other words, from the moment they were conceived, their fate was secretly determined by someone. In the cave, Rose comforted the two little guys, and dared not stay here any longer, and hurriedly turned around and left. "Hey!" Outside the cave, she stood on a hillside not far away, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and a heroic figure suddenly flashed in her mind, which was the father of the two children. Soon, Rose shook her head heavily and sighed. She knew that the other party would never return to Gingjin Mountain, and it was useless to think too much. Unconsciously, the beads in her eye sockets flowed down again. Rose did not notice at all that in the distance, there was a sneaky figure watching this side. Seeing this scene, the figure was a little restless at first, and then immediately became silent. Time passed quickly, and more than 3 months passed in a flash. The Dark Night Mother Goddess personally operated the ship, and the Earth continued to soar to the maximum speed, appearing near Gingjin Mountain in the shortest time. During this period, it was unknown how many billions of miles it had crossed. "How is it? Didn't I waste your time? I feel ashamed for causing trouble for the Dark Night Mother Goddess. Tell me, how do you want to do it, hard or soft, or just occupy it directly? I think this place is not bad. Why not take it once, and for all, and use it as the base for your legion? Isn't that a good idea?" The Sea Mother threw a bronze mirror with her bare hands, and the mirror grew in the wind, and a faint light shone from it, illuminating the surrounding obstacles. The mirror kept adjusting its direction, and soon, something appeared inside, and in the distance, it was a floating golden island. This island is Gingjin Mountain, the habitat of the six-eyed golden wolf. In fact, Gingjin Mountain can also move constantly, hiding in the vast void, and only the six-eyed golden wolf, listed in the genealogy, can easily find it. The fact that the group of people from the earth came directly here was entirely due to Sailing's efforts. "My lord, I think it's okay." Hearing the words of the Sea Mother, Sailing, who was standing by, did not feel that he had betrayed the tribe at all, and was the first to speak out in agreement. "You little wolf cub is quite sensible." The Sea Mother couldn't help but laugh. A long time ago, the six-eyed golden wolf clan seized the Gingjin Mountain plain from others, and they should have been aware of being taken away by others. It all depends on who has the harder fist. The rules of the Galaxy River have always been like this. Sailing said in a serious manner that his mentality had changed a long time ago. Compared with the six-eyed golden wolf clan, his heart was more inclined to the Black Star Legion and the Lord. Moreover, he was originally just a small role in the tribe. If he had not been brave, daring to fight and kill, and had not made many contributions to the tribe, he would probably not even be qualified to attend the leader's banquet. What's even more hateful is that after the incident, the leader didn't care about his past merits at all, and castrated himself directly. The most hateful thing is that now they don't care about the blood relationship at all, and they want to use their two daughters as bait for wolves. Such bastards should be killed without a single one. On the other hand, the Lord. Not only did he cultivate himself for a long time, making his strength grow all the way, and becoming the best among the ancient kings, but he also generously repaired his physical defects, etc. How could he not be grateful for such kindness? Wizard Ivan, look, your subordinates don't mind it themselves, and they are so enthusiastic. You might as well fulfill his loyalty, and occupy this place directly. The Sea Mother instigated again. Ivan didn't understand her thoughts. She just relied on the super strength of her group to give him a favor. You don't have to do anything, just leave it to us. No need, I haven't done anything for decades, and this wizard just wants to stretch his muscles. As he spoke, the earth approached the Gingjin Mountain plain with openness, and soon arrived in front of the big island. From a close look, the island seemed to be made of gold, and the whole thing was golden. In order to save time, Ivan was not going to get too entangled with the six-eyed golden wolf. He just pretended to be polite, and went directly to the door. For the guards on the island, a strange warship broke through many obstacles, broke through all kinds of outer protection, and suddenly appeared in front of the Gingjin mountain plain. This was undoubtedly a big change. Where did the madman come from, daring to trespass into the Gingjin mountain plain? Stop quickly! Not far in front of the earth, a group of giant wolves flashed, with star marks condensed all over their bodies, looking extraordinary, and they shouted loudly. These giant wolves, like the Psy Wolf, are all members of the six-eyed golden wolf clan. Look! It's the guy who was kicked out of the tribe, the castrator. Silang. Damn it, he actually brought outsiders to Shan Yuan. When the earth got closer, someone recognized Silang on the deck, but because of the extraordinary aura of the people next to him, the Shan Yuan guards did not dare to act rashly. In their opinion, Silang committed a capital crime that year, but he was not killed, but only punished. He should be grateful for the generosity of the tribe. Awuh! Your grandpa Silang is back again. Silang, you dare to take action first. It's unreasonable. This time I must take your life. Assholes, if you want my life, just come and take it. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The people on the mountain plain pointed at Silang, which immediately aroused the anger and resentment that Silang had suppressed for a long time. Seeing that the Lord did not stop him, he rushed out first. His good brother Jianing Banbu followed closely behind, and together with the other two commanders of the Black Star Army, they all rushed to Gingjin Mountain Plain. This time, the Black Star Army had a total of 4 commanders at the level of ancient kings and more than a dozen lords. After fighting with the guards on the mountain plain, Silang and others were like entering and leaving an empty space. Even if there were level 5 ancient kings among the guards, it would not change the current situation of retreat. In the fight, Silang did not hold back at all. With each move, he was either slightly injured or seriously injured. In fact, he was going to take people's lives, but he was tenacious in guarding lives, so he could not be easily killed. Stop! There was a lot of noise here, and soon someone came to support. The one who came was the leader of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan, as well as a group of high-ranking members of the clan. Their strength was at least that of the 5th-level Ancient King, and there were even 3 6th-level Venerable Kings. Stop for now. The Venerable Lord said stop now. The Silang group would never listen to the other party until the Venerable Lord, who was still on the ship, spoke. Ivan's words immediately attracted the attention of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf leader. Aglia looked closely, and saw the people on the deck. His expression froze, and cold sweat broke out from his back. He never expected that several thrones would come at once, more than their number of venerable kings, and the one who spoke was one of them. These people must have come with bad intentions. Is Gingjin Throne Carnegie here? If so, let him come out to see us quickly. Ivan stepped forward and shouted loudly. Sir, I am Aglia, the current leader of the Six-Eyed Golden Wolf clan. What can I do for you? I want to ask you a question. Is the Gingjin Throne here? This wizard doesn't want to hear any nonsense. Aglia was a respected king after all. Seeing that the other party was clearly ignoring him, he felt angry and annoyed, and unconsciously held the sharp blade in his hand tighter. Chapter 698. But Aglia knew that the gap between the king and the throne was like a natural chasm. He had been in the galaxy for so many years, and had been the patriarch for so long. Naturally, he was not a person who acted on impulse. Please wait for a moment. I have sent someone to report to the Gingjin Throne. The Gingjin Throne will be here soon. He suppressed his anger, and said respectfully. As for the other 6-eyed golden wolves, they dared not breathe when standing behind. At this time, the 5 thrones present no longer concealed their deep breath. The breath they exuded alone made many 6-eyed golden wolves bear heavy pressure, as if someone put a knife on their necks, and they would be killed in the next second. Wizard Ivan, that old guy wants to escape. Do I need to take action? After a while, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess walked out of the ship's pavilion, and told a piece of news lightly. Which way? Ivan was speechless. He didn't expect that the Gingjin Throne, whom he had heard of for a long time, was so timid that he didn't even dare to meet his face, and just ran away without the tribe. The older you are in the world, the less courageous you are. Originally, he just wanted to talk to the other party, but now, he should speak with actions. You have to hurry over there, otherwise you will disappear soon. I'll be back soon. Following the direction pointed by the Dark Knight Mother, Ivan turned into a rainbow light, and reached a far place in the blink of an eye. Jenny hurriedly chased after him, and followed closely. Her speed was obviously not as fast as Ivan. Seeing this, the Sea Mother and the Qingsong Throne, who were originally preparing to help, stopped their actions. I didn't expect that the strange treasure fell into the hands of the true Witch Throne. The Jinwu Throne on the side, she recognized what the rainbow light represented. But think about it, it makes sense. The true wizard throne has always been the inheritor of wisdom and power, so that thing should belong to him. You mean the thing hidden in the golden haze? Why does it look so familiar? Wizard Ivan has good means, unlike you and me, who have missed such a good opportunity in vain. The Sea Mother was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. In fact, the thrones of the Earth's hard vein have all been to the 7th underground floor, and tried to subdue the Rainbow of Wisdom, but all failed, even the Dark Night Mother Goddess. The two of them were chatting here as if no one else was around, and Aglia and others standing opposite were very uncomfortable. What did they hear just now? That the Gingjin throne fled regardless of everything? What did they see? That there was another terrifying woman in front of him, whose strength was unfathomable. How is it possible? Aglia hoped that these were all illusions, but unfortunately he could not deceive himself. Everything in front of him was real. At the important moment when the grand event was about to come, the tribe also ushered in the most dangerous moment. He couldn't help but aim his eyes at the wolf, and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Seeing him looking at him, Sailing's face was fierce, and it was obvious that he was not going to let it go. Brother Sailing, Who is your brother? Who is your brother? Shut up quickly, wait for my master to catch your old man, and he will punish you. Now just wait here obediently. Aglia didn't dare to care too much, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was hit back by Sailing fiercely. The words were so unpleasant that he was so angry that his teeth itched. This eunuch, he actually relied on the power of others, Aglia cursed inwardly. He wanted to fight, but in the end, he didn't do it. He was stared at by several thrones. If he moved a little, he would be struck by thunder, and there would be no chance of survival. For now, he could only pin his hopes on Gingjin throne, that is, his father. On the other side, Ivan rushed like a rainbow, and after chasing for a long distance, he fell in front of a person who was hurrying away, blocking the other person's way, forcing the man to stop. Who? A guess from afar. Ivan looked up and down at the old man in front of him. After a disguise, the old man looked very immortal, but in fact, he was entangled with a deep aura of death and decay. Obviously, this is a cruel old guy. Welcome, welcome. I wonder what the guest is here for. Gingjin Throne Ka Ni understood that his speed was not as fast as the other party, and it was difficult to get rid of the entanglement, so it was better to have a good talk. Ask for justice for one of my capable subordinates. Just this one thing? You and I have never met before. What else could it be? Yes, yes, yes. Please rest assured, sir. I will go back and arrange things properly to satisfy you. Carnegie had received the report before, and knew which subordinate this person was talking about. He was just a lunatic who was expelled from the tribe. He regretted it very much. If he had known this, he should have killed him directly without leaving any trouble. It was all because of that beast Aglia. He said he wanted to make that person's life worse than death, and also asserted that that person would definitely not live long after leaving Gingjin Mountain. He did not interfere too much, but he did not expect to cause today's disaster. Now, the situation is beyond his control, and he decisively chose to give in. That was my thought just now. I thought about it carefully while chasing here. People like you who can use even descendants and tribesmen as bait are really not trustworthy. In order to prevent you from doing bad things secretly, it is better to take you down first. Carnegie pretended to be timid and wanted to keep things quiet, but Ivan didn't do what he wanted. At this moment, Ivan changed his mind. The Mother of the Sea and the wolf were right. Gingjin Mountain was very suitable as the base of the Black Star Army, much more suitable than the Little Blackbeard Plain. On the other hand, he also wanted to verify his own strength. The six-eyed golden wolf in front of him was an old throne no matter what. Jenny, don't do it yet, hold the line for me, he said to Jenny, who hurried over. Arrogant! I will let you know the price of despising a throne. Carnegie heard this and knew that a battle was inevitable. He immediately changed to a tough attitude. Then, both of them turned into the body of the true king. Compared with the ash plain, Ivan's true king body was raised by 10 meters, reaching 99 meters, and there was a colorful light wheel behind his head, which he called the Great Wisdom Wheel. The Great Wheel of Wisdom emitted an inexplicable light, illuminating a large area around it. You still have time to stop now, otherwise, I will not let you off even if I risk my life. Carnegie turned into a golden giant wolf, with 2 heads. Although the golden wolf was old, the 6 eyes in front and back were particularly bright, and the whole might was not reduced. As he spoke, with the help of the pupil light, he spit out an extremely sharp extinction golden light. As soon as the golden light came out, the world seemed to be divided into 2 parts. But after the golden light entered the illumination range of the Great Wheel of Wisdom, the unparalleled edge immediately became blocked. The further it advanced, the stronger the light, and the greater the blocking force. Ivan still held the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand. The 10,000 dragon banner was wrapped with multi-phase power, and it was lightly placed on the incoming golden light, and that position was exactly the weak point of the extinction golden light. The 9 colors of the banner tip rotated, and the power of the 9 phases was like a millstone, rapidly grinding away everything. The edge of the extinct golden light melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon revealed its true appearance. It turned out that there was a Gingjin flying blade hidden inside. Impossible. Carnegie's eyes widened, and he saw his attack being easily blocked by the opponent. No one knew the power of his attack better than him. He wanted to give the opponent a warning, let the opponent know that he was not easy to provoke, and then keep quiet. But he was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 dragon banner knocked away the Gingjin flying blade and attacked the giant wolf. The giant wolf quickly raised its wolf claws to resist, and there were faint small shields floating around the wolf claws. With a bang, the giant wolf was swept away by the 10,000 dragon banner. Where are you going? Carnegie was covered with layers of armor, including a combined shield, a body armor, and a close-fitting soft armor. Even though he was swept away by the 10,000 dragon banner, he did not suffer much injury, but he was scared. He immediately realized that he was definitely not a match for the person on the other side. Taking advantage of the momentum of retreating, he twisted his body and ran away. Ivan shouted and chased after him again. This old wolf was definitely the most shameless throne he had ever seen. Other thrones would never just run away, not even taking back their own treasures, and giving up as soon as they said they would give up. The two chased and fled, running away. Jenny, who fell behind, thought about it, ran over and suppressed the ignored Gingjin flying blade. This flying blade turned out to be a force treasure that barely reached the middle level. You bastard, come after me if you dare. Just wait. When I recover from this breath and find your lair, I will destroy everything you cherish and make you suffer so much that you would rather die than live. At a distance, the two people who were chasing each other stopped. Carnegie looked back with resentment in his eyes, and cursed Ivan with the most vicious words. At this moment, Carnegie seemed so fearless. He was indeed saved from a desperate situation, and escaped to a special place. Not far behind him, there was water flowing up and down, and waves were surging. Looking at this scene, a word popped up in Ivan's mind: dark ocean current. According to Silang, the dark ocean current is an invisible undercurrent, and no one knows where it came from. It contains endless dangers, but it is generally inaccessible. Only in special periods will it blend with special areas and reveal real gaps. The six-eyed golden wolf tribe uses these gaps to use teenagers, and even children in the tribe as bait, throw them into the gaps, and fish out the precious fish inside. The whole process is defined as wolf fishing. Wolf fishing is a long-standing event of the six-eyed golden wolf, usually hosted by Carnegie himself. There is no doubt that Carnegie is a person who knows the dark ocean current very well. In this case, when he was desperate, he forced a gap that had not yet fully appeared and plunged in. Relying on the geographical advantage of the dark ocean current, he could show a look of a villain who had succeeded. Stupid, didn't you notice it? Ivan looked at him coldly, and waited until he had scolded enough before speaking. You don't even know where this place is, and you dare to play tricks in front of the ancestor. Carnegie sneered at this. He claimed that no one knew the dark ocean current better than him. Haha, didn't you notice that the breath of the dark ocean current is very different from the Star Realm River, and even incompatible? Ivan sneered. So what? Carnegie was unmoved, but the next second, he turned pale. Asshole, what are you doing? Nothing, I just want you to wake up, Ivan said jokingly, and at this time, the great wisdom wheel behind his head became brighter, and the light penetrated the barrier in front and accurately fell on Carnegie, who was hiding on the other side. Wizard Ivan, what are you doing? At this time, a figure broke through the air and landed not far from Ivan. The person who came was the Dark Night Mother Goddess, and her attention was attracted by the colorful treasure wheel for a while. Great Wisdom Wheel, why are you here too? Ivan did not mean to explain too much. In fact, the Great Wisdom Wheel is a means derived from the Rainbow of Wisdom, combined with the power of the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp and the Prophet's Book. The Great Wisdom Wheel combines the power of 3 medium-sized force treasures, and its power is naturally extraordinary. As soon as the light of the Great Wheel of Wisdom shone on Carnegie, he felt that his mind was covered with dust, and his fate was suppressed, as if he was about to be unlucky. I sensed an unusual breath. Come and take a look, the Dark Night Mother Goddess said casually, and her eyes immediately shifted to the front. Amazing, you can detect it from such a distance, Ivan exclaimed, his eyes also staring at the front. He wanted to see if there was really any change. Over there, what do you mean by what you said just now? Carnegie suppressed his anger and asked, because he suddenly had a very ominous premonition. He understood the dark ocean currents, and he understood the dangers here even more. Otherwise, why would he need to use wolf fishing? Wouldn't it be more convenient to go fishing in the ocean currents alone? Unfortunately, his retreat was blocked by the couple in front of him, leaving him in a dilemma. Since you are asking sincerely, I will tell you that the aura of this place is incompatible with the Star Realm River. As the degree of integration between the two increases, it will be increasingly repelled by the Star Realm River. In other words, the powerful guys in it will also be repelled, leaving only some relatively weak creatures. As for now, the time has not come yet. You might as well guess whether the ruthless characters in the undercurrent have left. After Ivan finished speaking, another ray of light was projected from the Great Wisdom Wheel and shuttled ahead. Carnegie hurriedly dodged and intercepted, but this ray of light was very strange and unstoppable, and it fell on him again, making his back cold. My lords, we can discuss it, we can discuss it. As long as you spare me, I can contribute everything I have in my hands, and I will never hide it. Carnegie gritted his teeth, lowered his posture again, and began to beg for mercy. It can be said that he is a rare person in the world who can do this as a throne. Let's talk about it after you survive. Ivan stared at him closely. Carnegie was about to say something, but he immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, a transparent tentacle suddenly emerged and reached out to him. He quickly fought back, spitting out a mouthful of golden light. This golden light was far less sharp than before, but it was not to be underestimated. It cut along the not-so-thick tentacles, causing them to split and scatter around. However, before Carnegie could be happy, the fragmented tentacles suddenly expanded, became longer and thicker, and the speed was incredibly fast. The appearance of many tentacles immediately submerged Carnegie, who was hiding in the corner, and a nearby area was also submerged, filling it up. For a moment, there was no trace of Carnegie in that place, only full tentacles. It's really dangerous. Ivan realized that he would never be able to return to the Gingjin throne. Not only that, but tiny tentacles were passing through the cracks and rolling towards where they were standing. Chapter 699. Seeing this, Ivan raised the 10,000 dragon banner and poked forward. With a sharp cry, these strange tentacles were turned into powder, leaving no trace. All of you damn things, get out of here. The ancestor is the Gingjin throne. Don't be so presumptuous. Oh! Save me, save me! At the same time, a more intense fight broke out in the dark ocean current. Carnegie tried his best, but he still couldn't break free from the heavy constraints around him. After a while, his painful cry for help was heard. Although the two sides were not far apart, the environment they were in was completely different. One was in the galaxy, and the other was in an unknown place. Carnegie had to pay the price for his recklessness. Soon, the thick tentacles that filled the field of vision turned into water bubbles, countless in number. A larger wave came over, and all the bubbles dissipated, and the Gingjin throne also dissipated. The dark ocean current became calm again, with only a subtle alien breath leaking out from the gap. Did you see anything? Ivan couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Hidden world creatures. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said affirmatively. Hidden world. Where is there such a strange river? Ivan said in surprise. Of course, you don't think that the hidden world only includes the network of the Star World, right? The hidden world is equivalent to the other side of the Star World River. Theoretically speaking, the size of the Star World River is the size of the entire hidden world. But the hidden world is far less stable than the Star World, and it is not suitable for the reproduction of creatures. There are exceptions to everything. You can imagine that there are basically no mediocre creatures born in such a disordered environment. Seeing that he was puzzled, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess explained in depth. I see. Forgive my ignorance. Ivan nodded. This is normal. The hidden realm is not within the knowledge of the throne. In fact, the more dangerous thing is the chaos. Anything related to the chaos world should not be taken lightly. The Dark Knight Mother continued. Are you talking about the Moon Lake Forest? That's right. Hearing this, Ivan didn't know what to say. It seemed that the Moon Lake Forest must be a tough battle, and there was no room for carelessness. Things had come to this point, and he was not ready to retreat. Afterwards, the two of them returned to Gingjin Mountain with Jenny. Excuse me, have you ever been to the Chaos World? Yes, my mother took me there once. We only stayed there for a month. It felt like a moment, and we returned early. It was a wonderful short journey. Is that so? The Mother of the Earth's core really loves you. Of course. While chatting, The three of them returned to the Gingjin mountain plain, where the two groups of people were confronting each other. Seeing Ivan and the other two return leisurely, the moods of the two groups were different. The hearts of the six-eyed golden wolf kings suddenly sank, and a bad premonition came to them. How about killing that cowardly old guy? The sea mother casually asked the other's thoughts. No. Ivan shook his head. Hearing his answer, Aglia and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Gingjin throne was there, these people would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would wait for a powerful throne that appeared and disappeared mysteriously to take revenge in secret. It's impossible. How can an old man who is waiting to die escape from you? If I had known this, should I have gone with you? The sea mother was a little unconvinced, and looked at the Dark Night Mother Goddess in doubt. Before the Dark Night Mother Goddess answered, she heard Ivan's next words. He didn't run away. He was smart enough to get into the Dark Ocean Current. The Dark Ocean Current is very unusual. Now, he was dragged away by an unknown sea beast. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Become fish food? Interesting. What is this called? Tit for tat. Hearing this, the sea mother rolled her eyes at the wizard who was panting while talking and then sighed. That's exactly the case. In the past, the Gingjin throne always used the teenagers and children in the tribe as bait, and let his little golden wolf be eaten by the fierce creatures in the Dark Ocean Current. Now he has fallen into the same situation, which is very gratifying. It's you who forced the Gingjin throne into the Dark Ocean Current. You all will die a miserable death. As the current leader of the six-eyed golden wolf clan, Aglia felt as if the sky was about to fall when he heard this. If the clan did not have the protection of the Gingjin throne, there would be no peace in the future. His eyes suddenly turned red, staring at the culprit Ivan, and began to curse. Noisy! Jenny could not tolerate someone cursing Ivan the wizard in front of her. Without thinking, she took out a long hammer and went up with it. Under the control of the power of the Dragon Pan, the power of this dragon spine mountain smashing hammer was far greater than before. Be careful. Quick, attack together. At this moment, Aglia and the other three kings felt it most clearly, as if they saw the footsteps of the god of death approaching. They did not dare to resist alone, but the three of them exerted their full strength together to resist the heavy hammer that could not be avoided. At the same level of level 6, the king is not as good as the throne with the power of rules. As the heavy hammer fell, two of the three kings who resisted together had their arms burst into blood mist and bone foam on the spot, and the other one spit out blood and was finally knocked out. Black Star Army, follow me to the island, kill! Silang, who was standing aside, had wanted to take action a long time ago. He secretly asked the Lord, and then led a group of Black Star members to attack in full force, rushing to the Gingjin mountain again. The Lord had already taken the Gingjin throne, and Boss Jinny had hammered away 3 kings, so the remaining little guys naturally couldn't bother them anymore. The remaining little things are the responsibility of the Black Star Army. Silang and others have the Lord's careful cultivation, and the training increase from the army. Now, among the same level, their combat power is not only outstanding, but also surpasses most of the ancient kings. The six-eyed golden wolf side has no intention of fighting. It didn't take much effort. Under Jenny's leadership, Gingjin Mountain fell quickly. Jenna, Jody, come here quickly, I introduce someone to you. Mother, is it time to go fishing for dragon wolf cod? In a slightly remote and dark cave on the mountain, Wolf Girl Rose led a person hurriedly into the depths of the cave. Before the two entered, she shouted to the inside. She responded with a nervous and serious voice. No, it's not time yet. Hearing this, Rose's heart was clenched hard, and she quickly opened her mouth to veto. After she finished speaking, she reacted, No, I'm here to tell you a good news. Jenna and Jody will never have to go fishing for dragon wolf cod again. What should I fish for? Are the teeth of the dragon wolf cod sharp? I'd bite it. That's ridiculous. That old thing deserves death. Jenna's words were like a needle piercing the heart, and it hurt so much that people couldn't breathe. This made the wolf man who came with Rose unable to bear it anymore, and he cursed at an old guy who was probably dead. His words scared the two little guys. Jenna, Jody, don't be afraid, this is your father, he is not scolding you. Rose noticed this, comforted him, and pointed out Silang's identity. Yes, I'm scolding an old bad guy, don't be afraid. Silang finally came to his senses, and looked at the two thin little wolf cubs with the softest eyes. Father? Jenna and Jody looked at the strange man in front of them in a daze. He did have an aura that made people want to get close to him. Hey! Silang quickly responded, feeling happy. Yes, He is the father of Jenna and Jody. He has brought people to rescue you. I will ask him to break the iron chain on your neck and take you out openly." Rose next to him rolled her eyes at him and reached out to touch the little golden wolf's head a few times. With two metal breaking sounds, the two little guys who had been trapped for a long time were freed, and the Siling family of 4 was officially reunited. Then, under the guidance of Rose, Siling rescued more little golden wolves, and the total number added up to 100. In order to keep the little golden wolves fresh, the upper level also suppressed their growth, which can be said to be an exhaustive effort. Since this day, there are still a large number of six-eyed golden wolves living in Gingjin Mountain Plain, but in fact, they have changed their owner. However, as the new owner of Gingjin Mountain Plain, Ivan did not stay in the mountain plain for a few days. After explaining some things, he continued to rush to the end of the galaxy with the Earth. In different planes, you can see moons of different colors, such as red moon, purple moon, gray moon, dark moon, blood moon, etc. You can also see moons of different sizes and shapes. In fact, there is only one moon, that is the silver moon hanging at the left end of the galaxy, which is also a round full moon. Endless moonlight emanates from there, creating a silvery and cold world. The closer to the left end, the more so the surrounding environment. Everything has a layer of haziness, making people look like a dream. How gorgeous. It looks gentle, but it actually implies domineering. A small galaxy ship soars on the surface of the long river of the star realm, bathing in the bright moonlight and moving forward. The direction of the ship is very clear, pointing directly to the silver moon at the end. On the deck, someone commented on the moonlight around them. It is not wrong to describe it as gorgeous, soft, and domineering. The light here is just like this. Wizard Ivan has a good eye. You are right. The moonlight here is indeed extremely overbearing, making most creatures dare not approach, because if they get too close and stay too long, they will easily get the moon disease. The end of the moon disease is to be assimilated into the moonlight and completely melt away. What about that plane? It is no exception. There are very few places like the Moon Lake Forest. They can be regarded as unique. After the introduction of the Mother of the Sea, Ivan had a further understanding of the Moon Lake Forest that was about to arrive. There is no doubt that this is a unique place. Places like this usually contain great dangers. What's going on? It looks more lively here than usual? When the Earth shuttled, it occasionally ran into other galaxy ships and left them behind, which attracted the attention of the Mother of the Sea. You ask me? Ivan was even more confused. It seems that something has happened recently. The Sea Mother frowned slightly. The Earth Core sent people here early, including the Fire of War and the Thousand Claws Throne. If the change did not happen recently, the news would definitely be transmitted here. I hope it is not a tricky change. We will figure it out later. Ivan couldn't think of anything by just thinking about it. He stared at the surroundings, as if he wanted to explore the deep mystery of the moonlight. Not long ago, they could clearly see the full moon when they stood on the deck, but at this moment, they could no longer see it. The reason was that the moonlight here was too strong and suppressed their sight. What was more strange was that they actually couldn't feel the brilliance of the moon. It still looked so soft. The only difference was that they couldn't see the moon itself, nor could they see the chaotic world above the long river of the star realm. Here, they were full of moonlight. The Earth continued to sail forward. A moment later, two figures flew over with the power of rules and landed on the deck together. They were the Fire of War and the Thousand Claws Throne. Sensing their arrival, the Dark Knight Mother in the ship also came out. Everyone, long time no see. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me about the situation here. Is there any change? The Sea Mother interrupted their polite words directly. Didn't you see anything strange along the way? The Thousand Claws Throne asked back. If there is, why do I need to ask you? Tell me quickly. The Sea Mother said. Not long ago, there was indeed a change. Something fell from the upper side of the Star Realm River and fell into the Moon Lake Forest, but I don't know whether it came from the Chaos Realm, the Moon, or the end of the Star River. How did the news spread so quickly? According to the people who came in a hurry, that scene produced a special shadow, which spread to all directions through the transmission of moonlight, and could be seen in a long range. This can only be said to be too coincidental. The Sea Mother and the Thousand Claws Throne asked and answered, and soon explained the whole story clearly. As the Thousand Claws Throne sighed at the end, they came at a bit of a bad time, but it can also be said that it was just the right time. After hearing this, several people looked at each other in bewilderment. Who cares about him? If it were me, we would just rush in and rob everything. With our strength, are we afraid that we can't compete with others? The fire of war said carelessly, breaking the brief silence on the deck. The others ignored him, and looked at the Dark Night Mother Goddess. Here, only the Dark Night Mother Goddess was the supreme, and she saw more comprehensively and accurately than others. This is the guidance of fate. The Dark Night Mother Goddess gave a seemingly plausible answer. Then follow your original plan. No matter what others do, we just do our own things. Anyway, everyone has enough treasures, so there is no need to make trouble. Ivan understood what she meant and expressed his opinion. It should be so. I seconded. When approaching the Moon Lake Forest, the earth slowed down. The so-called Moon Lake Forest is a secret place that looks like a crescent lake. Through the ripples on the lake surface, you can clearly see the dense forest standing at the bottom of the lake. There is only one kind of tree in the forest, a crystal tree with branches but no leaves. Chapter 700. The reason why the Moon Lake Forest has the word lake in its name is because there is really lake water inside. It is not ordinary water, but a liquid derived from the power of the moon mixed with other energies. This moon liquid is extremely poisonous and daunting. Once a creature enters it, it will not take long for it to be eroded by the deep power of the moon, directly assimilated and dissolved, and even the throne with the power of rules will be harmed. Fortunately, the lake water in the Moon Lake Forest will have a low tide period like the tide. Once the lake water recedes, it is a good time for everyone to enter it. When will the lake water recede? On this day, after a long journey, the Earth finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the Moon Lake Forest. Ivan and others could see the crescent lake standing on the deck. The water in the crescent lake is very clear and almost invisible, with no signs of hidden poison. There is no pattern. There will always be 2 or 3 times in a year. After retreating, how long will it take for it to rise again? There is no pattern either. It may rise at any time. Hearing this answer, Ivan frowned. In other words, once they enter the Moon Lake, they need to be prepared to retreat at any time. But the terrain of the Moon Lake Forest is very complicated. It is comparable to the underground maze leading to the underground from the surface of Dayanala. Both contain thousands of forks. The former is much deeper than the latter, and is extremely troublesome to explore. If things go wrong, they need to explore again and again, running back and forth, exploring dozens or even hundreds of times. Before they arrived, the fire of war and the 1,000-claw throne of the Earth's core had explored it a few times, but did not find any clues about the target. Is your source of information correct? Ivan was a little suspicious. It's definitely correct. The Dark Night Mother Goddess answered decisively again. Well, if it doesn't work once, then twice. If it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. With so many of us, we will find clues one day. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk about the source of the information, Ivan didn't ask more. He turned his eyes to the area around Crescent Lake. It must be said that this time, the strange objects from the sky attracted a lot of people. Some took boats, some rode mounts, and some flew directly, making this originally deserted place suddenly become very lively. It can be predicted that there should be many people on the way, and it will become more and more lively later. For him, the number of people is nothing, but it is a bit unhappy to attract the Supreme or even the Ancestor. The uncertain factors will undoubtedly increase, which will increase unknown risks. Crescent Lake is actually not small. It is said that it is more spacious inside, and can accommodate a large number of creatures. But as long as the lake water does not recede, people outside cannot enter it. Time passed day by day, and everyone was waiting silently until a special floating ship arrived, breaking the original situation. Good fellow, the Shigong Chamber of Commerce came here to do business. They really know how to pick the right time. The visitor was the Shigong Chamber of Commerce, which traveled all over the galaxy all year round. The floating ship of the Chamber of Commerce was carried by 2 tin-headed dragon anacondas, and its external momentum immediately overshadowed the surrounding warships. 7 people walked out of the Chamber of Commerce and landed on the head of the dragon anaconda in front. The leader shouted to all directions, "You are right, I am Arthur Euphemia, the owner of the Shigong Chamber of Commerce. I am very happy to meet you here. As the old saying goes, my Shigong has everything you need. Just ask for whatever you need. We will do everything we can to satisfy you." It was not difficult for the people around to see that this merchant Arthur was a supreme being, and the 6 people behind him were all thrones. Such strength was very strong. Ivan also saw an acquaintance, a middle-aged man named Cambard, who had made a deal with him many years ago. Merchant Arthur did not say much, just came out to say hello and show his strength by the way. After all, those who can run to the end of the galaxy are not weak. After the 7 people left the dragon anaconda head and opened the door to welcome guests, many people ran over immediately. In the long river of the Star Realm, the Qigong Chamber of Commerce is very famous, but its position has always been drifting. It is really not easy to meet once in the vast galaxy. We are free anyway, why don't we go and take a look together? On the Earth, the first person to move was the Golden Wu throne. That makes sense. Anyway, the lake water will not recede, and we have nothing to do. Looking at the current situation, the lake water will not recede for a while. The Qingxong throne agreed. Others were obviously interested, and the Dark Knight Mother Goddess nodded slightly when she saw this. The Shi Palace has a deep background. It is said that it was founded by the ancestor Mr. Dong Shi. Don't cause trouble when you go there. As the few people moved away, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added. Others nodded repeatedly after hearing this. They didn't expect that there was such a big background behind the Shi Palace Chamber of Commerce. Afterwards, several people left the Earth in twos and threes, passed through the gate of the Chamber of Commerce, boarded the floating ship, and came to the spacious business market inside. Most of the business market was not open, but was covered by layers of protective shields, protecting it tightly to prevent the things and creatures inside from being harmed by the moon. Only the main building of the Seal Palace in the center stood there brightly, welcoming the arrival of the nobles from all directions. When they arrived at the main building, they found that it was also deserted than before, but everyone could understand that this was an extraordinary place after all, and it was already very good that the Chamber of Commerce could do business normally. Mr. Campbell, long time no see. Brother Ivan, ha ha ha, I knew that with your ability, you would become one of us sooner or later. Good job, faster than I expected. Campbell was still the same, with eyes like stars, hair like lightning, accompanied by wind and fire, and he looked like a generous uncle with a lot of stories. The last time they met, Ivan was on his way to the fairy plane and the song praise plane. At that time, he was only a 5th-level ancient king. It was also in this main building of the Seal Palace that he exchanged a lot of information about achieving the throne from Campbell, but at that time, he almost emptied his own belongings. Brother Ivan, what do you need this time? You are a very good person to my temper. I will try to give you a discount within the scope of the regulations. After the two of them talked about the past for a while, Campbell asked. I have to think about it. The things in your Shi Palace are not cheap. Haha, don't worry, don't worry. Ivan stopped talking suddenly. Unlike the last time he was promoted to the throne, this time he did not need knowledge about the Supreme Realm, and he did not lack anything in other aspects. Thinking carefully, he lacked 2 main points, one related to the inheritance of wisdom, and the other related to Feng Yutu. But considering that he did not know much about Shi Palace, and these 2 points were of great importance, he could not help but have concerns in his heart. When he went out, it was better to be more careful. You figured it out so quickly? After a pause, Campbell smiled. I can't keep wasting your precious time. I have 2 requests. I need to buy a detailed document about the Moon Lake Forest, and the other is a varying number of plain star marks. Can you do it? The first request is very simple, and the second one, more or less, is fine. I understand that plain star marks are prone to failure. The question is also very simple. Do you need to consult about anything else? Next time. Plain star marks are actually a kind of plane coordinates, corresponding to something hidden deep inside the plane. Such special things can be used to anchor the plane that is constantly moving. Since the plane has its own defense mechanism, this type of star mark will also fail over time, but it is much more reliable than simple plane coordinates. Ivan has been expanding the Black Star Army to connect more planes, so the more plain star marks the better for him. Compared with his current status, these are just 2 small transactions, which can be settled with high-level currency condensed by the power of rules. It is cost-effective, and there is no entanglement in the struggle. The foundation of Yuehu Forest is actually this, which is really unexpected. After a while, Ivan walked out of the main building of Shi Palace, but he was still thinking about the information of Yuehu Forest in his mind. Shi Palace has done many studies on Yuehu Forest, and found that it is one or more star network hidden deep in the hidden world. I don't know what happened. These star network were solidified by the moonlight, making it directly exposed to the outside, and turned into a moon lake. To put it bluntly, this is actually a kind of moonization. It also shows one thing. Yuehu Forest is not only related to the Chaos Realm, but also has a great relationship with the Hidden Realm. With the inexplicable thing that fell down, the complexity of Yuehu Forest can be imagined. Wizard Ivan, you came out so soon. What about you? Didn't you buy anything? No, we don't need anything. On the way back, Ivan met Ginny and the Sea Mother, who were walking out slowly. The two seemed to be here to stroll, but Ginny was right. As people of the Earth's core, they are indeed richer, no matter how you look at it. The three of them left the floating ship leisurely. At this moment, a thin old man stood at the top window of the main building of the Seal Palace, looking at the people passing below, taking in everything. But no one noticed this, not even some supreme beings. Time passed quickly. More and more creatures gathered around the Moon Lake Forest, and the Seal Palace Chamber of Commerce did not leave. It seemed that they were preparing to share a piece of the pie, or wait for others to gain something before taking the opportunity to trade. On this day, the water in the Moon Lake finally receded, and thick white smoke rose from the mouth of the lake, like some kind of miasma. What are the arrangements? This is the first exploration. Everyone will act alone, choose a fork in the road, and try each other's luck. No problem. On the earth, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess simply set the strategy for this exploration and prepared to try her luck first. No one present objected to this, and they were not afraid of any danger. The weakest here was a throne, and it was not easy to have a big problem. The action began immediately. Like everyone else, Ivan and his party each found a position and flew into it against the thick smoke. These smokes were like evaporated water vapor, and were also full of toxicity, but the damage was not as great as any prepared throne. Behind the smoke was a thick layer of moonlight, which was almost solidified and firmly blocked the surface of Crescent Lake. This is not a problem for a throne either. After passing through 2 checkpoints at the entrance, the water below suddenly became clear, and the huge Moon Lake appeared clearly in front of him. It was not crescent-shaped, but at first glance, it was a bottomless pit, and there was no end in sight. The crystal trees seemed to be pillars in the cave. The deeper the moon cave was, the longer the crystal trees were. Smoke could be seen floating between the crystal trees. Some of the smoke was mixed with a thin special smell. If Ivan was not mistaken, it was the chaos aura. The chaos aura must not be touched. He descended slowly along the moon cave, and avoided the smoke mixed with the chaos aura from a distance. He soon discovered that the frequency of the chaos aura here was more frequent than before. Could it be that the thing that fell from the sky came from the chaos world? In this way, there will be more people coveting it, which is not a good thing. As everyone knows, the chaos world is more profound than the star realm. Only the ancestors are qualified to explore it, and the ancestors also try to pursue higher power from the chaos world. If something falls from the chaotic world, it will definitely attract the attention of the ancestor. Ivan shook his head slightly. It is useless to think too much now. Just try to avoid that thing. Moon Lake Forest is not a place without treasures. On the contrary, this extreme place is rich in various treasures. But he went down all the way. In front of him, there were only crystal trees, and nothing else. This is actually normal. It takes a certain amount of time for any treasure to condense. Other things on the periphery have been plundered by others, so it is not his turn to pick them. After a while, he chose a fork in the road and entered the passage next to it. It's exactly the same as what they said. These passages are exactly the same. Soon, this passage became no different from the main road just now. There were no ferocious beasts or other dangers. The whole process seemed very boring. Just like the Star Realm network in the hidden world, there is a great power that blurs the space. Could it be that this is the Star Realm network completely spread out? Ivan did not feel bored. He observed the surroundings with interest all the way, and his progress was still slow. 2 days later, a lot of smoke came out from the bottom, and the movement was different. He knew in his heart that the lake water was rising again. He immediately turned into a rainbow light, and returned quickly along the way he came, leaving the smoke far behind. In just a few hours, he rushed out from the mouth of Crescent Lake and landed on the earth again. He unexpectedly discovered that he was the first person to return. Wizard Ivan, you're pretty fast. Haha, I walked slowly when I went there, just studying the things around me. The second one to return was the Golden Wu Throne, falling on the deck like a stream of flames. According to Ivan, the Golden Wu Throne has another identity. She is the partner of Wuyong Supreme, and the two have been partners for many, many years. Not long after, the Sea Mother and others returned to the Earth one after another, and the last one to arrive was Ginny, who had just condensed the throne. What's going on? Where's Lilibet? How come she's slower than us? This wizard doesn't know. I didn't see the Dark Knight Mother when I came back. But there was still one person who didn't show up for a long time. In the end, the lake water rose, but no one was seen, which made several people anxious. Chapter 701. The moon liquid in the moon lake is extremely toxic. The throne cannot avoid the damage it brings, and the Supreme is the same. If you stay in it for a long time, you will inevitably be hurt. But the opposite happened. The water soon filled up the Crescent Lake again, and the Dark Knight Mother Goddess still did not return. Is it possible that Lilibet encountered other things and left temporarily? Hey! I can't contact you. How about turning back to help? Wait and see, Lilibet is not a reckless person. She knows the harm of the moon liquid better than us. Several people looked at the mouth of the Crescent Lake with worry. At this time, a thin film had automatically condensed at the mouth of the lake, making it impossible for the moon liquid to cross half a step. Time passed by minute, and about half a quarter of an hour later, a figure finally flashed out from inside. I'm back. Lilibet. The figure hastily landed on the deck. It was the Dark Night Mother Goddess Lilibet. She looked very embarrassed. The Sea Mother and others hurriedly surrounded her, and pulled her to ask the reason. It turned out that the Dark Night Mother Goddess relied on her own strength to move forward through the intricate forks, and went down to the depths of the moon lake. Unexpectedly, the lake water rose so quickly, and the speed of the water rising in each fork was different. On her way back, the lake water flooded the passage in front halfway, and she had to walk through the water, which greatly delayed the return process. One step slow, every step slow. Finally, the Dark Night Mother Goddess came back just now. Have you reached the bottom? No, I don't know how deep it is below. How do you feel now? I'm fine, I just need to recuperate for a few days. Then you should go in and adjust quickly, and we will discuss the other things later. It will take several months for the Crescent Lake to reopen, so we have time to make long-term plans. The Dark Night Mother Goddess looked embarrassed, but in fact, there was no big problem. After all, her strength was there. After watching her return to the house to recuperate, the others were silent for a while. Even a Supreme Being returned empty-handed, and was trapped inside for a period of time. The difficulties faced by people with less strength than her can be imagined. The deeper the exploration, the more dangerous it will be. When the lake water rises, others who do not have the strength of the Dark Night Mother Goddess may be trapped directly in it. If they do not explore the depths of the moon lake, it will be difficult to find traces of Fangyu. This is simply a dead end. I hope the lake water will not rise so quickly next time. That's right. As long as there is enough time, we can always find the target. Afterwards, several people discussed it hastily, but did not discuss any useful rules. Ivan did not express his opinion. It is true that he agreed to come to help, but there is no need to die and risk his life for others' affairs, not to mention that he felt that these people were hiding something from him. The moon lake is located near the moon, with abundant moonlight and no sunlight. There is no distinction between day and night, and no change in light. The entire Earth is not big, but that is compared with other galaxy battleships. Its external area is not small, and its internal space is even wider. Ivan has his own separate residence, with an internal courtyard, garden, waterside pavilion, and a specially prepared wizard tower. Wizard Ivan, let's talk alone. One day half a month later, the Dark Night Mother Goddess came to visit in person. She had obviously recovered. No problem. How about taking a walk in the garden? Ivan was not surprised by this, because in the eyes of the Dark Night Mother Goddess, he was the key person to find Fangyu. Please. The Dark Night Mother nodded slightly. The small garden is located on the side of the wizard tower. There are all kinds of flowers in it, high and low, big and small, showing their magnificence. Both of them noticed that these flowers all had silver spots. There is no doubt that the flowers in the garden are infected with the moon disease. Neither of them cared. Master Lilibet, do you have any detailed plans for the next exploration? Ivan took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. Next time, how about you follow me? The Dark Night Mother asked. Is it the same as your exploration this time? Yes, we must go as deep as possible. How can we ensure safety? I will do my best to protect you. As long as I don't fall, your safety will be safe. I guarantee it in the name of the Earth's core vein. Okay, I agree. Ivan was worried about the crisis of the sudden rise of the lake water. With the strength of the throne, he was indeed unable to cope with the bottomless moon cave. Since the Dark Night Mother Goddess dared to guarantee it, he would no longer refuse. The words of the Dark Night Mother Goddess were still trustworthy. The Dark Night Mother Goddess seemed to have something else to say, but she didn't say it out loud. Ivan didn't urge her. Anyway, it was the Earth's core vein that was in a hurry. Wizard Ivan, you are a learned man. Don't you have any other good methods? Thank you for your praise. I am not as knowledgeable as you. If I have to say other methods, it is nothing more than the power of prediction, but the Fangyu map is such a precious treasure, how can it be easily predicted? I believe you have used such methods more than once, right? Seeing that the other party was humble enough to ask for advice, Ivan thought that he really owed a favor to the Earthcore clan and needed to help, so he did not hide the fact that he could use the method of prediction. In Danila, although the means of foreknowledge are rare, they are not exclusive to anyone. That being said, you are the one chosen by my mother," said the Dark Night Mother Goddess. "Then let's go back to the Moon Lake and try. We may find something if we get close. It's best to bring Ginny with us and use her identity to predict on my behalf. This is the best way I can think of." Ivan simply did a good job and made a more effective suggestion. His ability to predict is entirely based on the prophet's book. This prediction has a characteristic that the more closely related it is to oneself, the more comprehensive and accurate the prediction will be. "Thank you very much. You are too polite." The Dark Night Mother Goddess did not provide any other information until she left, which disappointed Ivan a little. The Earth Core lineage lost Fanyutu for nearly 10,000 years, and searched for thousands of years with all their strength, but there was no valuable clue. It can be said that they basically lost hope of finding it. What was the result? The Earth Core suddenly told him that they had the exact location of Fanyutu, and they were very sure about it. If there was no trick, he would be the first to not believe it. There was an exact location, but he still had to wander around like a headless fly and take a chance. He felt that it was inconsistent no matter how he looked at it. And why did the Dark Night Mother Goddess not want to reveal anything? Was she deliberately hiding something? This question was worth pondering. Days passed by. Another month later, Ivan did not wait for the Crescent Lake to reopen, but waited for an invitation from Campbell. Campbell said that the Seal Palace was about to leave, and he wanted to meet again before leaving. Ivan did not doubt him, and came to the floating ship again from the earth. "Brother Ivan, come quickly." "Mr. Campbell, do you have something good to share with your brother?" "Let me ask you, do you know the great merchant?" At Campbell's invitation, he came to the pavilion, and just as he sat down, he heard the other party ask a strange question. "Mr. Arthur?" Ivan said in surprise. "No, I'm asking about the great merchant, the founder of the Shigong Chamber of Commerce. You should know who he is," Campbell said solemnly. "Mr. Dongshi?" Ivan asked in a low voice. "You really know him," Campbell said. "How is it possible?" "I just heard that the Shigong Chamber of Commerce was blessed by the ancestor, so it could develop so smoothly and travel the galaxy without any obstacles." Ivan hurriedly denied that such a big man could not be met just by wanting to get to know him. At the same time, he kept thinking in his mind, what did the other party mean by mentioning this big man? Could it be that Mr. Dongshi had paid attention to him? That doesn't make sense. "Cambridge, just say whatever you want to say. There's nothing to hide. The great merchant has been on this ship for a few days. I was fortunate to be summoned by him. During the conversation, he asked about how we met. I naturally told him everything I knew. Now that the great merchant has left, I'm about to leave too. After thinking it over again and again, I think it's necessary to let you know." Cambridge told the reason mysteriously. Ivan's expression was slightly condensed. To be honest, he didn't think it was a good thing that a strange ancestor paid attention to him. If possible, he would rather not have this inexplicable attention. Could it be that Mr. Dongshi, like Aoki Uenmu, was also an old friend of the wise old man? Or is he like that in Chi-Chi, hiding in the dark and plotting the inheritance of the wise old man's power, waiting for the right time to jump out and snatch it? Soon after, the floating ship of the Shigong Chamber of Commerce went far away, and Ivan still didn't figure out the doubt. After more than 4 months, the water in the Moon Lake forest finally receded, and Ivan and his team split into 3 groups and rushed into the bottomless moon cave. "You point the way, I will take you 2 deeper." The Dark Night Mother looked at Ivan and said. "Me?" Ivan didn't expect her to do this, and was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Okay, I do as you say." This time, the Dark Night Mother took him and Ginny to travel at full speed, and the speed was much faster than riding the earth, which made him really see the supreme traveling. Compared with the throne, the speed of the supreme realm is indeed a big step up. It didn't take the 3 of them long to enter the deep part of the moon cave. "This is white orchid grass for you." Their luck also came, and the treasures nurtured by the moon cave began to appear. The first item was given to Ginny by the Dark Night Mother Goddess. "This silver moon flower, I'm really lucky this time." After walking a distance, they found something else. The Dark Night Mother Goddess picked it up and threw it in front of Ivan. The treasures in the moon cave actually have a characteristic. Anything that survives the moon transformation and is preserved or bred, even if it is just an inconspicuous little stone, is considered a rare good material. Silver moon flower is one of the best quality things. It is full of the essence of the moon, non-toxic, and can heal many kinds of injuries. Among all the specialties, the best quality is a thing called moon fruit. This moon fruit usually grows on crystal trees, and contains more and purer moon essence. Eating it can make people comprehend the real power of the moon. Is this the root of the earth? The three of them went deeper and deeper into the moon cave. 2.5 days later, the dark night mother goddess suddenly stopped beside a crystal tree, staring at a yellow root in the crystal tree. From the outside, this root should have grown not long ago. Interestingly, it grew in the middle of the crystal tree and was completely sealed inside. If it weren't for the sharp eyes of the dark night mother goddess, she might have overlooked it. Is it related to the power of your earth core vein? Seeing her moved, Ivan couldn't help asking. That's right, Wizard Ivan, you are worthy of being the one chosen by the mother. The dark night mother goddess turned her head and looked at him with sincere emotion. In this case, why don't we make a prediction here? Maybe the probability will be higher. Ivan laughed dumbly, stared at the roots in the crystal tree, and then made a suggestion. You decide. Then predict. Ivan's hand flashed, and a green treasure book appeared, which he handed to Ginny next to him. This prophetic book looks inconspicuous, that is the treasure's own concealment, but in fact it has extraordinary power. Are you ready? Come on. Hearing his question, Ginny nodded without hesitation. The next second, Ivan's consciousness descended into Ginny's body. Ginny is different from others. Only if she is willing to cooperate, Ivan's consciousness can smoothly take over her true king body. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Mother frowned subconsciously, but wisely said nothing. For the prophetic book, every major transformation will spontaneously activate the ability of foresight to predict major events related to the future. When the prophet's book was transformed from a primary to a medium-level force treasure, the predictive ability was not activated, but retained. Ivan understood that this was to hope that he would take the initiative to activate the predictive ability and predict what he wanted to predict, but he had his own way of improvement and had never found a suitable opportunity. Now it happened to be used to repay the favor of the Earth Core. After the predictive ability was activated, as expected, a picture flashed from the prophet's book. This time the picture was still weird. It was moving quickly at the beginning, as if something was running at full speed, constantly shuttling and changing. It could be vaguely seen that it should be constantly going deeper into the moon cave. First there was moon liquid. Then there was a gray-orange wasteland, and the end of the woody crystal tree passed by quickly. Then a dark figure flashed, roared at the picture, and the changing picture stopped abruptly and shattered directly. Ivan's part of consciousness bounced back to himself, and he couldn't help but step back several steps. Ginny, how do you feel? Not bad. Ginny's condition was much worse than Ivan's. She subconsciously covered her head with her hands, then knocked it hard. It took her a while to recover. She also refused the silver moon flower Ivan handed over. I'm really fine, she reiterated, but there seems to be something wrong with the prophet's book. It's all fine. Just go back and recuperate. It's just that this prediction failed. Ivan took it and found that the prophet's book was indeed damaged, but it was still within his tolerance range. No, I saw Fanyutu. It turned out to be hidden at the bottom of the moon lake. The Dark Night Mother Goddess on the side suddenly said firmly, attracting the attention of the two people next to her, and looked at her. Chapter 702. Are you sure? I can see anything wrong, but I will never see Fanyutu wrong. Seeing the Dark Night Mother Goddess so sure, Ivan carefully recalled the scene just now, and his thoughts were fixed on the gray-orange wasteland, but he still couldn't confirm which part represented Fanyutu. Lady Lilibet, you should have seen the backlash just now, that black shadow, he said meaningfully. I will clean it up, and no one can stop me from taking Fanyutu back, the Dark Night Mother Goddess said with a firm look. After that, she broke the crystal tree next to her with a casual blow, and the transparent crystal fragments splashed everywhere. She took out the root growing in the middle. The short section looked like a mutated yellow spine, which was quite strange. This thing is most suitable for you. She still didn't keep it in her hand, but handed it to Ginny. When Ginny took out the root of the earth, her mind was attracted involuntarily. Thank you for the reward, Lady Lilibet. Ginny did not refuse. She knew that with the character of the Dark Night Mother, it was useless to refuse. Besides, this thing was indeed very attractive to her, and would help to increase the power of the dragon plate. Then, the Dark Night Mother said nothing more, and directly rolled up the two people with her own power, and continued to rush down. No one knew when the lake would rise, so she had to seize all the available time to find the right path to the bottom. Wizard Ivan, it's up to you to choose which way to go. The right. Soon after, a fork appeared in front of the three people. At the urging of the Dark Night Mother, Ivan did not use any method of identification, and he casually pointed to the road on the right. This place blurs the distinction between spaces. In fact, there is no real distinction between up, down, left, and right. The three seemed to be descending, but in fact, they might be ascending, or they might be traveling on the left or right. It is not easy to reach the bottom of the moon lake. Here. Left. Above. 7 days passed in a flash, and the three were rushing on the road. To be more precise, the Dark Knight Mother was rushing on the road desperately, and the other two took advantage of her convenience to move forward. This moon lake is really like a bottomless pit. Even though the Dark Knight Mother's speed is extraordinary, it is unknown how far she has traveled in 7 days, but she can't see the end. She picked up a lot of good things, which fell into Ivan and Ginny's pockets. At noon that day, the Dark Knight Mother stopped with an extremely ugly face. There was no other reason. They returned to the place they had passed by before. It was a day and a half ago that they passed by here, which means that they took a lot of detours. Don't ask me, you should know that I specify the direction based on my intuition. How about you try, Ginny? Seeing the Dark Knight Mother Goddess turned her head to look at him, Ivan said very bluntly. No, you will still lead the way later. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said coldly. That's fine. Ivan did not refute. He knew that although the Dark Knight Mother Goddess was sometimes easy to talk to, and did not put on the airs of a supreme strongman, she was actually a stubborn and obstinate old woman. Only when the Mother of the Earth was mentioned did the Dark Knight Mother Goddess show some warmth in front of him. Lord Lilibet, how about you leave me here, and you and Wizard Ivan continue to move forward, so that you can save some energy? Ginny suddenly said. No need. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess rejected it without thinking. The three of them set out on the road again. The surrounding scenery kept changing, but no matter how it changed, it was just a few monotonous things, and it looked like they had not changed places. 2 days later, the three of them had to stop again. This time, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess's face was even uglier. They actually returned to the old place they had walked 4 days ago, and they were going backwards. But the Dark Knight Mother Goddess was not discouraged. She didn't even take a moment to rest before she set out on the road of exploration again. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 9 days passed in a flash. The lake water finally rose. The three of them had to turn back quickly. With their terrifying memory, they naturally would not forget the way they came. This time they deliberately chose a shortcut and ran all the way. How is it possible? There are other shorter paths. The three of them thought they could go back smoothly, but they were blocked halfway again. The excited moon fluid completely filled the passage ahead. Don't move, I will take you out safely. Without waiting for the two to say anything, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess said solemnly, and the next second, she revealed her supreme body, which showed that she was going to fight to the death. This was the first time that Ivan witnessed the supreme body of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. She had lavender skin, pointed elf ears, and long green hair that fluttered like a floating green vine. She was wearing a bright yellow armor skirt, and each hand controlled a moon blade. A slowly opened scroll floated above her head, and the whole looked luxurious and brave. The most eye-catching thing was her face. A pair of deep black eyes, as if there were two celestial bodies that swallowed all light, which was terrifying, but there were twisted cracks on both sides, and black light faintly squeezed out of the cracks, which added a sense of hostility to her. At this time, the king's body had not expanded to its maximum, only about 10 meters. Puff! The Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and the two of them rushed into the moon liquid. The moment they touched the poisonous moon liquid, the scroll on her head fell down and turned into a shield to protect her. The pattern on the scroll was clearly displayed on it, with 3 crescent moons, 1 black moon, 1 purple moon, and 1 blue moon. It was written, Night Moon Picture. Ivan saw clearly that this was a top-grade force treasure, and the pair of moon blades in the hands of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and the armor skirt on her body were the same. It had to be admitted that this ancient goddess had an extremely rich family background. This also gave him a great sense of security. Crescent Lake, the lake water quickly covered everything inside, spreading to the mouth of the lake connected to the long river of the Star Realm, but was firmly suppressed by the diaphragm at the mouth of the lake, unable to move forward any further. What's going on? It's already this late. Why haven't people come out yet? It's over. It's been almost half an hour. If you don't come out, it will be hard to get out. There are very few good things in this broken place. I won't come back next time. The lake water rose slowly this time, and lasted for 18 days. This also caused many people to break into the deep part of Uahu Lake. It was complicated. After the lake water rose again, many people were trapped in it without paying attention. At this time, the people guarding the entrance of Uahu Lake were the companions who did not return in time, and the people who were watching the fun. What a damn treasure that fell from the sky. I don't know where it fell into the secret corner. Maybe it's not in Yuehu Forest. It's better to go back. Hey! Let's go! Time passed little by little, and after a long time, the people waiting there became discouraged. Some people made up their minds. Due to the weirdness of Yuehu Forest, they didn't want to covet any divine objects that fell from the sky anymore. Not far from Crescent Lake, the earth was anchored there steadily, as solid as a rock. However, the people on the earth could not calm down. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their eyes were fixed on the lake mouth, not daring to miss a second. Compared with the previous time, more people did not return this time. There were 8 people in their group, divided into 3 teams. Now only the Sea Mother, the Golden Wu Throne, and the Blue Song Throne withdrew to the earth in time, and the others were all trapped inside. In order to retrieve the treasure of the Earth's core, they did not put safety first, and they had thought of such a situation. But when such a bad situation really occurred, the 3 people present still couldn't accept it in their hearts. No more waiting. No matter what, I have to go inside to take a look, and withdraw if I can't hold on any longer. I think it's okay. Maybe they are just that far away. The Sea Mother was the first to be unable to hold back, and walked a few steps to the edge of the ship, ready to go to Crescent Lake. The other 2 looked at each other, and nodded slightly. At this point, they could only do their part, otherwise they would feel uneasy. In the surprised eyes of others, the 3 Sea Mothers ignored everything and plunged into the Crescent Lake. Their figures were quickly submerged. Many people around them gathered again, with different looks. Some people did not hide the fierceness in their eyes at all. After all, someone was seeking death, and they did not mind taking the opportunity to help. Not long after, a black shadow appeared in sight, from far to near. At the mouth of Crescent Lake, several people approached, forming a vague blockade. Get out! The figure inside came out from the mouth of the lake. Seeing this scene, how could he not understand what it meant? He waved the pair of moon blades in his hands very unceremoniously, and swept over with unparalleled brutal power. The realm of the Supreme. The few people on the outside had just thought of this shocking thought, and before they could dodge, they were hit by the hateful attack, swept away, and blood was spilled on the spot. With just one attack, 1 person died tragically, and the 4 people ignored their injuries and fled for their lives. How could they still have the demeanor of a throne? Finally back. The one who just attacked was naturally the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Those people chose to die when she was most annoyed. Now their fate is not bad, at least they were not chased to death by her. This time, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess brought a total of 7 people back to the earth. The Fire of War and the 1,000 Claws throne were picked up on the way. After the 2 were trapped in the moon liquid, they cleverly chose to take turns to resist the corrosion of the moon liquid. You resist for a while, I resist for a while, and so on. In addition, the people of the Earth Core lineage have rich resources, so they can barely hold on until the Dark Knight Mother Goddess passes by. Even so, the 2 were seriously injured and looked like they were only breathing their last breath, and they needed urgent treatment. Later, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess met the 3 Sea Mothers, who were in a hurry to find someone, and brought them back together. These 3 were fine, and only needed to adjust for a day or 2. Here, Silver Moon Flower. Facing the dying Fire of War and the 1,000 Claws throne, Ivan didn't care about the previous filthiness, and handed over the healing holy medicine that had fallen into his pocket before. No, I have other things here. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess refused. Are you sure? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess did not answer this, and took the 2 seriously injured people back to her residence, using her actions to show her attitude, so Ivan had to take the things back. Looking at the disappearing back, he frowned slightly. Wizard Ivan, please don't think too much. Lilibet's style of doing things has always been like this. She doesn't have any opinion on you. The Golden Wu Throne explained from the side. I just think that the Silver Moon Flower comes from the same place, which is more targeted. Since the Dark Knight Mother has other tricks, I won't meddle in other people's business. Ivan smiled lightly. You are also kind-hearted. By the way, thank you for coming back to pick us up just now. We could only use this stupid method. Fortunately, you came back in time, and no one was missing. Otherwise, this time would definitely be a heavy blow. To be honest, we underestimated the danger of the Moon Lake Forest. After a while, Ivan took Ginny back to his residence. Because the 2 were protected by the Dark Knight Mother from the beginning, they did not directly contact the moon fluid from beginning to end, but they were the only ones who were not injured among all the people. Ginny, you also feel that the attitude of the Dark Knight Mother towards me is a little strange. This is not my illusion. Well, I think Lady Lilibet must have concealed something important. I will go back to ask the Sea Mother, and see if I can find out anything. I am afraid that the Sea Mother, and the others don't know. The reason why Ivan is so serious is that the attitude of the Dark Knight Mother has changed subtly, and secondly, he has an inexplicable feeling that something has become empty. In recent days, this feeling has become stronger and stronger. It should be an ominous sign, but he can't predict anything. He regretted it a little. If he had known this, he would not have been so anxious to help the Earth Core lineage predict Fangyu to 10 days ago, and used up an important prediction of the Prophet's book. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He never really regretted what he had done. Then I will find a chance to test Lady Lilibet to see if she has any hints. You have helped so much this time. She should not be indifferent. Jenny thought for a while and continued. Okay, leave it to you. Ivan nodded. At this point, he had no better way. A few days after the Crescent Lake was closed, many people chose to retreat, and gave up looking for the sky-falling divine object. After all, no one has really touched the shadow of that thing after searching for so long. As someone said, it is better to go back. On the Earth, Ivan and his friends were not idle. They drew out the three-dimensional maps they had walked through to avoid taking more detours in the next exploration. As for the Fire of War and the Thousand Claws Throne, even with the help of the Dark Knight Mother, the two of them took a full month and a half to recover their normal mobility. It will take twice as long to recover. After recovering their mobility, the two also added the passages they had walked through to the three-dimensional map. There is no doubt that this is a tangled maze that is dazzling. Fortunately, they are all strong, otherwise they can't even mark it accurately on the map. Wizard Ivan, I'm sorry. Forget it, it's not a big deal. There will always be a day when the truth will come out in the future. Ivan didn't get any useful information from Jenny. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess is a supreme being. She doesn't want to say it clearly, and no one can force her. Ivan can only bury this matter in his heart for the time being and help the Earth Core cultivation to retrieve Fangyu to first. Chapter 703. Time flies. Looking back, more than 5 years have passed. More than 5 years is nothing to any supreme or throne, not even as long as the time required for an ordinary practice. The waves wash away the sand. Groups of people came and went outside the Crescent Lake, and now there are only a few elite teams left. The people who used to fight alone have also formed teams. In the end, all teams reached a temporary covenant, shared the exploration map, and searched the Moon Lake Forest together. The reason for this is that the complexity of the Moon Lake Forest is beyond everyone's expectations, and also because the divine object that fell that day has not been found. In order to successfully reach the deepest part of the Moon Lake Forest, and for their own safety, everyone unites together and uses their strength in one direction. This is the most appropriate way at present. Everyone, the Crescent Moon Alliance is marching into the Moon Lake Forest for the 10th exploration. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! After the water in the Crescent Moon Lake receded, there were 6 teams, all led by the Supreme, forming various formations and flying into it in a mighty manner. These are the explorers in the open. Everyone probably knows whether there are more powerful guys hiding behind the scenes. From the amount of chaotic air floating in the Moon Lake Forest, it can be analyzed that the divine object that fell that day is likely to come from the chaotic world. Such a chaotic treasure is inestimable in value, and it is normal for it to be targeted by an extremely powerful guy. Ivan and others are also one of the 6 teams mixed in. When they explored the Moon Lake Forest for the second time, the Fire of War and the Thousand Claws Throne were almost broken in it, which really scared the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. She re-examined her actions and realized that she had lost her previous sense of proportion and acted too eagerly. It is easy to make mistakes when you are anxious. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess changed her previous style and chose to calm down, slowly lay out, and explore slowly. Anyway, the Fangyu map is there, and will not run away by itself. Later, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess found that the passages in the Moon Lake were too complicated. In some places, there was no passage sensed, but one appeared accidentally the next time she passed by. Obviously, some forks can deceive everyone's perception and make people unconsciously ignore their existence. In this regard, as well as other factors, she began to push everyone to form an alliance and borrow the power of others. The development of things was as she expected. The overall exploration progress was advancing rapidly, and the ignored forks were nowhere to hide. At this time, they formed the Fangyu Formation. This is a formation that lowers the box of the Earth's core vein. It combines the power of everyone together, and turns it into a yellow python that travels thousands of miles in an instant. Although the speed of travel is not as fast as the speed of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess herself, it is not much slower. According to the ancient records of Danala, there was an unknown length of the yellow earth python, which was so bold that it dug through the earth. The vastness of the underground world today is inseparable from the violent behavior of the yellow earth python. It seems that the birth of the earth core vein is also inseparable from the yellow earth python. What a great Fanyu formation, worthy of being the strongest formation of the earth core vein, which fully embodies the grandeur and tolerance of the earth power. I wonder what the Fanyu map is like. After entering the crescent lake, Ivan and others chose a convenient path and headed non-stop towards the depths of the moon lake. Compared with the unchanging scenery around him, he focused more on thinking about the Fanyu formation. After some research, he benefited a lot. Anyway, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess had already recognized a fact and no longer forced him to show the way, so he was happy to take a break from his busy schedule. With his current strength level, he was only half a step away from being promoted to the Supreme Realm. With the help of others, he might cross that threshold and reach the same realm as the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Several days passed, and the group did not know how far they had advanced. Ivan suddenly had a strong intuition in his heart, as if he had a flash of inspiration, and looked not far ahead. Left? What do you mean? He hadn't made such a noise for a long time, and suddenly pointed out something, which made people a little confused and unable to react for a while. Wizard Ivan, do you mean to go to the left? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess was moved and asked hurriedly. Yes, keep an eye on the left, there might be a surprise. Ivan reiterated. Okay, I listen to you. The Dark Knight Mother of course still remembered the guidance of the Earth Mother. Seeing him take the initiative to speak, she immediately led the team to the left. As expected, a narrow and long fork suddenly appeared in the empty place. If they hadn't been concentrating on staring at that place, they might have overlooked it again. The earth yellow python gently swung its tail, and nimbly entered it. This is undoubtedly a new passage that has never been discovered before. Up. Soon, another fork appeared. Ivan pointed out the direction again. The Dark Knight Mother still did not doubt him, and guided the earth yellow python to calmly sink into it. Look! That is a root of the earth, which has transformed from a python bone into a young python. Haha, we are in the right place. After walking a distance, a familiar thing appeared in front of their eyes, attracting the attention of several people. The people of the Earth Core knew very well that such a root of the earth was closely related to Fanyutu's power. Seeing such a lifelike little yellow python meant that they were not far from Fanyutu. Okay, we have to hurry up. The Dark Knight Mother suppressed the excitement of others. After obtaining the root of the earth, she handed it to Ivan, who had made the first contribution. Ivan was not surprised by this. The yellow earth python continued to move forward. In this way, they walked through a series of large and small forks, and also harvested a total of 3 roots of different lengths. There was a faint sound of waterways in front. It was the moon fluid that retracted to the bottom. Hurry! Thank you, Wizard Ivan. I knew that my mother's guidance would not be wrong. You are right. Facing the words of the Dark Knight Mother, Ivan did not refute. This was not a sudden impulse, but he had predicted it with the prophetic book before. The power of prediction works in the dark. When encountering some key things, it will give some guidance, or it may not. This time, his luck seems to be good, and it may really include the blessing of the Mother of the Earth. The most urgent thing is to think about how to get through the next level safely. The next level is much wider than the passage they came in, just like the magma fault of the underground intestines of Danila. The moon fluid here doesn't seem to have changed much, and it is still clear, but in fact it is more toxic. Everyone present can feel it. They must hurry up, because those hidden forks have another characteristic. Once they are discovered, others will not ignore them as before when they pass by. It's so weird. What are you afraid of? It's nothing more than death. We've been looking for something for tens of thousands of years. We've already made up our minds to die. It should be so. The people from the Earth Core once again showed their bloodiness, which made Ivan wonder in his heart, but he had to look at them with new eyes. In order to save time, they were obviously determined to force their way in, and even the Dark Knight Mother Goddess did not object. Wizard Ivan, how about you stay here and wait for us, or withdraw in advance? You have done enough for our Earth Core, and we will remember your kindness in our hearts. Whenever we need you in the future, we will let you see our sincerity. That's right, you will be our benefactor in the future. If you have any request, just ask. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess immediately said that her words were recognized by the Sea Mother and others. Fanyutu's position in the Earth Core was unshakable. Ivan was the key to finding Fanyutu. In other words, he was the great benefactor of the Earth Core. No one could deny this. Lady Lilibet, please excuse me. Can you tell me the source of the information here? At this point, Ivan was not a person who liked to be polite, so he asked directly. Hearing this, The face of the Dark Knight Mother froze. The Sea Mother and others looked at her in surprise, wondering why she was so embarrassed. Wizard Ivan, this matter involves a lot. When I really complete the purpose of this trip, I will definitely tell you the details. In fact, you will know it sooner or later. It's a deal. After reaching an agreement with the Dark Knight Mother, Ivan did not withdraw halfway. He was not a person who gave up halfway, not to mention that Ginny and Meg were also in the team, so he couldn't just sit back and watch. The next moment, they were ready to force their way through the lunar liquid layer. Next, everyone must not hold back. No one knows how thick the lunar liquid layer is now. What defensive power do you have? Please use it all together. Understood. As expected of the Earth Core lineage inherited from the Earth Core Mother, when the Earth Core Mother was alive, the Earth Core lineage was the strongest force in Danila, without a doubt. The Earth Core lineage is also trusted and concerned by the Mother of all things. It is conceivable that the defensive treasures in the hands of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess and her entourage are all medium-level force treasures, and even Ginny and Meg are no exception. Ivan has a high-level witch and ghost-like face, but he is not inferior to anyone. Several people formed a square formation according to their respective positions, and the Earth Yellow Python reappeared, with defensive power wrapped layer by layer, and various powers alternately blended, and the power increased by several points compared to before. Plop! The Earth Yellow Python shook its head and tail, broke through the water surface, and probed into the extremely vicious lunar liquid. It can be seen that the surrounding moon liquid is boiling at a speed visible to the naked eye, corroding the outer layer of the Earth Yellow Python, making a sizzling sound and gray smoke swirling. This scene made Ivan, who was in the middle of the Earth Yellow Python, tremble with fear. Fortunately, the person in the main formation was not him, but the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess must bear the greatest pressure. At this moment, everyone tried their best. The Earth Yellow Python wandered in the depths of the moon liquid, constantly moving in one direction, and the speed was not slow. I sensed it. After a long time, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess suddenly said, "Really?" she said vaguely, but others heard it clearly. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess sensed Fanyutu, and Fanyutu, which had been lost for 10,000 years, was finally returning to the center of the earth. Try harder. The people of the Earth Core suppressed their excitement and tried to mobilize their strength. However, before they could be happy for long, something unexpected happened. Someone else came later, and not only caught up with them, but also passed by them calmly, not taking them seriously at all. "Young man, thank you for leading the way, ha ha ha." There were two figures, one in front and one behind. The one in front said nothing, while the one behind greeted them deliberately, with a hint of joking in his words. The two left Ivan and his group behind. "It's the ancestor." Sure enough, someone is hiding behind. "What should we do? If my mother is still here, who dares to treat me like this? Damn it, let's go and fight them." The two ancestors disappeared quickly, and even their backs could not be seen. The one in front should have been disguised. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess only recognized the one behind, and that person was the Great Thunder Ancestor. With the ancestor taking the lead, the Fire of War and others panicked. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. Don't forget that according to the prediction of Wizard Ivan, there is an unknown black shadow below, which is also difficult to deal with. If they run over this time, they may be able to help us solve that thing, and save us from taking action. Lilibet, if they go, our things will be gone. Relax, their goal is the sky-fallen objects from the chaotic world, which is not consistent with our goal. There is no need to panic for the time being. Although several people were anxious, they did not mention the word Fanyutu in their words, just like before, for fear of leaking the most core secrets. At the moment, they had no better way, so they could only rush over as soon as possible. Some people prayed in their hearts, hoping that Fanyutu would not be discovered. Two figures broke through the moon liquid almost at the same time, and stepped into the space on the other side. A vast and barren plain came into view. Crystal trees grew here. It can be seen that the crystal trees here are brown, just like normal giant trees. TSK, what a magnificent scene. It actually resisted the moon transformation. These are all good things worth a lot of money. The two people were dressed similarly, and the burly green-robed old man on the right side. If you want to dig up the roots of the crystal tree, aren't you afraid that the entire moon lake will collapse? The skinny black-robed old man on the left said with some displeasure. So what if it collapses? At most, it falls into the hidden world, which saves me the trouble of traveling. The green-robed old man put on an indifferent attitude, then thought of something and sneered. "Haha, Mr. Dongshi, why do you have to hide your head and tail? No matter how you hide, the ancestor will recognize you, and I have taken care of your business. Whatever you guess, tell me, the thing below, each of you depends on your ability, or split it into two. For the green-robed old man's guess about his identity, the black-robed old man on the other side did not give a positive response, but turned the topic to the chaotic things that fell on the wasteland. There was a stone with thick chaotic smoke. The whole big stone looked black, and the surrounding space was distorted by the chaotic smoke, so it was not easy to see its true appearance. But the two knew that the things that could fall out of the chaos must not be ordinary items, and their value needed them to explore. As for the crystal tree that withstood the moon, it was not worth mentioning in front of the chaotic object, and none of them would really care about it. After the black-robed old man finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire space became very stiff, and even the chaotic smoke on the chaotic object was affected and was frozen there. Chapter 704. Deep in the Moon Lake Forest, a yellow earth python rushed deeper. Suddenly, without any warning, several crystal trees around shook violently and were about to break, and the highly toxic moon liquid also became restless. Turbulence suddenly arose, and the danger increased significantly. The two ancestors are fighting. No matter what, we can't stop moving forward. The worst thing is to sacrifice our lives. The yellow earth python's progress became more and more difficult, but thinking of Fanyutu, who was thinking about it day and night in front, no one in the earth core vein retreated. Even if there were two ancestors there, it could not shake their determination at all. Cruising in the chaotic moon liquid, the yellow earth python kept changing directions up and down, left and right. Not long after, the yellow earth python finally broke through the water and came to the other side of the space, and the eyes suddenly became empty. Haha, several juniors have come to join in the fun. It seems that what you said about splitting in two is not enough. Great Thunder Ancestor, let me ask you one last time, how about you and I split in half? Not enough. Then don't blame me for being rude. The arrival of Ivan and his party attracted the attention of the two ancestors. After only paying attention for a second, they forgot about them, and clearly didn't take them seriously. Afterwards, the old man in black robe and the old man in green robe fought more fiercely, and even used the body of the supreme ancestor. On one side, the thunder was as powerful as a rock cutting the sun. On the other side, the wind and waves were raging, black wind and green waves were surging. This huge space suddenly became narrow, and was affected by the aftermath of the battle between the two ancestors, as if it had become another world. They fought so recklessly, wouldn't the moon fluid on it rise back in advance? Judging from the current intensity, it will definitely affect us temporarily. We can just seize the opportunity to find our target. Ivan and his group were very happy that they were not taken seriously. They wisely chose to avoid the sharp edge and retreated all the way to the side until they huddled in a corner. Looking from the corner, the surroundings were covered by the aftermath of the battle between the two ancestors, and even the vision was disturbed. They slowly fell to the ground. Ivan stared blankly at the wasteland under his feet. He had a feeling that Fanyutu, who was in the heart of the earth, was under his feet, and should be very deep underground. In addition to him, several people from the Dark Night Mother Goddess also had a feeling. The induction intensity was different, but it all showed one thing: Fanyutu was underneath. Several people looked at each other, and for a moment, it was difficult to hide their joy. Let's go! Slow down, this is not appropriate. It's better to stay here and secretly retrieve Fanyutu to avoid attracting the attention of those two old guys. Someone suggested going deep underground, but was rejected by the Dark Night Mother Goddess. The Dark Night Mother Goddess didn't think that the two ancestors would sit back and watch them disappear. Once they attracted their attention, it would be basically impossible to retrieve Fanyutu safely. She would rather go slower. This statement calmed the others down and won their approval. Lilibet, you go and find out first. We will protect the surroundings for you. Okay. It's true that Fanyutu is underground, but they have no idea what state he is in now. It is estimated that it is not a normal state. Otherwise, they would have summoned Fanyutu long ago, and there would be no need for an outsider to predict. The Dark Night Mother Goddess did not refuse, and secretly extended a ray of power underground, and the underground scenery was clearly presented in her eyes. As expected, Fanyutu was deep underground, traversing that place, and there were thick and long roots inside and outside Fanyutu, intertwined. The larger the space, the wider the entire Fanyutu was. After stepping over Fanyutu, the other side was filled with uncertain energy. The colors were particularly colorful, and it was also dangerous. Lilibet, what's wrong? After a while, the people waiting around saw that her face was a little dark and heavy, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Could it be that Fanyutu had a big problem? The Dark Night Mother Goddess did not answer, and was still exploring there, Her face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. What's wrong? When she came to her senses, the Sea Mother couldn't help asking again. You can see for yourself. The Dark Night Mother waved her hand, and a faint glow enveloped the surroundings, presenting the scenery she saw one by one, and presenting it to the perception of several people. It turned out that Fan Yutu had been right in front of them, and all the crystal trees in the Moon Lake were the power extended by Fan Yutu. However, these powers were suppressed by the moonlight emitted by the silver moon. Under the effect of the moon transformation, the appearance of the giant trees changed drastically, so that everyone in the Earth core vein turned a blind eye and never noticed anything unusual. In other words, Fan Yutu had been sending signals to the outside world to reveal his whereabouts. But the Earth core vein made a serious mistake and missed the best time to retrieve Fan Yutu. Now it is not so easy to take it back, because Fan Yutu is merged with the Moon Lake and turned into the foundation of the bottom of the entire Moon Lake. Taking Fan Yutu away means that not only the roots of Yuehu Forest are uprooted, but also the foundation of Yuehu Forest is dug up. The entire Yuehu Forest is bound to fall apart. Even if all the consequences are not considered, it is not easy to take Fan Yutu away. One move will affect the whole body. They need to separate Fan Yutu from Yuehu Forest, which will undoubtedly consume a lot of strength. How could this happen? At this time, the expressions of Haimu and others became particularly solemn, and they felt caught off guard. Several people kept looking at other people. No matter what, we must take back what belongs to us, and we don't think about it. After a while, the Dark Night Mother said firmly, well, it has been lost for tens of thousands of years, and it's time to return. Haimu was the first to agree. For the Earth Core and Dan era, we have no choice but to do it. It should be so. Let's do it. No matter what the consequences are, we will bear them all. After getting over the initial confusion, the people of the Earth Core made up their minds one by one. Even if they turned the Moon Lake Forest upside down, they would bring Fan Yutu back to Dan era. They could ignore all the consequences and spare no expense. Wizard Ivan, take Ginny and withdraw first. The Dark Night Mother said to Ivan, whose expression remained unchanged. Lord Lilibet, do you think we can leave now? Ivan replied with a wry smile. Before the Earth Core started to turn the world upside down, the two ancestors had already stirred up the surroundings, and the space was disordered. Besides, the moon fluid should have risen back at this moment, so there was no way out. After hearing his words, the Dark Night Mother realized these things belatedly, and did not continue the topic. On the other side, the two ancestors fought so hard that the sky and the earth lost their color. But both of them were veteran ancestors, and this space was too narrow to use all their means, so no one could defeat the other in a short time. On the contrary, the crystal trees in the space suffered a great disaster, and they collapsed one after another, and were annihilated in the battle. At a certain moment, the great owl Lei Zu played a trick and found an opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the black-robed old man, and pounced on the chaotic thing on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the chaotic thing was contained in his body. Ha ha, Mr. Dongshi, I am still better. After the great owl Lei Zu succeeded, he showed a happy smile. Really? How do you know I didn't mean it? The black-robed old man sneered. You want to cheat me, but I won't be fooled by a businessman like you. The great thunder ancestor didn't care. While retorting, he peeled off the chaotic smoke on the outside of the chaotic object to make it easier to put the thing into his pocket. Suddenly, the huge chaotic object inexplicably agitated, like the beating of a certain kind of heart. A deeper chaotic black smoke emerged from the chaotic object, and strangely passed through the blocking power of the great thunder ancestor and penetrated into the body of his ancestor at an incredible speed. The great thunder ancestor was well informed, and would not be frightened by this small movement. He immediately concentrated his power to sweep it across. What he didn't expect happened. Under the squeeze of the two forces, the chaotic black smoke directly merged with his rule power, and only a part of the black smoke was swept out. What, did I say anything wrong? The old man in black robes saw this scene. So what, the old ancestor's power that has not changed for thousands of years is increasing. It's really a good treasure. The great owl thunder ancestor was unmoved. Seeing that his power was constantly growing, he simply let go of the resistance, and personally guided the chaotic black smoke into his body. Aren't you afraid of losing yourself? What if I lose it? I can find it back later. At that time, the ancestor will still be the ancestor. The two were both ancestors of the same faction, but their cultivation concepts were obviously different. The great owl thunder ancestor could accept breathing and everything that enhanced his strength first, even if it would disrupt his thinking, and then slowly tame it afterwards. Such crazy behavior made the black-robed old man speechless. He obviously miscalculated and did not expect the other party to act so rudely. Haha, it's great. Come on, I want you to help me practice. Before the black-robed old man could make any other reactions, the great owl thunder ancestor shouted happily and came again with the chaotic things, and his momentum was more fierce than before. The black-robed old man cursed secretly and went to meet him brazenly. He was still thinking about the chaotic things, so he couldn't let the other party swallow them all. The battle started again, almost causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. As time went on, more and more chaotic black smoke mixed into the body of the great thunder ancestor, and the whole person began to change into another appearance, with the black color around him becoming thicker and thicker. The thicker the black color, the more violent the power of the great thunder ancestor became, and the more violent he fought, without any scruples. Dongshi, why do I feel that you are getting weaker and weaker, haha? You are getting crazier and crazier. Facing the enemy's frenzy, the old man in black robe had to go all out. In this way, the two fought from left to right, from top to bottom, and wherever they passed, all directions were destroyed, nothing could be avoided, and even the ground below was annihilated layer by layer. This space was shaking constantly. On the other side of the space, the crisscrossing passages of the moon lake were all affected and were also shaking constantly, and the moon fluid that had risen back was churning. Be careful. Disperse quickly. In the corner, the Dark Night Mother Goddess and her people formed the Fangyu formation and were racing against time to refine the Fangyu diagram. A tall ancestor suddenly appeared not far away. This time, Ivan was not in the Fangyu formation. He was the first to notice the change and hurriedly spoke out to remind everyone. He could also see clearly that this was the evil Black Shadow he had predicted. It turned out that the Black Shadow was the great Owl Thunder ancestor. For some reason, he looked very different from himself before, but his power became more terrifying. The great Owl Thunder ancestor approached with black smoke and thunder, and his aura swept everything around him, forcing Ivan and his people to dodge. Little bugs die. However, their actions angered the hot-tempered great Owl Thunder ancestor, and a tyrannical force poured down from top to bottom, trying to crush the entire area underneath. Ivan and his men hurriedly dodged again, and even the Dark Night Mother Goddess was no exception. If the Fangyu map was retrieved, the Dark Night Mother Goddess would have the confidence to fight against the great Owl Thunder ancestor in front of her, but unfortunately their refining was directly interrupted, and they could only avoid his sharp edge. In a hurry, several people dispersed and fled from all directions. Huh? It's so hard to resist a casual attack. This place is getting more and more unbearable. The surroundings were full of chaos, and there was a chaotic air floating around, and Ivan quickly lost contact with others. At this time, the great Owl Thunder ancestor did not chase him, and he still had a strong enemy waiting, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. The fierce battle between the two ancestors is actually a good thing for the Earth Core lineage. Maybe the entire Moon Lake forest will be destroyed without them taking action. Ivan did not covet Fangyu-2's ulterior motives, and he was not a member of the Earth Core lineage, so he did not participate in the refining of Fangyu-2. Now, he only hopes that the Dark Night Mother Goddess will control Fangyu-2 as soon as possible. Only in this way can they have a chance to protect themselves in front of the ancestors and leave this damn place. At the edge, Ivan took a breath for a moment, and a creepy feeling came to his heart again. He realized something, turned his body, and turned into a rainbow light. Found it, that noisy little bug, come and die for me. Ha, interesting, come again. Sure enough, the great owl laser came here and hit it casually, with great power. Fortunately, Ivan was fast enough to avoid the power in time. The great Lord Lei Zhu was not prepared to let him go, and actually abandoned the old man in black robes and chased after Ivan. Ivan cursed in his heart. This old guy was too unruly. At the moment of the fierce battle, he actually had the mind to kill other weak people. He dodged in panic. This time, he knew that he could not completely avoid it, and would definitely be injured. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Ivan was attacked and flew to the other side, like a flowing stone. What he didn't expect was that the great Lord Lei Zhu laughed and bullied forward again, brazenly launching the third attack, clearly wanting to kill him. Ivan couldn't keep calm anymore. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. At this critical moment, a force came from the side, blocked the attacking force, and pushed him out. This force was extremely gentle. Great Thunder Ancestor, what's the point of bullying the younger generation? Oh! You know him, you want to protect him, that's right. There is a familiar aura on him, but I just want to kill him. What can you do? He can't die now. It turned out that the one who just intercepted the attack was the old man in black robes. He stood in front of the crazy Great Thunder Ancestor with a serious attitude. His eyes were full of coldness, even colder than when he was fighting for the Chaos object just now. Chapter 705. At the corner of a dark passage, Ivan fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a looming wizard tower appeared around him, protecting him firmly inside. Ahem. Weak strength, no one can help you. Great Thunder Ancestor, this wizard will remember you. At this moment, he has come to the little-known Hidden World. The Hidden World is a relatively abstract world, as if it will change in the next second, giving people a very unreal and unreliable feeling. In fact, he was forced to drift here, because the Moon Lake Forest was destroyed. First, two ancestors fought recklessly. Later, the Earth Core lineage saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, and took more radical measures to try to refine the Fanyutu in the shortest time. As a result, someone discovered the clues, and the Fanyutu, a treasure, entered the sight of the two ancestors. Great Thunder Ancestor was delighted to see the prey, and immediately stepped forward to snatch it. The two-way battle soon evolved into a three-way battle. The Dark Night Mother Goddess, combined with the power of the Sea Mother and others, and with the might of Fanyutu, who had refined most of it, fought back and forth with the two ancestors until the Moon Lake Forest collapsed. The other side of the Moon Lake Forest is the Hidden Realm. After the Moon Lake Forest collapsed, a terrifying suction force was generated on this side of the Hidden Realm, and the boundless suction force pulled everything into the Hidden Realm. On the other side of the Star Realm River, it was just the opposite, rejecting everything from entering and completing the blockade in a short time. This move undoubtedly cut off everyone's retreat. Everyone had to fall into the Hidden Realm. Even so, the Great Thunder Ancestor did not stop, making the situation even more chaotic. Ivan was protected by Mr. Dongshi, and when he found a time gap in the battle, Mr. Dongshi sent him into a network of the Star Realm. Therefore, he dragged his injured body here. I don't know what happened to the Dark Night Mother Goddess and others. With the treasure of their lineage, Fanyutu, I believe that even if they can't defeat them, they can still escape. After entering this star network, Ivan did not hesitate, and immediately moved away from the place where those people were fighting. With the characteristics of the star network, he didn't know how far he had walked. So far, he has completely lost the news from that side. Mr. Dongchi's plan is not small. Thinking of the protective attitude shown by the old man in black robes, and the words that the great owl Lei Zhu accidentally uttered, Ivan was overwhelmed. He knew without analysis that he was being targeted. This kind of person has absolute self-confidence. If the time is not right, he will not be allowed to step into death. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Let's heal the wound first. I don't know how many dangers are waiting in this hidden world. Thinking of this, he took out the 10,000 dragon banner and stood beside him. Slender dragons flew out from the banner, attached to the Soul Tower, and slowly patrolled around the tower. This time, he resisted the attack of the Great Thunder Ancestor and was seriously injured. Fortunately, he was very good at recovery. After calming down, his recovery speed was unparalleled. When he concentrated on recovery, the passages around him did not always maintain a dark color, but changed all the time. At first, it was slow, but as time went by, the color changed faster and faster, and soon it became colorful, so gorgeous that people could feel dizzy. Sometimes, an arm or tentacle, or something strange, would suddenly appear in that colorful place. Sometimes, the entire passage would shrink and rapidly squeeze towards his position. These malicious changes were blocked one by the 10,000 dragon banner and the Soul Tower, allowing Ivan to sit and recuperate safely, and time passed day by day. This place is really dangerous. Half a month later, Ivan realized that he could no longer stay where he was, so he woke up from his silence and stood up. At this time, the outside of the Soul Tower had been wrapped in some kind of vicious mucus, making him feel like he was in a poisonous swamp. Under his actions, the wisdom flame and the true knowledge spirit lamp surged out and burned around. The fire was endless, and a sharp cry suddenly sounded, and the unknown mucus was burned into wisps of green smoke. He turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to maintain the intensity of the flame. After a long while, Ivan stopped transmitting the wisdom flame. He summoned another breeze, which blew away the dense green smoke around him, revealing the original passage again. The barrier of the passage now seemed like a thin film that could be easily pierced. Obviously, he had stayed here for too long, attracting more and more predators, and the danger around him was increasing. Bang! In view of this, Ivan was about to change his place, but as soon as he made a move, he noticed something fiercely attacking from one side, and he swept it with the 10,000 dragon banner without thinking. Along with the violent collision sound, A fawn-like mouth appeared in front of the 10,000 dragon banner, and the fishy smell was rolling. "You dog thing, you still want to eat this wizard? I'm afraid you think you have too many teeth." He was annoyed, and a sharp golden light was thrown out by him. As the extinction golden light appeared, the fawn-like mouth was cut in half. This was the Gingjin flying blade he seized from Carnegie, the Gingjin throne, a qualified medium-level hidden weapon of the Force treasure. The vitality is so tenacious, and I don't know what kind of creature it is. After suffering a head-on blow, the fierce hunter chose to retreat. Ivan took back the Gingjin flying blade. He realized that the opponent's injury should not be too serious, and he might counterattack at any time. He didn't get too entangled and turned into a rainbow light and fled. After advancing a long distance, he stopped and chose a suitable place to stay again, and continued to repair his body in the previous way. In this way, he kept changing places. It took him half a year to heal his injuries. After that, Ivan officially set out to find a way to escape from the hidden world. To be honest, he didn't know much about the hidden realm. He had walked through it once before, and at that time, he was protected by the ancient ancestor of Dark Mountain and the mother of all things, so he didn't encounter any danger at all, so it didn't serve as a reference. Let's take it one step at a time. He knew that there were countless dangers in the hidden realm, as can be seen from the dark ocean currents near Gingjin Mountain. Fortunately, he was now inside the Star Realm network, which was relatively safe. The following days, he groped along the way, moving forward along this road, and often encountered some malicious things during the period. Ginny is here too? One day, at a certain moment, Ivan was surprised to sense the existence of Ginny, vaguely, but it was real. His eyes lit up, and he accelerated to escape forward. Soon, he saw an area surrounded by foreign objects, with dense scales and tentacles, layer upon layer, tightly surrounded. The whole area looked extremely dangerous. Without much hesitation, he took out the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp and controlled the vast wisdom flame to sweep along the huge passage, burning those strange foreign objects and making them scream. Some were annihilated on the spot, and some retreated in pain. After the layers of foreign objects were peeled off, the scene inside was revealed. It turned out that Ginny and the Golden Wu Throne were fighting hard. It was seen that the two were seriously injured and looked shaky. The two held the treasure of the Earth's core vein, the Fan Yutu. Wizard Ivan. True Wizard Throne. After seeing the newcomer, Ginny and the Golden Wu Throne were refreshed and felt overjoyed. In fact, the two of them were almost at their limit. To put it bluntly, if Fan Yutu hadn't been there, they would have been unable to resist. The reason was that in the previous battle, the group seemed to have fought back and forth with the two ancestors, especially the crazy enemy Thunder ancestor. In fact, they gathered all their strength to barely maintain. Later, they found an opportunity to escape, and they were chased by Thunder ancestor, chasing them to the sky and into the earth. After a lot of trouble, although they finally got rid of the crazy guy Thunder ancestor, everyone was backlashed and seriously injured. The worst was the leading Dark Knight Mother Goddess, who soon fell into a deep sleep. As the saying goes, a tiger in plain land is bullied by a dog, and then they were bullied by the strange creatures in the hidden world and struggled to support themselves. Fortunately, Ivan appeared in time. Leave first. Thank you, True Witch Throne. Without saying anything more, Ivan rolled up the two and quickly left this troubled place. When he found another suitable place to stop, he found that Ginny and the Golden Wu Throne had also fallen into a deep sleep, protecting their bodies in this way. Wake up, wake up. This is too embarrassing. Ivan called out softly for several times, but Ginny and the Golden Wu Throne did not move, which showed that they were seriously injured. The people of the Earth Core lineage really suffered this time. He sighed and looked to one side, where Fan Yutu was floating steadily motionless. The treasure is self-concealed. At first glance, this is just an ordinary scroll, depicting a lush forest, with mountains and rivers interspersed in between. He was not a greedy person, and just communicated briefly. Sure enough, the Dark Knight Mother, the Sea Mother and others were all inside Fan Yutu, falling into a deep sleep. Under his communication, Fan Yutu also took the Golden Wu Throne inside, turned it into one of the ancient trees, and hid in the forest. As for Ginny, she showed her true form and turned into a pan-long earth root, which he carried with him. As his trinity, Ginny naturally recovered faster by staying with him. Soon, Ivan set out on the road again. Coincidentally, after another long distance, he sensed a familiar breath again. After thinking about it, he quickly walked over following the induction. Ivan, we meet again. The other party's speed was faster than his, and they met in a short while. The one who came was Vanessa, the mother of all things in the Ash Plain. Evan Marichattan meets the Great Tianmu. Evan was unsure whether the other party came to find him on purpose, so he went forward respectfully to greet him. I came here on purpose to find you. Come with me. It is not easy to leave the hidden world with your own ability. As a result, Vanessa directly stated her purpose, confirming what he was thinking. After she finished speaking, she turned around and went back. Seeing this, Evan had to follow behind honestly. As the Great Tianmu said, it was indeed not an easy thing for him to find the correct passage to leave the hidden world. Soon, he found that with the Great Tianmu, the road under his feet was completely different, and there was no danger. It was smooth all the way, and the previous experience seemed like an illusion. The Star Realm Network is not an ordinary passage. It can be said that they are specially built for people like me for communication between us. As if she had guessed his thoughts, Vanessa explained in a faint voice. I see. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Ivan suddenly realized. Afterwards, the two chatted occasionally. Under Vanessa's guidance, the astral network under their feet also underwent some changes, and the distance became much shorter. The two finally passed through a portal and arrived at the familiar territory of the Ash Plane. The Ash Realm of the Ash Plane has expanded more than 10 times compared to the previous evacuation. Looking around, it is still desolate. The two people's minds are not here. Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for a short time. Your strength has improved a lot. Are you about to be promoted to the Supreme Realm? Vanessa praised with a smile. Thanks to your help, Ivan will remember it in my heart. Ivan's heart tightened. The kinder the other party's words were, the more he had a bad premonition. That little help is not worth mentioning. Vanessa did not take credit for it. She continued, have you had a strange feeling during this period? Yes, but not much. Ivan said truthfully. Not much is normal, after all. The place you stayed before was very far away from Danila, and then you entered the hidden world that is not on the same side as the Star World. Vanessa said. Big Tianmu, if you have anything to say, please speak clearly. Ivan's ominous intention became stronger. To tell you the truth, you were abandoned by your mother of all things, Yannikins. In other words, you are no longer a creature of Danila, and you are free. What? You are a very smart person. I know you can understand the meaning. It is undeniable that I did contribute a part of the effort. I will not hide this from you. Hearing Vanessa's words, Ivan's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never thought that he did not betray Danila, but Danila betrayed him, apparently to the Ash Plane, which made him difficult to accept for a while. You know, most of the people and things closely related to him are in the Danila Plane. No wonder I always feel empty in my heart recently. This is really a big bad news. Vanessa did not urge him, standing there watching his face constantly changing, and after a while, he had a touch of coldness on him, and he was obviously calm. Big Tianmu, I dare to ask a question. Ivan asked, suppressing his anger. You said, I will tell you everything I know. Vanessa showed a hint of appreciation. Was it you who revealed Fan Yutu's information? Yes, this is one of the bargaining chips between me and Yannikins. Speaking of which, Fan Yutu is much more important to Danila than you think, you understand? Ivan glanced at Fan Yutu subconsciously, and the figure of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess flashed in his mind, and his anger rose rapidly. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess must know the inside story, even before leaving Danila. It's a pity that he didn't hesitate to take a huge risk to help the Earth Core Vein find something, but ended up being stabbed in the back. For a moment, the depths of his eye sockets flickered slightly, and there was something dangerous mixed in it. Chapter 706. Our deal is only one of the reasons. In fact, Yannikins also has her own concerns. She needs to consider the overall situation of Danila. I wonder if you are willing to listen. Vanessa continued, as if she didn't see his expression change. I would like to hear more details. Ivan bowed slightly. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unfortunate. Do you know that you have been targeted by many big figures in the Star World, and those are old guys who are not easy to mess with? Because of the inheritance of the wise old man? Hearing this, Ivan's heart moved. He thought of Enchichi and Mr. Dongshi, who had a strange attitude not long ago. The only thing about him that is worth looking up to, and worth remembering, is probably the inheritance of wisdom and power left by the wise old man. As for other aspects, in the eyes of the big figures at the ancestor level, it is not worth mentioning at all. It seems that you are not completely ignorant. Vanessa nodded slowly, and said with a little emotion, but you may not know how high the wise old man has reached. He is known to people, and is also recognized as the only sub-transcendent who has touched the immortal realm. Immortal realm? Ivan asked in confusion. Level 6 throne, level 7 supreme, level 8 ancestor, the creatures at these levels have their own limits, at most 100,000 years, and will eventually be exhausted and annihilated in the erosion of time. Even the mother of all things in our great plane has an upper limit. If you want to achieve eternal immortality, you must get rid of the shackles of time and achieve transcendence. This level is defined as the immortal realm. Vanessa explained in more detail. It turned out that there was a higher realm behind the ancestral realm, which required transcendence from time, and the wise old man was the only one who touched immortality. Ivan was shocked. But there are more than one inheritor of the wise old man. Why do they have to stare at a small character like me? How do you know they are only staring at you? Could it be? Actually, you are wrong. The inheritors of the wise old man are not the kind that appear everywhere, but appear from generation to generation. The number is very small, at most 1 or 2 in each generation. And those people in front of you were either killed or refined into puppets or collections, and then replaced by others. You can also think that those old guys who are staring at you are the inheritors of the wise old man, just like you, but their identity as inheritors is stolen. After Vanessa's explanation, Ivan finally understood. No wonder there are so few inheritances of wisdom power in the vast starry river. He has explored so many worlds through Luoshiman, and has never encountered any. Except for the prophet's book, all other wisdom creations on him were obtained from various bigwigs through various means. The fundamental reason was that he had been targeted and divided up by others. Fortunately, his own wisdom power was obtained through subject promotion, invisible, and no one could plunder it. I just don't know if it was specially arranged by the wise old man. The reason why those people didn't take action against you now is not because they are kind, but because past experience tells them that the inheritors, who have not grown up, are of little value, and cannot help them obtain the most core inheritance power. They are all waiting for you to grow up step by step, until you meet the minimum requirements of the core inheritance. Do you understand now? Vanessa paused for a while, giving him enough time to think, and then continued. Excuse me, why do you know so much about the Tianmu? Ivan couldn't help asking. Of course, I inquired about it for you. I didn't know it before, and I was really shocked when I inquired. Do you still remember what I said before? My choice is still the same as before. I am willing to accompany you to deal with all enemies. Vanessa answered very calmly, and did not forget to state her decision. What is their minimum strength level? Ivan asked again. You ask me, who should I ask? I don't have a direct intersection with those people, and they won't spread it everywhere. When the time is right, they will naturally find you. With the strength of those people, you can't hide, Vanessa said. Ivan was silent. Indeed, and Chi-Chi from the fairy world and Mr. Dong, she from the Shigong Chamber of Commerce alone could chase him, and he had nowhere to escape, not to mention the countless other ancestors. It was normal for the Tianmu of Danala to choose to give in. Aren't you afraid? Hee, Vanessa is in such a miserable state now, why not take a gamble? I bet that the successor carefully selected by the wise old man can overcome all difficulties, and reach the highest position in the galaxy. Vanessa stared at him with burning eyes. At this moment, she did not look like an extremely wise mother of all things, but a gambler who was ready to put all the chips on the table. Ivan suddenly remembered a characteristic of the Ash Plane, to survive after being put to death. Well, after all that, give me a definite answer. Are you willing to come to my side? I will help you become the supreme ruler of a region, and then become the ancestor of a higher realm. We will work together. Taking this opportunity, Vanessa once again invited him. Her words seemed a bit aggressive. Ivan has always been a decisive person. This time, he hesitated for the first time. He had some grudges against Vanessa. Just think about the burning shadow who had guarded the ashes for countless years. And Yannickin's silent separation made him deeply appreciate the ruthlessness of the mother of all things. How about this, you think about it again. You don't have to leave in a hurry. Stay here to recuperate first. When you are fully recovered, we will have a good talk. Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Vanessa's face flashed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't force him further. Okay. Ivan didn't refuse. In any case, he needed a place to go, and this place might be the Ashes Plane. But before making a decision, he had to sort out his thoughts carefully. With the bad news coming one after another, he was actually very confused. Not long after parting with Vanessa, Ivan appeared in the gray realm of the Ash Plane. While sorting out his thoughts, adjusting his body, entering the broken world in front of him, after the burning shadow was removed, the gray realm was indeed slowly getting better, and emerald green began to appear on the gray land. This improvement certainly could not meet Vanessa's requirements. Unknowingly, Ivan came to a city on a mountain not far away, and the 3 words Fire Fury City were clearly visible. His figure flashed, and he was walking on the streets in the city. There was no doubt that this was a city that was too small to be any smaller, and every part of the city showed a sense of shabbiness. On the streets, people wearing patched coarse linen clothes were everywhere, and they ate hard round cakes that were just enough to fill their stomachs. Few of these people were sad, and most of them lived very comfortably, because the surroundings were becoming more and more peaceful, and there had been no monsters attacking the city for many days. It's really easy to satisfy. Harper is a good city lord. As Ivan's voice sounded, the people around him realized that there was a mysterious man in luxurious clothes next to him. From his temperament and momentum, it was clear that he was not an ordinary person. The residents around him didn't dare to look at him more after taking a look, nor did they dare to come forward to talk. Some residents were smart and went to report secretly, first quietly, and then ran faster and faster. This action naturally could not be hidden from Ivan's perception, but he ignored it and walked towards the depths of the city, his pace still slow. Lord of Fire and Wrath, there is a mysterious man who looks scary and suddenly appeared here. Do you want to take a look? What mysterious man? Did he attack you? No, he just looks a little scary. Okay, this city lord will go and meet the mysterious man you mentioned to see who can scare you like this. Small cities don't have so many rules, and as the city lord, Harper rarely puts on airs with his subjects. As the city lord for decades, he has become mature and calm in middle age, but he is relatively idle. After all, a small isolated city doesn't have so many trivial matters to deal with. After listening to the report from the common people, Harper led a team of guards and trotted along the street. Wherever they passed, people saluted. Not long after, looking at the tall and straight figure that didn't fit in, Harper was suddenly stunned. This was the great god he had been dreaming about, and he seemed a little different from before. The Lord of Fire and Wrath, that's him, he looks. Bang! The common people who led the way couldn't wait to point over there and shout, but were kicked away by Harper, who reacted and fell to the ground 2 or 3 meters away. The man was at a loss. He only knew that he was kicked by the city lord, a heavy kick, but not seriously injured. Great God, little Harper greets the great God, little Harper greets the great God, little Harper greets the great God, little Harper greets. Harper didn't care about him anymore. He ran over a few steps, knelt on the ground in front of everyone, knocking his head down one after another, showing his inner excitement. Seeing this scene, the subjects around were dumbfounded, and hurriedly knelt on the ground, imitating the lord of the city, fearing that it was too late. Harper, I emphasize to you that greeting once is enough, and it is meaningless to greet more. Yes, I lost my composure, please don't mind. Hearing the words of the god, Harper hurriedly got up from the ground, and he was obedient as long as he was obedient, and there was no calm attitude of the Lord of Fire and Wrath before. Some people around him were knocking their heads and bleeding, but they didn't stop. Seeing this, Ivan waved his hand, and a wisp of warm wind blew, and the people around him stood up involuntarily, and even the wounds on their heads were healed. This scene really shocked many people. Many people thought to themselves that what the Lord of Fire and Wrath said was right. What they saw was a great god. When others reacted, Ivan was no longer on the street. He appeared at the highest point in the city, a small open-air terrace on the top of the city lord's castle, with Harper, an apprentice member of the Black Star Army. A knight of the earth? Little Harper has never dared to slack off. You are a city lord after all. After so many years, you haven't started a family? I haven't yet. Seeing his hesitant look, Ivan remembered that Harper was a person who hated the gray world very much. He had always hoped to leave here one day and go to a beautiful new world. This idea can only be said to be a bit stupid. In fact, what Ivan didn't know was that before meeting him, the god, Harper had never had a comfortable day. Living was like waiting for death and pain. Until he met him. Harper gained power, knowledge, and learned how to understand the world around him. Everything seemed so great, so Harper was extremely eager to follow the great god. I know what you're thinking. Ivan quickly saw through Harper's obsession. Little Harper begs the great god to give me a chance. Harper knelt on the ground again. It's a pity that even I was expelled from that world and can't meet your expectations. Ivan casually glanced at him and lifted him up. The words that sounded in Harper's ears made him stunned. Then, why don't you stay here? Little Harper is willing to serve you, sees one city after another for you, and even sees the whole world, so that this world will submit to you. Soon, Harper thought of another possibility and suggested it carefully, but there was an undisguised passion in his eyes. With the great god, he didn't have to leave this disgusting world. Haha, you should work hard to cultivate, marry, and have children. As for this wizard, I haven't decided whether to stay or not. I need to think about it again. For Ivan, Harper's proposal was not constructive, which was understandable, because the strength level of the two was too different. However, Ivan was inexplicably happy. Then, he gave his fanatical believer something, not only making him a formal member of the Black Star Army, but also raising his strength to the Flying Knight stage, and taught him how to achieve the Knight Sub-King and Knight King. This was a great fortune for Harper. As for how high he would reach in the future, it depended on whether he could seize the opportunity. Time passed quickly. With the help of Ivan, Ginny woke up before the others, and her injuries recovered by 40% to 50%. Ginny, take the people of the Earth Core back to Danila. Please allow me to refuse. Wherever Ivan is, I will be there. After Ginny woke up again, she knew that so many things had happened. She rarely refuted Ivan's orders, and her attitude was very firm. The clone was born for the original body, and she didn't want to go back to the place that betrayed Ivan. Go back, and take care of that place for me. As for myself, my consciousness can come at any time, but I won't go back in a short time. I need you to watch over there for me. This is very important. After so many days, Ivan figured out a lot of things. He knew that the ending could not be changed, because no one could stop the mother of all things, Yennekins, even the mother of the night, and even Yennekins had come here, just near the ash plain, but just didn't show up. The mother of all things always has to have face. He is a rational person. He will not do things that are not worth the loss, but will try to make choices that are beneficial to the situation. Given the current situation, sending Ginny back to Danala is a good choice. No matter what, the Earth Core lineage has let him down this time, and the Earth Core lineage is of great importance in Danala. After Fanyutu is found, his status will become even more important, and contact cannot be cut off directly. Chapter 707. That morning, Ginny looked at Danila in the sun, and suddenly became distracted. Dragon Throne, don't think too much. There are reasons for the decision made by the higher authorities. If there were no unavoidable factors, they would not lose the big picture for the small. You and his family are not in Danila. Maybe it's just temporary. He will return to Danila one day. The person who went to the Ash Plain to escort her back was Wuyong Supreme. The two quickly returned to Danila through the Star Realm network. Seeing the strange color on her face, he couldn't help but comfort her. This Wuyong Supreme and Jinwu Throne are partners. To the people of the Earth Core, he is not a stranger. I understand. Don't worry. I am not a talkative person. I will also handle the follow-up of this matter. Thinking of what Wizard Ivan said, Ginny could only suppress her unhappiness. That's not what I meant. Wuyong Supreme smiled bitterly, but he also knew that no matter what he said now, the other party would probably not listen. Forget it. Let's send the people back first. With Fanyutu here, Lilibet's old injuries finally have hope of healing. Fanyutu is equivalent to the foundation book of the Earth Core lineage. Without a complete foundation, no matter how hard the members of the Earth Core lineage struggle, they can't change the fact that they are missing a key thing, except for Ginny, who was born by chance later. Now that Fanyutu has been found, the Earth Core lineage will flourish. The two of them directly escorted Fanyutu back to the underground, back to Fanyu Paradise on the 5th floor of the underground world, and properly settled the Dark Knight Mother Goddess and others one by one. Do you need me to stay here? Supreme Wuyong, please leave. After all, I am from the Earth Core clan. Okay, I am not in trouble. It is not appropriate for an outsider to stay here. I will ask you to take care of this place, Lompin Throne. After settling several people, Supreme Wuyong left, leaving Ginny to guard this paradise full of sadness. As time passed, Ginny clearly noticed that with the return of Fanyutu, this lifeless space began to slowly change. There was a faint breath of life in the dim mist, making Chenmu's intention in the paradise less obvious. A month and a half later, the Golden Wu Throne woke up, and Supreme Wuyong rushed back. Another month later, the Sea Mother woke up from her deep sleep, and Ginny's injuries recovered almost completely. She took the opportunity to propose to go to the Wizard World. I'm leaving first. The Wizard World needs someone to take charge. You go, leave this to the two of us. The Golden Wu Throne did not stop her. She had learned the inside story from the Supreme Wuyong, and was quite considerate. No, why are you leaving now? Ginny, you are too mean. There are real wizards in the Wizard World. Okay, you go. Bleb doesn't know what happened yet. I will tell her clearly. If there is any situation over there, we will go to support her. The Sea Mother refused and scolded Ginny, but was stopped by the Golden Wu Throne. Ginny gestured to the two and flew out of Fanyu Paradise in a hurry. After she left, the Golden Wu Throne pulled the Sea Mother and muttered. After listening to the Sea Mother, She fell silent, and her joy of waking up again was mostly gone. On the other side, Ginny returned to the long-lost city of truth. She first summoned the 2 wizard kings and the 6 virtual kings, and told them the news that was very unfriendly to the wizard world, whether true or false. In short, because there are very important things to do, the true wizard throne will not return to Danala in the short term. You have to be aware of this. May I ask the Dragonpen throne, how long is this time? A few hundred years at the shortest, 1,000 years at the longest. Hearing her words, the Chongkong Wizard King, the Wanmu Wizard King, and their group were a little restless. This is a notice, not to discuss anything with you. Also, when the true wizard throne is away, I will personally stay in the true city, and will definitely not let the scoundrels cause trouble to the wizard world. Without waiting for others to ask questions, Ginny immediately emphasized. The Chongkong throne and others looked at each other, and could only accept this fact helplessly. After Ginny left the Hall of Truth first, the Chongkong throne and the Wanmu throne started to discuss. They were all extremely smart people. This matter came strangely, and they couldn't help but think about it. It shouldn't have come so suddenly. Do you think this has something to do with? Everyone knows the nature of the true wizard throne. There must be a deep reason. He had to make the current arrangements. We just need to obey, and not make trouble. This bad news came out of nowhere. Alas! Everyone, we can't always rely on the true wizard throne. We must do something ourselves. We can't let the true wizard throne fight alone. That makes sense. The Dragonpen throne sitting in the wizard world must be different from the true wizard throne. After all, the true wizard throne is a wizard who grew up from the wizard world, and has created countless glorious contributions to the wizard world. It can be said that without the true wizard throne, there would be no current wizard world. But the people present have no ability to change the facts in front of them, and they can't even figure out the whole story. For now, someone among them must become the second true wizard king, as soon as possible, and compete for the throne. Maybe they can get a glimpse of what is hidden behind it. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency emerged in the hearts of the 8 people in the group. After coming out of the Hall of Truth, Ginny met with several Marikaten ladies, and didn't say much, just told them that Wizard Ivan had an important mission, and would not come back for the time being. In this regard, Tanya, Jussi, Perny, Leluxia, Angela, and Danlin had no doubts. They thought it was more than 10 or 20 years, and this time was not surprising. So far, the strength of several of Ivan's ladies has reached the Lord level, among which Perny is an arcane wizard. These people have a lifespan of at least 500 years, and some can even exceed 1,000 years. If their strength is further improved in the future, their lifespan will increase again. Ash Plain. Ivan stood face to face with Vanessa again. True wizard throne, I still call you Wizard Ivan. Wizard Ivan, what do you think? De Tianmu, I agree. Facing Vanessa's kind invitation, Ivan, who considered for a while, finally nodded. Given his current situation, this should be the best choice. Although the interior of the Ash Plain is in a state of decay, it is still essentially a large plain. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. He will not underestimate the Ash Plain and Vanessa. You won't regret it. Vanessa smiled. But I also have a little request. You say. It is undeniable that we lack the foundation of trust between each other, so I hope that at the beginning, we don't need to do our best. We should adopt a method of equal exchange and cooperate for a period of time. This way, you and I will benefit. When Ivan said this, he saw that Vanessa was a little unhappy, but he still spoke on his own. Okay, as you say. Vanessa was somewhat reluctant. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly nodded. Seeing her agree, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. I tell you one thing. Please go ahead. Any contract is useless to the mother of all things in our great plain. If you want to sign any oath, I don't think it's necessary. I won't bully you on this point. When Ivan was about to speak again, Vanessa confessed a secret about the mother of all things. Then, how about our cooperation based on personal will? Okay. Ivan was stunned and was quite satisfied with this. Then the two agreed on one thing. Vanessa would help Ivan ascend to the Supreme Realm. After the matter was completed, Ivan had to go to a special place to do something for her. Soon, Vanessa took him to the core of the Ash Plain. Wizard Ivan, this is the core of the large plain. Except for the mother of all things, no one else is usually allowed to enter. Ivan could see that this place was similar to the 7th underground floor of Danila, but it was not as wide and fertile. The most eye-catching thing was a deep pool with a dangerous atmosphere. Such a strong chaotic atmosphere, it seems a little different. This is the Well of Chaos. This is the difference between the large plane and the small and medium planes. It is rooted in the chaotic world, swallowing and spitting out chaotic energy, and providing daily needs for the large plane. You might as well take a closer look. There is no danger. After listening to Vanessa's introduction, Ivan still walked forward, staring at the well of chaos with curiosity, but with his realm in cognition, he couldn't see much. How is it? Did you see anything? Vanessa asked after a pause. Is the well of chaos not activated? Ivan stared at it, and frowned slightly. Good eyesight. It is broken, and can no longer start and operate on its own. I must guard it myself and maintain it carefully, so that it does not operate too fast, otherwise the damage will be rapidly aggravated. Once the well of chaos falls apart, it will be the time for my ashes to fall into the grid of the Great Plain. Vanessa nodded, and did not hide anything, and directly stated her biggest dilemma. Ivan did not see where it was broken, but the Tianmu said it was broken, so it must be broken. The Tianmu would not defile himself in this regard. You asked me to go to the abyss before, just for the well of chaos, right? Yes, that place is essentially a well of chaos. Let's stop here and talk about your predicament. What elements do you lack to become the supreme? Just tell me directly. Here? Of course, I will activate the well of chaos in a moment to create the best environment for you and help you make up for the opportunity you need. Vanessa said seriously. Hearing this, Ivan secretly smacked his lips. This is the core of the big plane, more important than any treasure, and dedicated to the service of the entire plane. The other party's words are clearly to use public tools for private purposes, and a single move will affect the whole body. Will it not disrupt the normal order of the ashes? Look at the ashes now. Is there any normal order? Vanessa was somewhat relieved that he could still consider these things when it came to interests, which meant that the person in front of him was not a person who would do anything to improve his strength, just as she thought. If you keep on being so fussy, I will underestimate you. Okay, you will take care of it. If anything unexpected happens, you should stop the loss in time. I actually have the most time. You don't need to tell me that. Then, Ivan did not hide anything and told the truth about his current situation. After the previous retreat in the Danala Rule Fountain, his strength has grown to the top of the throne level, and he is only one rule power away from the next level. Which 9 phases of power? Soul, life, space, fire, forest, earth, good water, shadow, and gentle wind. I can improve in these, thanks to your gift from the Tianmu. You helped me last time, too. We don't owe each other anything. Tell me, did you learn anything when you were promoted to the throne before? To be honest, it was a broken seed of the World Tree. World Tree seed? Do you have it with you? Of course I do. After saying that, Ivan did not take back the power of rules he had revealed, but took out the seed with a pointed bud and presented it to the Tianmu. Vanessa looked at the fist-sized seed carefully, with a trace of regret between her eyebrows. Ground roots, like the World Tree, are very rare, and sprouted World Tree seeds are even rarer. Even if it is not hers, she feels sorry for the damage of the seed. It is a waste of natural resources. Your luck is really good. Do you mind telling me how it came about? Vanessa asked curiously. It came from a gift from an elder. That elder is from the fairy plane, and is said to be an old friend of the wise old man. Aoki Yuenmu, I wonder if you have heard of this name? Ivan said after thinking for a few seconds. I've heard of you, but I'm not familiar with you. You sound like a kind person, but you have to be more careful. There are so many people watching you, and it's hard to guard against them. Ivan understands. Ivan did not refute Vanessa's words. The power of the wise old man's inheritance is so huge that it can be imagined how attractive it is, especially for the creatures in the realm of the ancestors. For a moment, he couldn't tell which enemy it was, and how many there were. In order to avoid being plotted against, he had to be extremely vigilant. You are better than I expected. I roughly understand your needs, so let's get started. What do you need me to provide? You don't need to provide anything, and you don't need to do anything extra. You just need to improve your 9-phase power, so that it can reach a state of unity as soon as possible, and then ascend to the realm of the Supreme. Vanessa did what she said, and immediately activated the Well of Chaos. This time, after the Well of Chaos absorbed the chaotic energy, it was no longer transformed according to the daily needs of the Ash Plane, but into 9 major categories of rules, corresponding to the 9 powers contained in the 9 phases of power. This practice is equivalent to disregarding the interests of the entire Ashes, and using it to fulfill Ivan's law comprehension. It must be said that Vanessa is a little willful, but she also shows her sincerity in a delicate way. Not long after, the ground that originally seemed empty gradually evolved into a sea of rules, as various rule forces emerged from the Well of Chaos. In the shallow ocean, the rule forces intertwined and collided with each other, colliding with various possibilities. This is undoubtedly a holy place for cultivation, especially for Ivan. It was tailor-made for him. He dared not neglect it, and immersed himself in the insight and comprehension of the surrounding rules. Chapter 708. Time flies, and 46 years have passed in a flash. Time came to the year 3416 of the Berta calendar. When Ivan Marikatin was 339 years old, he completed the transformation from the throne to the Supreme in one fell swoop and became a real level 7 wizard. Congratulations, Wizard Ivan. Sorry to have kept Tianmu waiting for a long time. Just a few decades, what's the big deal? This is a great blessing, but you also know the situation of Ashes. I'm afraid that no one else can congratulate you except me, and I'm sorry for you. Tianmu, what are you talking about? I have never been an ostentatious person, and don't care about these things. From the true wizard throne to the true wizard supreme, only Tianmu Vanessa was a witness. It must be said that this is a pity. Ivan himself didn't think there was anything wrong. He was happy to make a fortune quietly, especially when there were so many unknown enemies staring at him. The later his strength was exposed, the safer he would be. The realm of the Supreme is also called the realm of the Supreme Truth and the realm of the Supreme King. Any Supreme can be regarded as a master who controls the power of rules. He is mature in the way of rules. Even if he enters the other plane for a long time, he will only be suppressed instead of being assimilated by the power of the other plane. The Supreme also has a characteristic that meets the requirements of becoming a guardian of the large plane. He can truly take orders on behalf of the heaven and exert all the authority and power of the large plane, just like the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain to Danila. Such a guardian is defined as a heavenly guardian. In other words, if Ivan now becomes the heavenly guardian of the Ash Plane, he will have the same power as the ancestor when he is inside the ashes, or even more. The two had an agreement before, so they tacitly didn't mention it. It's coming. What? It's a congratulation for the promotion. The Tianmu will know it at a glance. Vanessa was somewhat skeptical of Ivan's words. This is the core of the Ash Plane, the most important place, and the most strict defense. She, the mother of all things, knows it very well. Nothing can come in without her permission. However, she knew that the wizard in front of her was not a person who spoke nonsense, and she couldn't help but feel curious. After waiting for a few seconds, an invisible force suddenly descended and landed on the wizard accurately, which shocked people. Even the knowledgeable Vanessa could not escape the common sense. Is this the power of the wise old man? Yes. As expected of a subtranscendent, you can come up with such an incredible way of inheritance. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that there is such a thing. No wonder you can gain more and more wisdom and power under the blockade of so many ancestors. Hearing Ivan's admission, Vanessa's eyes were full of light. She thought she didn't have such ability, and she had never seen anyone else have it. It can be said that this is a unique way of inheritance, which made her particularly moved. In an instant, a lot of ideas popped up in her mind, and she couldn't help but walk around there. What's wrong? Seeing her stop pacing and staring at him, Ivan couldn't help asking. Wizard Ivan, I think we have to change our plan. Don't leave in a hurry for the time being. Can I ask you how you got the power of wisdom inheritance? Vanessa said, staring at him with burning eyes. A simple yet not simple way. If possible, please tell me, so that I can do my best to help you. In Vanessa's opinion, the other party did not find an excuse to leave when he obtained the inherited power. He must be willing to reveal this in his heart, which shows that the trust between the two has improved. Nothing else, deep control of knowledge. The fact is just as she expected. Ivan did not hide it. He immediately revealed the subject promotion corresponding to the wisdom power, and elaborated it in detail. After listening to his explanation, Vanessa did not speak for a long time. You don't believe it? Ivan said. I didn't expect it at all. No wonder you said it's simple, and not simple. If Yannikins knew that you inherited it in this way, she would probably regret making the previous choice. Vanessa sighed. Then I will go back to her and try. Ivan's eyes lit up, and he was about to leave. Ahem, she is devoted to developing Danera. The current situation is just right. She certainly doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of 10,000 years ago. You should give up this idea. Not everyone is willing to accompany you to gamble like me. Vanessa glared at him with a faint look. Although she could hear that it was a joke, she couldn't help but retort. Yes, the troubles I have are really too big, so big that it is daunting. Ivan sighed. That's why I told you not to leave in a hurry, lest you never come back once you walk out of the ashes. You should know that there is no weak person watching you. I don't think they will watch you become an ancestor. Vanessa continued to emphasize. Yes, what do you have to say? Your predicament can only be overcome by force. In the days to come, I will try my best to help you increase your strength and gain more wisdom and power, so that you and I can have a greater chance of winning until there is no more progress. What do you think? Will this not affect the ash itself? Stop talking nonsense. I know my limits. Just improve yourself. It would be even better if you can inherit all the power of inheritance in one fell swoop. Being able to obtain the power of inheritance of the wise old man out of thin air, so quietly, made Vanessa see another possibility. With her best efforts, she might be able to directly obtain the most core wisdom inheritance. At that time, they would make a fortune. It's not that simple. If there is a slight possibility, we have to try it. What do you think? Then I will continue to trouble you. Finally, Ivan was persuaded by Vanessa. If this method works, it is undoubtedly the method with the least risk at present, and it is worth their serious try. Physique, 123, Spirit, 1230, True Soul Power, 123, Power of Rules, 123. When Ivan was at the limit of the throne, the corresponding values of his physique, True Soul Power, and Power of Rules were always 100. Only after he became the Supreme did he break the original cage and become what he is now. Such a rapid improvement in strength can be said to be, as the saying goes, one mastery leads to 100 masters. After he achieved the Supreme Realm, various knowledge subjects naturally improved, most of which were upgraded to level 22 corresponding to the Supreme level, except for linguistics, which had reached the upper limit. Based on this, he gained a lot of wisdom and power. Ivan did not slack off because of this. In the following days, in order not to expose his strength changes, he did not contact anyone, and even suppressed the various increases of the Black Star Army by himself, pretending to be accumulating strength to impact the Supreme Realm. In fact, with Vanessa's unremitting help, he quietly strengthened his supreme power. Daenerys. This plane has always advocated orderly development. When there is no war, the overall situation remains calm. On the 5th floor of the underground world, on the small island in the middle of Fangyu Paradise, on this day, the senior personnel of the Earth Corps gathered together, and even the Dragon Pen Throne, who has been guarding the wizard world for many years, came. Ginny, you are late. The Sea Mother greeted with a smile. The journey is long, and I can't compare with you. Ginny explained casually. Excuse, everyone knows that wizards have space teleportation arrays underground, and it is easy to go anywhere. You are the only one who doesn't care about our Earth Corps. She just said it casually, but the Thousand Claws throne standing beside her took it seriously, and exposed it very rudely. Thousand Claws, no one thinks you are dumb if you don't speak. The Sea Mother scolded. Could it be that I was wrong? If you don't want to get involved in the affairs of the Earth Corps, why come here? The Thousand Claws throne was not afraid of the Sea Mother. Both of them were level 6 thrones, and neither was more noble than the other. I asked Ginny to come. You? At this time, a cold voice came from behind. The voice came before the person. The Thousand Claws throne subconsciously wanted to refute, but when the words came to his lips, he immediately reacted and stopped. When he turned around and looked over, the person inside walked out slowly. This person was the Dark Knight Mother Goddess Lilibet Elsop. Since Fangyu to return to Fangyu Paradise, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess slept for more than 3 years before waking up, and it took another 2 years to recuperate the injuries, and more than 10 years to heal the old injuries on her body. A full-blown Dark Knight Mother Goddess appeared. After that, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, whose strength had been suppressed for a long time, began to grow rapidly. Her power became stronger year by year, and now she could suppress the Thousand Claws throne. Everyone present knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess would be heading towards the ancestral realm, and it would not take many years for the Earth's core vein to regain its glory in its heyday. Ginny, how is Wizard Ivan? After approaching, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess looked around and her eyes fell on Ginny. I don't know. I haven't seen him since we parted in the Ash Plain. Ginny shook her head slightly, with a trace of worry in her eyes. What about the wizard world? Following the previously formulated strategy, it has developed well recently. That's good. I summon you here this time, because I have something very important to announce. After all these years of nurturing, Fangyu lived up to everyone's expectations, and was finally fully restored. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess naggled for a few words, and then announced a good news. Except for Ginny, the others knew more or less about this, because they also participated in the restoration of Fangyu and made a lot of efforts. Even so, they were all happy to hear the announcement of the Dark Knight Mother. Fangyu is the treasure of the Earth's core, and it shares the joys and sorrows with everyone. They have been waiting for this day for too long. Fan Yutu is not mine alone, but everyone's. Everyone present has a share. I won't say any more nonsense. Follow me into Fan Yuxiandi. After the others were happy, the Dark Knight Mother announced another thing. It's time for them to share the benefits. With a complete Fan Yutu as a medium, they can inherit all the legacy left by the Earth's core mother in the underground world. This moment has been long awaited by everyone. Qianzhua, do you have any objections? No. The Thousand Claws throne certainly had objections in his heart. Jenny's position was clearly biased towards the surface, and she was indifferent to the affairs of the Earth core. The current situation was completely different from the past, so why would the Earth core bother to get close to them? This way, they could get more benefits. But with the Dark Knight Mother Goddess's clear attitude, the Thousand Claws throne still didn't dare to speak out his mind. Afterwards, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess led a group of people to disappear on the island, and only the lively Fan Yu paradise remained the same as before. After many days, Jenny left the underground world again and returned to the City of Truth. As the only existing throne in the entire wizard world, she did not make any additional requests, but took over everything that the true wizard throne had originally, and silently guarded it. To this, all the wizards had no objection. Jenny's description of the wizard world in Fan Yu paradise was not an empty statement. After the development in recent years, the entire wizard world has indeed developed well. So far, there are 4 wizard kings, 8 ancient kings, and 70 arcane wizards in the wizard world. It is a little regrettable that there is no second true king wizard. It is not easy to find someone as stunning and decisive as Ivan. You go out. Yes, sir. Jenny inspected the situation and found that nothing major happened here. She came to the 9th floor of the number 1 Golden Rock Tower, where Luo Tianmin was located. As soon as she arrived, she asked the Scar Wizard stationed in front of the door to leave. Scar Wizard was a member of the Black Star Army and left in a hurry according to the order. Jenny carefully checked the surroundings before returning to the Lutian gate in the middle. She activated this mysterious gate with familiarity, and a thought fell into the gate with the power of rules. A few days later, in the desert plain, in a desert cave far away from human habitation, 2 figures arrived one after another. It is not difficult to see that the identities of the 2 people are either rich or noble, not like ordinary people. You are here. Jenny, long time no see. The first to arrive was Jenny's mind body, and the next one was Locke. The 2 of them made an appointment to meet in this small plain that seemed to have nothing to do with them. Why are you looking for me so anxiously? Jenny said straight to the point. You should have noticed that the boss is promoted or not. Shut up. Don't say what you shouldn't say, just know it in your heart. Locke said with a hint of meaning, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jenny's cold shout, and Jenny looked at him with a bit of unkindness. You are too cautious. Okay, I won't say anything. Locke muttered. Seeing that the other party's face was getting worse and worse, he had to change the subject. You should be able to see my strength. I am not far from the throne, but my identity is more sensitive and will be restricted by the Wuyin Fang. I want to find you to think of a solution. Because he did not give up his identity as the Trinity, although he became the acting head of the Wuyin Fang, he was not very popular with the Wuyin Fang. This is nothing in normal times, but it is more fatal at the moment of impacting the throne. If it continues like this, other big heads of the boudoir may soon come from behind and replace his identity. This made him anxious and contacted Jenny specially. In fact, he wanted to meet the boss, but seeing Jenny's attitude, he immediately gave up the idea. It's very simple. Simple? Think about it carefully. Do what Wizard Ivan said at the beginning. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Some things can't be judged by appearance. The inner is more important, and you should have the courage to give them up when you should give them up. How can you say that? You and I are one with the boss. Just keep your heart unchanged. Now is an extraordinary period. Even Wizard Ivan has to go far away. Don't wait until your power is needed. You are still an ancient king who is useless. Locke wanted to argue something, but Jenny's light words pierced his heart, making him stunned and speechless for a long time. Seeing this, Jenny didn't say anything else, but just stood quietly on one side. You're right. We need power now. Compared to power, other things are not worth mentioning and should be put aside. I will go back and complete the identity transformation. From now on, there will only be Locke of the infinite spiritual square. After a pause, Locke took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Jenny nodded in appreciation. After further integrating the legacy of the Earth's core, her situation will also change. From the original closely connected Trinity to now being separated by the sky, The connection between each other is becoming more and more blurred. In fact, the two of them are not very happy, but they have to do it. Chapter 709. Ash Plain. Accompanied by Vanessa, Ivan spent another 50 years. This was a very fulfilling time. His gains could be said to exceed those of the past few hundred years. What's wrong? It seems that I have to go to the endless abyss. In the past few decades, Ivan and Vanessa stayed in the place where the Well of Chaos was hidden. This place has a unified elegant name, the Metaverse. The Metaverse of the Ash Plain is barren. A strange color flashed across Ivan's face, which was immediately discovered by the sharp Vanessa. Do you still want to regret it? Vanessa joked after hearing his words. Originally, I went to the endless abyss for your business. Now, I also have my business to do there, so I just happened to deal with it at the same time. Ivan answered slowly. Without waiting for her to ask, Ivan directly told the reason. It turned out that the reason why he had a strange condition just now was because the wisdom and power in his body had accumulated to a certain level, and he had crossed a certain threshold, and suddenly obtained the guidance of inheritance. Just like the prediction of the prophet's book, one picture after another flashed by. In the picture, he saw a chaotic place, a wild beast, and a golden divine mark, pointing directly to the endless abyss of the abyss plain. Could it be that the wise old man knew in advance that this day would come? This is really a brilliant plan. Such a situation made Vanessa think wildly. Who knows? Ivan didn't take it seriously, and continued, it just so happens that the time is almost up. Even with your help, my strength will not change much in a short time. From what you said, you don't dislike my ability, do you? Indeed, compared with other old big planes, Ashes seems a little immature, and has many shortcomings. Vanessa said in a gloomy tone. You think too much. I know you have other direct and crude means to improve your strength, but we can't quench thirst with poison, otherwise we won't be able to solve the problem in the end, and we will inevitably die. Ivan looked at her speechlessly. She has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. How can she be called immature? If you really want to calculate, she should have been born millions of years ago, but she has only been Vanessa for hundreds of thousands of years. That is, the days when the ashes transformed into the big plane. At other times, her instincts are higher than her intelligence. In these long years, as the collection of the will of all things, Vanessa has accumulated extremely extensive knowledge and experience. However, before I leave, I will first refine a brand new Luteon gate and let you control it. Can you do it? Don't lose the big picture for the small, and expose your own strength. Don't underestimate me. Besides, you are here. You don't want to stand by and watch, do you? Ivan glanced at his strength in all aspects. It was very different from when he was promoted to the Supreme Realm, which gave him full confidence. Physical fitness, 166, spirituality, 1660, true soul power, 166, universal power, 166. In terms of strength value, it must be said that it is a pleasure to have a large plane to help, which has increased from the original 123 to the current 166 scale. From Vanessa, and through comparison, he roughly knew the limit of the Supreme Realm. If expressed in numerical terms, it should be about 2,000 scales. He is now halfway through. If he had been more rational and restrained, his strength could have been further improved. For the sake of long-term planning, he did not improve blindly and chose to stop at the right time. The 9-phase power he controls has been expanded again and again, and now it is all-encompassing, enough to be described as the power of all things. Level 24 disciplines: plane studies, astral studies, energy particle studies. Level 23 disciplines: meditation studies, hidden world studies, runes, enchantment studies, biology, curse studies. Level 22 disciplines: chaos studies, pharmacy studies, night breathing studies, witch civilization studies. Level 21 disciplines: linguistics. In terms of knowledge disciplines, levels 22, 23, and 24 all correspond to the supreme level. With Vanessa's generous granting, his knowledge accumulation has made rapid progress, and various disciplines have also been continuously improved. 2 new disciplines have also been added: hidden world studies and chaos studies. At the same time, he has gained a huge amount of wisdom and power. With the accumulated wisdom and power, he took the opportunity to upgrade the Rainbow of Wisdom by 1 grade, becoming another top-level force treasure after the 10,000 Dragon Banner and the Witch Ghost Life Face. The other 2 wisdom creations, the Prophet's Book and the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp, did not have time to upgrade. The quality improvement of any force treasure is not achieved overnight. It takes time to deduce and evolve, and it also requires a certain opportunity. He was able to successfully transform the Rainbow of Wisdom into a high-quality product within a few decades, which was already a unique advantage. Ivan did not force it. With the high-quality Rainbow of Wisdom, his speed can be further improved. In the current situation where powerful enemies are surrounded, he will undoubtedly have more vitality. Time flies, and it will never come back. In the metaverse of the Ash Plane, there is a star gate with fiery red lines. When the star gate is in operation, black fireworks are burning, and blood light is spreading, just like a gate to evil. Your Luotianman looks a bit weird. Stop talking nonsense, come and give it a try, this is specially set up for you. After hearing Vanessa's words, Ivan was too lazy to explain that his original Luotianman was actually glorious and righteous, and now it has become like this. It is entirely because the power of the Ash Plane is mixed in it, and even occupies a dominant position. He is also returning the favor. In order to help him improve his strength, the Ash Plane consumes a lot, and Vanessa, the great Tianmu, has begun to melt her own force treasures to replenish her own strength. Such an embarrassing move, he naturally can't pretend that he can't see anything. Try it. Ivan didn't know how many tricks the group of ancestors staring at him had, and he didn't dare to show his head easily. Vanessa was different. Her power was more obscure. After all, she could absorb the power of others silently without being noticed. Following Luotianman, Vanessa sensed the location of several light spots. What? Not enough. We also need to avoid alerting anyone, which makes it even more stretched. I understand what you mean. You can expand it yourself. Vanessa's implication is that she can use it for her own benefit. Through the members of the Black Star Army scattered in various planes, she can steal the power of other planes quietly. This is one of the characteristics of her plane power. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then handed over a clear crystal ball. The crystal ball was half a meter high, with a Black Star flag floating in the middle. The flag was flamboyant. Holding this flag, he could take charge of the Black Star Army on his behalf. This Black Star flag was condensed by his power, and it could also differentiate the seeds of the Ghost Soul to further develop and strengthen the Black Star Army. Thank you. Vanessa took it unceremoniously. If it were her full body period, she would definitely not use such a cunning trick. Now she has reached the end of her rope. All her face has become worthless. The most important thing is to survive. She is very clear about this. Hidden Realm. The voice echoing in Ivan's ears has not completely faded away. He has already appeared in a lost path. After identifying the direction, he quickly flew forward. Go back alive? Vanessa, the great Tianmu, underestimates me too much. The situation of both of them is not good. Coming together, it can be said that they are banding together for warmth. Even if they have not become the Skywalker Guardian of Ashes, he and Vanessa are also in the same boat. Vanessa is of course very concerned about his safety, fearing that he will never come back. Before he left the Ash Plane and embarked on a new journey, Vanessa gave him many instructions, wishing she could replace him. This made Ivan ashamed. The same hidden world gives people completely different feelings. This was his third time to set foot here. The same land seemed different, as his strength changed. When he was on the throne, the network of the Star Realm seemed real and illusory, floating. When he was the Supreme, it was like walking on a winding road above the swamp. It seemed to be full of dangers, but in fact, as long as you carefully watched the road under your feet, there would not be much danger. Under Vanessa's guidance, he was still walking on a relatively solid path at this time. According to Vanessa's observation, although this road is narrower than most of the network of the Star Realm, it is a little-known path. Even the creatures of the hidden world will not interfere much, and it can be called a safe passage. It seems that Vanessa is right. This road is indeed more obscure. Ivan walked forward without encountering any interference along the way, nor could he sense the dangers all around him, as he did when he first traveled through the hidden world. This is a secret path that no one pays attention to. In addition, he can clearly see that there are countless forks around, all hidden behind the road barriers, and you need to break the barriers to enter them, and go to different places. This time he is going to the Endless Abyss, a very special place, and he naturally has a set route to get there. He hurried along the way, and as time passed day by day, he didn't know how many miles he had walked, and the Ash Plane had long been left far behind him. On this day, he suddenly stopped and stared at the surroundings with flickering eyes. Hey! Is there a familiar breath? It's that crazy guy, Thunder Ancestor. I don't know when it was left, but it's not recently. Never mind. Let's get down to business first. Other things have nothing to do with me. For the enemy who wants to kill him, Ivan will never forget it. He immediately identified who left the breath, which made him more vigilant. Although he hated Thunder Ancestor, He would not deny that the other party was an ancestor, whose strength was much greater than his own and unmatched. It seems that the other party is also in the hidden world at this time, and passed by here not long ago. From the traces around, it is not difficult to find that the other party did not take the ordinary road, but directly broke through this star realm network, which left a breath that is difficult to eliminate in a short time. Normal people would definitely not do such a thing. He estimated that the other party was still crazy, so he could not help but speed up. A rainbow light of thousands of miles passed through the middle of the trail in an instant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What Ivan didn't know was, on the side of the place where he just passed, at a distance, there was a dark place without any light. There was silence, and nothing seemed to be there. Suddenly, thunder pierced the endless darkness around and tried to spread around. The light suddenly appeared. Under the illumination of these rays of light, a giant beast of unknown length emerged in the endless darkness. It turned out that the place was not empty, but a huge beast was lying there. This beast had no eyes, nose or ears, only a tightly closed mouth, and its skin could swallow a large range of light and sound around it. With the stinging pain brought by the manic thunder, the beast finally couldn't bear it anymore, and slightly opened its tightly closed mouth, revealing the figure inside that was tightly entangled by inexplicable tentacles. Ha ha ha, a beast who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, actually wants to devour me. Haven't you heard of my name? The Great Owl Thunder Ancestor. The Great Owl Thunder Ancestor fell into the current predicament, not because this strange beast is really so powerful, but because he found the right time and took the initiative to get into this bloody mouth. Since he was exiled to the hidden world, he has maintained the same style as before, very flamboyant and wanton. The strange creatures in the hidden world came in droves, and as time went by, they became more and more. He was fearless, fought against thousands of troops, and killed them heartily. There are stumbles in horses, and there are mistakes in people. What's more, in the unpredictable place of the hidden world, he was not careful for a while, and was surrounded by a group of strange beasts with unique abilities. After a killing, it was obvious that there would be big problems. He chose to feed the beast with his body, and hid in the mouth of this extremely slippery beast. As expected, his strategy worked. He used this unique method to break through the siege. Now he only needed to get rid of this beast. One-on-one, even if he fell into the opponent's mouth, he, the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor, was confident. Ha! The beast understood his sarcasm, and made a foul sound in the depths of its throat. Wherever the sound reached, even the air became extremely sticky. The thunder scattered, from heavy to light. Then, more tentacles stretched out from all directions, further wrapping the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor, making him feel like he fell directly into the belly of the beast. What a beast! I wanted to remember your merit, and let you stay by my side. You are so stubborn, so don't blame me for being rude. The Great Owl Thunder Ancestor realized that the crisis was further intensified, so he no longer held back. The thunder power with a chaotic aura rushed out. The flashing light was not as bright as before, but the power was incomparable. The tightly wrapped tentacles fell apart. A figure escaped from it. Evil beast, take my chaos lightning. Ha ha ha, come again, I must kill you today. Come and die. In a short while, some changes clearly occurred in the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor. The madness that had originally subsided rose again, his eyes were full of killing intent, and his unruly laughter continued. The strange beast wanted to escape when it saw that the situation was not good, but was stared at by the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor. The situation of both sides was reversed in an instant. Not long after, the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor used a chaos lightning to kill the strange beast, but his madness became stronger, and then he regarded the creatures in the nearby area as thorns in his eyes, killing everywhere, not wanting to leave any alive. Look what I found. The breath of a small insect. Wow, let's see where you can escape this time. At a certain moment, the Great Owl Zoo broke through a secret path during the fight, and familiar memories came to his mind. His eyes lit up slightly, and he left the enemy in front of him and chased to the other side without thinking. After he left, a pair of ferocious beasts fled in panic, fearing that some crazy person would come back again. Chapter 710. The Abyss Plane is roughly composed of two parts. On the left is Purgatory, where there are many demons, and on the right is the Hades, which is the home of the devil. The two sides stand side by side. Purgatory has 7 layers. The Hades has less than 6 layers. Below Purgatory and Hades is the Endless Abyss. According to legend, Purgatory and Hades originally had 9 layers, but they were swallowed up little by the giant beasts in the Endless Abyss, and they were eaten into their current state. This kind of giant beast that lives in the Endless Abyss has a specific name, the Devouring Beast. It is worthy of being called a chaos subspecies. It can even ignore the power of rules and crush it to pieces. Ivan did not expect that he would run into a group of devouring beasts as soon as he entered the range of the endless abyss. The other party gave him a warning. At first glance, this group of devouring beasts looked like a number of flying dragons, but when he got closer, it turned out to be a nest of vicious insects. He condensed the power of the universe into the palm of slaughter and blocked it with one palm. The result was beyond his expectation. The palm of slaughter was decomposed by the flying insects in an instant and swallowed up completely. The flying insects were basically not damaged. Once upon a time, Ivan himself was also a skilled insect controller, but he had never seen such ferocious insects, which was beyond cognition and common sense. Considering that this is an endless abyss derived from the well of chaos, the power of chaos has become the norm here, so he was relieved. Chaos represents disorder, and anything can happen. This wizard wants to see if you can really swallow everything. As an insect controller, being bullied by a group of insects is intolerable. Ivan took it seriously, and immediately manifested himself as a king. The 10,000 dragon banner appeared in his hand, and his power increased greatly. Compared with the body of the true king during the throne period, his body of the supreme king is different. Black hair and black robe, eyes like stars, the height stays at 99 meters, giving people a feeling of returning to nature, but the colorful mist lingers around him, not disturbed by the environment of the endless abyss at all, but changed the environment. There is also a faint 7-color light behind his head, and the soft light covers an area nearby, which makes people dare not ignore it. This is actually the location of the Great Wisdom Wheel. Caw caw caw. Come on. The flying insects made a low and brutal sound, and a large group of them swarmed in, and the breath was connected as a whole, as if a river was rushing in. Facing this violent situation, Ivan was not afraid, holding the 10,000 dragon banner and bravely stepped forward. In an instant, he was surrounded by a large number of flying insects. Looking around, there were fierce-looking insects in front, behind, left, right, and above. Bang. 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 Any flying insect that comes within a certain range of Ivan's body will be suppressed in all aspects by the light of the Great Wisdom Wheel. Its speed will slow down, its reaction will become dull, its expression will become confused, and then it will be swept by the 10,000 dragon banner, hitting it accurately, and the flying insects that are hit cannot get close. In this way, although the flying insects seem to cover the sky and the sun, there is indeed a vast space around him. Not long after, the long hair behind Ivan turned into an inexplicable insect whisker, which was filled with the powerful power of the universe, and wrapped around the injured black flying insects, and the tip of the whisker sank into their bodies. What a strong corrosive power! Fortunately, this wizard is not a vegetarian. After the insect whisker pierced into the flying insect's body, it was immediately invaded by the flying insect's own power. The power with chaotic nature was very difficult to deal with, but fortunately his insect whisker was endless. As long as they grow fast enough, the corrosive force will not catch up. Soon, his insect tentacles underwent some kind of transformation, slowly approaching these devouring beasts. Not only that, he also used the entangled flying insects as meteor hammers, beating other flying insects with great pleasure, making it increasingly difficult for them to get close to him. But the flying insects were extremely brave, fighting to the death and not exhausted, just circling there, besieging them tightly. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. After half a day, the flying insect swarm finally flooded that area. What confused them was that the enemy in front of them suddenly disappeared. They were clearly surrounded tightly, and there were only flying insects around them. There was no other existence. The flying insects rolled up and down, making a lot of noise. After a while of struggling, they finally gave up the search and flew quickly in one direction. None of them noticed that there was a different kind of fellow in the swarm, and he quietly blended into them. This person was of course Ivan, who had changed his appearance. Haha, it really worked. This group of flying insects doesn't seem to be very smart. First, I will understand their communication methods and behavior habits, and then find a way to compete for the position of the leader of the swarm and make them work for me. Unfortunately, this group of guys has a special structure and involves chaotic power, so it is impossible to control them in a short time. Ivan dared to come to the notorious endless abyss, and he had already thought of a strategy. The arrival of this group of flying insects was just a coincidence. He has a top-grade force treasure specifically for the Devil Clan, the Witch Ghost Life Surface, which can easily transform the breath of the Abyss Plane. He also has Vanessa's careful teaching on the power of chaos, so it is no problem to simulate the shallow level of chaotic breath. Combining all these factors, and with his research on this type of flying insects, he successfully disguised himself as a member of the swarm after performing the Great Transfiguration. He had even greater ambitions. When he got to know the swarm better, he would immediately rise up and replace the leader of the swarm. After completing this step, he could start his real plan. "Brother, where are we going?" "Hunting, looking for food for the queen." "Queen?" "The supreme queen." The flying insects here are all adult flying insects, elite backbones, ranging from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters in length, with more than 3,000 in number. They are black together, but they are not very noticeable in the vast endless abyss. Ivan mixed in with them. After a while, he figured out a lot of things. The real name of the flying insects is the black-winged fawn insects, and they do have dragon blood, or the blood of the famous purgatory black dragon in the abyss plane. The black-winged fawn insects have a queen, who should be similar to the queen of insects, with a supreme status. This wave of flying insects is just a collection team of the queen of insects. The queen of insects has other collection teams, as well as a guard team that protects the queen of insects, and a sentinel team that gathers information. The entire population is in order. After learning all this, he did not dare to act rashly. But he did not leave the insect swarm. The endless abyss is derived from the well of chaos, connecting to the chaotic world in the dark, and the chaotic power is constantly being absorbed and converted into other energy. The chaotic power here has undergone a preliminary transformation, but it has not been completely transformed. It still has many chaotic characteristics, creating a unique and dangerous environment around it. What chaos lightning, what chaos storm, what chaos sky fire, what chaos frozen river, what chaos poisonous cloud, and so on. Such disasters are everywhere. The black-winged fangs are the local snakes in this area. They are very familiar with the situation here. Most of the movements cannot be hidden from them. Ivan easily avoided one danger after another with the swarm of insects, which is enough to prove this point. Of course he will not leave easily. Not only will he not leave, he will further disguise himself as a black-winged fangs until they are indistinguishable from each other. However, what he didn't know was that 2 days after the black-winged fangs left, a powerful enemy came to chase him and tracked him all the way to the place where he fought with the swarm of insects. The lightning was overflowing and pushed out in circles, as if sensing something. "So it's here, you can't run away, little bug." With some obsession, the manic figure turned into a flash of lightning and continued to chase after it. In an instant, thousands of miles away, a straight streamline was drawn in the air. After searching for a long time, the 16th Black-Winged Fawnworm Collection team finally found new food. Under the leadership of the team leader, they swarmed over and surrounded the demonic honey pig. The battle was about to start. "Brothers, come on. Caw-caw, for the queen." Ivan, who had just been promoted to the captain of the 19th Squadron of the 16th Collection team a few hours ago, issued orders to the brothers around him at the right time, and killed the strange-looking beast in front of him. This is actually a beast that can teleport over short distances. Its body is like a large galaxy battleship, and its recovery ability is very terrifying. But in the eyes of the black-winged fawnworm, this is a meatball that can be harvested continuously. It is one of the most popular things in their diet, and the best gift for the queen. There was no need to mobilize. The black-winged fangs saw this beast, and their eyes lit up. They rushed over one after another. In the end, the demon honey pig was beaten and poisoned, and it was knocked unconscious and captured alive on the spot. Ivan mixed in with it. It seemed that the commotion was not small, but in fact, he did not do much and was quite lazy. After the battle, he felt uneasy for no reason, as if something bad was happening. "Caw-caw, return to the nest. We will offer the rich food to the queen. Caw-caw, the queen will live forever." Before he could think about it, the black-winged fangs began to return with the harvest, and they ran in another direction in a black mass. Ivan was very interested in the nest of the black-winged fangs. He didn't know how the creatures here set up camp, and whether there was any difference from other places. He also had to deal with emergencies that could occur at any time, so he had to be 200% vigilant. The black-winged fangs were experienced. They followed the winding path, crossed a long distance, and finally cleverly got into a poisonous cloud swamp filled with poisonous smoke. "Captain Z? Let's go, we will follow." From a distance, it was a huge mass of mucus, and from a close look, it was a poisonous cloud swamp filled with chaotic atmosphere, vast and boundless, full of majestic energy. It can be predicted that this is also a natural fortress. The reason why Ivan hesitated was that he considered that it would not be easy to get out after entering. Once his identity was exposed, he would be trapped in the enemy's nest. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to continue to disguise himself. because he had already distinguished that the bad premonition came from behind, that is, someone was eyeing him and was chasing him from behind. He had reason to suspect that it was the ancestor, who was closely following the inheritance of the wise old man. He could also analyze that if the people chasing behind were not very familiar with the road conditions here, they would have caught up with the black-winged fawn insect swarm long ago, instead of falling behind. Compared with fighting one or even multiple ancestors, he believed more in his camouflage ability. After these days of living with the swarm day and night, he kept exploring and deepening his transformation, and he was no different from the black-winged fawn insects of the collection team. As long as he didn't meet the queen of the swarm at close range, he was 99% sure that there would be no problems. Based on this, Ivan continued to follow the 16th collection team into the poisonous cloud swamp in front of him. Soon all the black-winged fawn insects disappeared, and even the entrance passage quickly disappeared. After he went deep into the poisonous cloud swamp, he found that this place was indeed not a good place. Undoubtedly, this poisonous cloud swamp is one of the disasters evolved from the power of chaos, but the experienced black-winged fawn insects found the operating rules and made some adjustments to turn it into a nest for the tribe. Such a nest, once you step on the wrong path, is full of pitfalls. Even people in the realm of ancestors are likely to end up in disgrace. The more Ivan looked at the surrounding environment, the more satisfied he felt. No matter how the enemy behind him locked his position, he was now isolated by this fortress. This made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Caw, come on, two captains, follow me to meet the great queen. I come. You, and you, other brothers, don't worry, there will be many opportunities in the future. Caw. The nest of the black-winged fawn beetle is very delicate and complex. It twists and turns all the way, and gradually approaches the center of the poisonous cloud swamp. The 16th collection team returned to their residence. It looks like a car's cave with a large hole and a series of small holes. It is very simple. As soon as he returned to the camp, the captain couldn't hold back and was eager to meet the queen, which made the black-winged fangs under his command very excited. But not everyone is qualified to see the great queen. Taking advantage of the demon honey pig, the captain named 2 team leaders. Seeing this, the other team leaders, who were not selected, became dejected. Well, Zae, come here quickly. Ahem. Ivan was a little confused. He was a team leader who had been paddling from beginning to end, but he was favored by the captain. This was unparalleled. However, he didn't want to meet the queen, lest his identity be exposed. Caw? Seeing that he didn't move, the captain's huge insect eyes were a little puzzled. Caw, I didn't make any merit before, so I was ashamed to meet the honorable queen. I will definitely do it next time. In the early years, Ivan was often accompanied by the Swift with Silkworm clan, and later by the Zae ant, the Flame Scorpion, etc. He knew the thinking of the Zerg very well, so he naturally knew how to answer. Good job. After hearing his words, the captain did not doubt anything, and then called the name of another team leader, and hurriedly left the camp carrying the prey brought back this time. Ivan watched the 3 black-winged fangs leave, and after retracting his gaze, he found that his subordinates looked at him with more admiration. He did not care too much about this, and his mind was more on the unknown enemy. He did not know which ancestor it was, and it was really hateful that he was so persistent. He did not believe that the other party could chase all the way to the depths of the black-winged fang's nest. On the other side, outside the huge poisonous cloud swamp, a thunderbolt cut through the space and shuttled in, turning into a slightly messy figure falling into the floating poisonous smoke. This man stared at the front with a sinister look, and his murderous intent did not diminish at all. Chapter 711. Deep in the poisonous cloud swamp, the camp of the 16th Squadron. The 3 captains returned happily soon, and the squad leader, who was named later, found Ivan to thank him for his modesty, and pestered him to tell about the meeting with the queen, which was undoubtedly his highlight moment. The queen's heroic appearance makes people admire and excited. The queen's guards are particularly majestic, I envy. The queen is very happy, and praised our guards. I am happy. The black-winged fangs are not a race with a long history and civilization. They have only risen for 400 or 500 years. Most of the tribesmen only have the order number at birth, and do not have a real name. The squad leader in front of him is no exception. It's not that they can't name themselves, but most black-winged fangs don't have this awareness. They are used to using their own numbers. Ivan was eager for someone to take the initiative to chat with him and talk about things in the insect nest. He just wanted to know more about this place. Under Ivan's guidance, the other party accidentally leaked a lot of important things. He discovered that the entire black-winged fawn Zerg clan was larger than he expected. For example, The number of insects in the 16th Collection Brigade was actually more than 3,000. The 3,000 referred to the elite combat soldiers. The brigade also had 2,000 reserve soldiers, a large number of service soldiers approaching adulthood, and some tribesmen who were in the process of molting. All the team members added up to more than 10,000. There were nearly 100 collection brigades like this. However, in the battle sequence of the Black-Winged Fong-Zer clan, the strength from strong to weak was the Queen's Guard, the Sentinel Corps, the Collection Brigade, the Nest Guard, and the Ghost Fong. In other words, the Collection Brigade ranked third, with a medium combat power. Listening to the captain's story, Ivan's face remained calm, but he was amazed at the strength of the black-winged Fong insects in his heart, and he became very interested in the roving sentinel group. As the name suggests, the Fong insects are constantly wandering around and collecting valuable intelligence on a large scale. This kind of black-winged Fong insects are most familiar with the detailed situation around them, and their vision and knowledge far exceed those of ordinary tribesmen, which helps him explore the evil place of the endless abyss. Zei, I go back first. Goodbye, 198671. Just as the two of them parted, and before Captain 198671 had gone far, the glow in the camp became flickering, as if conveying something. There is an enemy attack. 198671 turned around and called out, then hurriedly flew to his team's location, with an eagerness on his face that could not be concealed. Another warmonger. Ivan looked at him with amusement, but then he turned cautious. Could it be that the powerful enemy who was chasing him had come to the door? He was so eager to come. I don't know who it was, and he dared to mess around in this place. With the strength of the black-winged fangs, it is enough for the other party to eat a pot. Even if a powerful enemy attacked, he was not panicked. Even if the sky fell, there were still black-winged fangs to support it. With the overall strength of the black-winged fangs, it was not impossible to compete with the ancestors. He just needed to wait and see. Speaking of which, the collection team would not be sent to the battlefield so soon. This is the nest of the black-winged fangs. The first to appear should be the nest guards, and the ghost fangs among the 5 major arms. They are the insects that specialize in guarding this poisonous cloud swamp. Outside the poison cloud swamp, facing the poison cloud swamp that blocked his way, the great owl Lei Zhu did not say a word and chose to confront it directly. When he accidentally got involved in the disaster before, he also rushed forward like this, defeating 10 with one force. He turned into a giant with a pung head, and the thunder force he controlled was more than 1,000 pounds. He held the thunder purple axe and chopped it down heavily. This axe had the power to split the sky. Boom! After a loud bang, the poison cloud swamp that was hit split to both sides, and a large area collapsed. However, with the violent churning of the poisonous cloud, poisonous water and poisonous mud, the cracked places closed, and the collapsed places rose again. In the blink of an eye, most of it was restored. Because it is different from other disasters, this poison cloud swamp has an owner. The black-winged fangs have been operating here for hundreds of years, and have turned it into a solid fortress. In order to operate their own nests, the black-winged fangs have also evolved 2 major arms, nest guards and ghost fangs. The 5 main arms have different shapes. The nest guards are small in size, and good at combing and guarding the poison cloud swamp. The size of the ghost liao is even smaller, which can be described as micro. They are proficient in swallowing and spitting out venom, and often merge with the poison cloud swamp, indistinguishable from each other, and can be regarded as omnipresent. The camp of the gathering brigade has a flickering light, which is the ghost liao transmitting the message, informing that a great enemy is coming. At this time, the damaged areas of the poison cloud swamp recovered so quickly, which was also driven by the ghost liao. They can also sacrifice their lives for the nest, directly transforming their own lives to fill the gaps in the poison cloud swamp. Boom, boom, boom. The great owl Lei Zhu was wearing a simple green robe, surrounded by chaotic black smoke, and his face was obviously angry. The thunder purple axe in his hand chopped forward again and again, vowing to chop off the thing that was in the way. At this moment, he had noticed that the poisonous cloud swamp in front of him was different from the disasters he had encountered before, but he didn't care. Whether there was a master or not, the worst thing was to have a good fight, and kill him to relieve the uncontrollable restlessness in his heart. Under the violent attack of the great owl thunder ancestor, the poisonous cloud swamp was damaged one after another, and finally there was no time to repair it, showing a large area of collapse. Crack, crack. Ha, little borer, how dare you stop me? The black-winged Fong insects mobilized a large number of nest guards and ghost fangs, but in front of the powerful ancestor, they were far from enough. In just a short while, countless casualties were caused. There were more nest guards and ghost fangs coming, one after another. They did not have any fear, because this was the meaning of their survival. The great owl thunder ancestor moved wildly, just like that. In an unstoppable and crazy manner, he killed into the poisonous cloud swamp and rushed all the way to the hinterland. The deepest part of the poisonous cloud swamp, the core area. The Queen of Black Fangs was surrounded by guards. Each of them had a strong and fierce aura. Facing the sudden attack of the enemy, these guards were eager to fight and wanted to attack immediately. But the Queen had not issued any orders, so they could only suppress their inner excitement. As the ruler of the Black-Winged Fangs, the Queen knew the entire poisonous cloud swamp and the current battle situation. The Queen of Black Fangs observed the enemies, who broke in with interest. Even though the enemy broke through the outer defense line again and went deep into the hinterland step by step, she did not change her expression. Left and right guards, step out and meet this foreign rock. Front guard, east and west guards, stay and continue to guard here. Let the patrol officers and the guards send 1/3 of the people. I want fresh food. Don't spoil it. After a while, the Queen of Black Fangs spoke. She issued several orders in a row, which were given to several main corps, so that most of the tribe took action. On the other side, not long after the Queen of Black Fangs issued the order to attack, the entire poisonous cloud swamp suddenly churned. The gap made by the great owl thunder ancestor was instantly covered by other poisonous clouds, poisonous water and poisonous mud, and even the great owl thunder ancestor himself was covered and trapped in it. The tricks of the devil can't do anything to the ancestor. Come, let the ancestor kill you all. The situation suddenly changed, and the great owl thunder clan still did not change its arrogance, as if it had surrounded the Black-Winged Fangs insect clan, rather than falling into the enemy's trap. At the same time, all the core camps were mobilizing troops. The Zerg have always been fearless of death, and they died for the Great Queen, and died with honor. Some people from the Collection Brigade also followed the order to attack, only the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 12th squads, and the others stayed on standby. The eyes of the selected Black-Winged Fang insects were shining. Those who were not selected looked depressed, but no one complained. They silently stood guard at the military parade ground, and watched their fellow tribesmen leave. Ivan was one of them. It turned out to be this plagued old guy, who was really haunting. A moment later, Ivan used one of his colleagues, who went to the battle, as a medium to perform obscure means. Seeing the invading enemy, his face suddenly darkened a little. Because of the inheritance of wisdom, his previous analysis was based on this, and he really didn't consider the Great Owl Thunder ancestor, and he didn't harm the interests of the Great Owl Thunder clan. This result undoubtedly slapped him in the face. It was this old guy who was chasing him relentlessly. Crazy, Ivan cursed in his heart, and kept a record of his hometown. If there is a chance in the future, he must get it back. However, this old guy is really strong. Even if the 5 main soldiers of the Black-Winged Fangs are gathered together, it is probably difficult to deal with him. More sharp means are needed. The Black-Winged Fangs can dominate this area. I think there are some means to hide the bottom box, and I don't know when they will be used. The situation on the other side was not unexpected. Dashialezu was an old ancestor after all, with unfathomable strength. He seemed to be at ease fighting against the thousands of troops of the Black-Winged Fangs alone. The battle was not one-sided. The Black-Winged Fangs were always fearless, and surrounded Dashialezu there, trapped in the ocean of Zerg. The two sides seemed to be fighting back and forth. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Black-Winged Fangs had paid a heavy price to maintain this situation. The battle was tense until the Black Fangs Queen could no longer sit still, and was ready to lead the army to meet the enemy. Her way of meeting the enemy was very much like that of the Queen of Insects. She quickly mobilized the power of the entire tribe, and gathered the terrifying power together. A dragon roar that made all the beasts panic sounded. A purgatory black dragon that covered the sky and the sun appeared. At this moment, the world was eclipsed, as if responding to this purgatory black dragon filled with a strong chaotic aura. The other Black-Winged Fangs retreated like a tide, and the remaining purgatory black dragon faced the Great Owl Thunder ancestor. It's just a fake mixed blood black dragon. What kind of prestige is it in front of the ancestor? No matter how powerful the purgatory black dragon in front of him was, it could not extinguish the restlessness in the heart of the Great Owl Thunder ancestor. With this excitement, the killing intent in him became even more surging. Both sides were extremely jealous. The next second, the war broke out. This special black dragon of purgatory quickly demonstrated what a real devouring beast is. The devouring beast can devour several layers of the 9 layers of purgatory, and the 9 layers of the netherworld, and it can't be replenished. It is not in vain. The chaos poison dragon's breath rushed, and everything melted. The dragon's mouth opened and sucked, and everything went into my stomach, all of which were food. After the hidden beast, the great owl Zu was swallowed into the mouth again, and this time it was even more straightforward, and was swallowed into the stomach like a jujube. This is worthy of being a devouring beast that makes demons and devils helpless. The means are so domineering that there is no reason at all. The great owl thunder ancestor fought without rules, like a reckless man. This time he suffered a great loss. He deserved it if he didn't die. After the whole army attacked, Ivan also moved with the people of the collection team to a place where it was more convenient for him to observe the battle situation. He saw everything and witnessed the purgatory black dragon showing its power, and swallowing the great owl thunder ancestor in the last bite. During the struggle, the great owl thunder ancestor also revealed its true form, which was a huge thunder pung. The size of the thunder pung was not small, and its strength was not violent, but all of these were useless. In the end, it was swallowed by the purgatory black dragon, and its stomach was bulging. Seeing this scene, Ivan was shocked. But he also understood that the great owl thunder ancestor would not die so easily. The ancestor was said to be the one standing on the top of the galaxy, but it was not just talk. The ancestor was strong in all aspects to a terrifying degree. Damn you evil beasts! The ancestor will kill you all. Sure enough, the belly of the purgatory black dragon was getting bigger and bigger, and there was a faint flash of fierce thunder. The thunder gathered more and more, and then a lightning column broke through the obstacles and broke out of the shell. The great owl thunder ancestor took the opportunity to escape from the predicament. Although he shouted that he would kill all the black-winged fawn insects, he ran towards the outside of the poisonous cloud swamp without looking back. His speed was so fast, and his momentum was so great. Everything else was annihilated wherever the thunder passed. The great owl thunder ancestor quickly broke through the obstacles of the poisonous cloud swamp and came out. He still did not stop, and continued to spread his wings and flee. At this time, a huge head popped out of the poisonous cloud swamp, accompanied by a low roar, and another unparalleled suction enveloped the great owl thunder ancestor, who was far away. You bastard! How can you do this? The great owl Zu had no way to avoid it. He was swallowed up again, before he could exert much of his powerful strength. Only his angry roar was left, and the sound spread far away. The purgatory black dragon retreated back to the poisonous cloud swamp, and its belly became bulging again. A new round of wrestling began. Chapter 712. Is this the sure devouring technique? How can you, a beast, be so cunning? You are full of foul language, and you are not aware of your imminent death. I will definitely eat you, the great pung bird. The well of chaos is the core of the great plane. It is rooted in the chaos world, breathing in and out chaos energy, and providing daily necessities for the plane. Its importance cannot be overstated. The abyss plane is lucky. The well of chaos evolved into the endless abyss by chance. It breathes in and out chaos with extremely high efficiency. One drink and one peck. Such a transformation is not without drawbacks. Every 2,000 or 3,000 years, a beast-devouring beast ancestor will inevitably be born in the endless abyss. This beast ancestor can call on other beast-devouring beasts to attack the main continent above together, and then a vast beast tide will be set off. The most difficult thing is that the beast ancestor can gather the power of other beast-devouring beasts and perform a terrifying swallowing method called the Great Shore Devouring Technique. Once the Great Devouring Shore Technique is activated, the main continent will immediately suffer. No matter how solid the defense line is, it will be easily penetrated. This is called the Millennium Great Disaster by demons and devils. Such a great disaster is like the punishment of chaos for the abyss's wanton absorption of energy. At this time, the Black Fawn Queen used the small Devouring Shore Technique to deal with the Great Owl Thunder ancestor. Such a method is not common among the devouring beasts. It can be said that the always arrogant Great Owl Thunder ancestor has hit a wall now. Damn bug. Don't think that you can do anything by trapping the ancestor. I don't believe that you can use such an ability without paying a price. When you are exhausted, the ancestor will definitely turn this place upside down and kill everyone. Even though the Great Thunder ancestor fell into the belly of the purgatory black dragon and was temporarily trapped, his attitude remained unchanged, and he was still as tough as ever. Up to this point, he actually realized one thing, that he might have been plotted against by a little bug, but with his temperament, he was unwilling to speak it out. When he was free, he would definitely pull out that little bug, pull out its tendons, shave its bones, and extract its soul to relieve his anger. Good thief bird, I will do as you wish and keep you here forever. Seeing this big bird so arrogant, the Black Fawn Queen's anger rose rapidly, and she couldn't help but increase the strength of her hands. She didn't want her territory to be frequently harassed by an ancestor. The next moment, the huge body of the Purgatory Black Dragon began to change and shrink, and in contrast, the repressive force in the belly continued to increase, suppressing the thunder power inside, and unable to raise its head. "Caw! Open it!" Neither the Black Fawn Queen nor the Great Thunder Ancestor dared to relax. One wanted to suppress the man forcefully, while the other wanted to break out from inside. The situation soon came to the most critical moment. However, at this critical moment, another change occurred. "Who? No, who are you, and why are you in my body? Get out of here!" The change occurred in the Great Thunder Ancestor. His increasingly fierce power suddenly became obscure, and his momentum was reduced by half. His face also changed constantly, sometimes angry, sometimes smiling sinisterly, as if he had split into two people. Only the chaotic aura on his body increased significantly. The ultimate evil thought. This scene completely fell into the eyes of the Black Fawn Queen, and she certainly would not miss such a good opportunity. After another round of competition, the huge Purgatory Black Dragon turned into a round ball, like an unbreakable Chaos Beast egg, with a small Purgatory Black Dragon constantly moving outside the eggshell. In this way, the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor was completely suppressed inside. When the Black Fawn Queen was ready to go further, she was blocked by the violent thunder inside, and it was difficult to advance an inch. She was not in a hurry about this. The Doping bird was inside anyway, and there was plenty of time to slowly knead it. "Are you the evil thoughts pinned on the Chaos Fallen object? For nearly 100 years, you are really good at hiding. I said why I always feel that someone is stirring my mood. It turns out that you are the one causing trouble. Want my body? Then come on. I want to see whether you have taken over my body, or I have swallowed up all of yours." When the change occurred, the Great Owl Thunder Ancestor had to split his attention, and put part of his mind on his body. He found a hidden evil thought of chaos, which must have come from the chaotic things he had obtained before, and now jumped out to make trouble. This evil thought of chaos was not unreasonable, and would not allow this body to be beaten to death. His safety was still guaranteed. To deal with foreign enemies, we must first stabilize the country. The Great Owl Thunder Ancestor was not panicked. On the contrary, he saw the key to solving the problem. As long as the evil thought of chaos in front of him was solved, the troubles left by the previous fusion of chaotic things could be eradicated. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After solving the problem on his body, he would deal with the termites outside and the hidden insects, and everything would be done naturally. Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen! For the other black-winged fawn insects, they only knew that the Black Fawn Queen personally took action and suppressed the ferocious enemies who came to disrupt their homeland in one fell swoop, showing the supreme power of the Great Queen, allowing them to share the glory and sing praises for the Queen. At this moment, the entire poisonous cloud swamp was excited, except for a wizard who sneaked in quietly. As an outsider, Ivan was not excited, but felt a little cold on his back, because he noticed that an inexplicable attention was falling on him. What happened? My identity was discovered so quickly. It must be the Queen of the Black-winged Fawn insects, the Black Fawn Queen. Yes, she had mobilized the power of all the Black-winged Fawn insects before, but I was missing, which really attracted attention. This is a big trouble. Ivan was attracted by the battle just now, and he was not careful for a while, and he overlooked this point, and as a result, he exposed himself. But he was not a real member of the Black-winged Fawn insects, and he could not respond to the Queen's order. Just when he was thinking about whether to force a break, a majestic voice sounded in his ears. "Which tribe are you from? Where did you come from? How did you sneak into my tribe? Since you want to join my tribe, you have to make more contributions. After a while, come to me and report. I will let you join my Black Fawn tribe. Do you understand?" "I understand. If you want to blame someone, blame Ivan for disguising himself too well, which led the Queen to recognize him as a black-winged fawn insect from another tribe." Hearing the Queen's words, Ivan hurriedly agreed. "It seems that there is no need to force your way in." Sure enough, the attention was diverted. Ivan's heart fell back into his stomach, but he realized one thing: he couldn't stay here any longer, and he would be exposed sooner or later. Time came a few days later. Except for some areas that needed major repairs, the rest of the poison cloud swamp gradually returned to its former tranquility. Ivan immediately asked the captain to apply for going out to collect food. He had inquired. Not all the time a whole team was needed to go out together. There were also easier collection tasks. No. Why? Zayi, It's not impossible. I need you in 2 or 3 days. Just stay with me. The captain rejected his application and gave a reason that sounded a bit frustrating to Ivan. He thought about it and didn't refuse, as long as he could go out. 3 more days passed. The captain kept his promise and led half of the 16th Battalion of Fang insects to go out, along the winding passage, smoothly arrived outside the poisonous cloud swamp, and flew in one direction. Ivan followed the captain not far away with his subordinates from the 19th Squad. He noticed that he was being followed by someone. In addition to the collection team, there were also people from other corps. If he guessed correctly, it should be the guards and scouts. It is not difficult to understand why the Black Fang Queen would casually accept a foreigner. Maybe she even had the intention of annexing the tribe behind him. They are both Black-winged Fang Zergs, so it is very easy to annex them. It is possible that the Black Fang tribe will expand several times at once. The ambition of a Zerg emperor cannot be underestimated. This Black Fang Queen is really ambitious. The Great Thunder Ancestor is definitely not dead. The Ancestor is not so easy to kill. If the Shadow of Burning Destruction had not been backstabbed by Vanessa, who was closely connected with him, and cut off his life, the battle would not have ended so quickly. While dealing with the Great Thunder Ancestor, the Black Fang Queen is also eyeing other tribes. If she is attacked from both inside and outside, she will capsize in the gutter if she is not careful. Forget it, these have little to do with me. Let's go find the Abyss Taisher. During this period of time, Ivan has basically adapted to the environment of the Endless Abyss, and also got rid of the pursuers with the help of the Black-winged Fangs. It's time to do his own serious business. Soon, the collection team left the poisonous cloud swamp. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ivan turned his huge body and fled to one side as a rainbow light, deftly shuttling between the black-winged fangs. Quick! Stop the swamp ant. It turned out to be the alien from that day. Damn it! Stop him quickly, the Great Queen has instructed that he must not be allowed to slip away. His move immediately attracted the attention of other black-winged fangs, especially the captain of the 16th team. After realizing that his identity was the previous enemy, he became a little furious. Just think about it, it is a serious dereliction of duty. However, Ivan has been with the collection team day and night for so many days, and he is too familiar with the formation of the 16th team. In addition, his speed and flexibility far exceed those of the black-winged fangs. After a while, he flew out of the team. He did not stop at all, and continued to get rid of the black-winged fangs. In front of him, the Queen's Guard appeared. It was an 8-winged fangs with a noble temperament. Compared with ordinary fangs, it was stronger, larger, and good at fighting. The patrol also appeared. Its size was between the Nest Guard and the Collection Guard. It was very flexible, and blocked the way first. Seeing that there were 3 patrols blocking the way ahead, Iwinwa's rainbow light did not avoid or dodge, but rushed straight ahead. However, there was an extra dragon head in front of the rainbow light, which hit it first. In a short moment, 2 patrols were knocked away, and the remaining one was swept away by the rainbow light. Caw-caw chase! Of course, the other black-winged Fang insects were not satisfied with this result. They gathered into a black mass and chased after the enemy. Even after a while, the enemy had disappeared. On the other side, after getting rid of the chasing insects, Ivan began to inquire about the captured patrol, and this time the means were much tougher. The special structure involves the Endless Abyss itself, and it cannot be forcibly controlled, which is a pity. Then we can only start from the soul. I hope to learn more information, otherwise it will waste a lot of time to search for the Abyss Taisher like a headless fly. Frames of memory images flowed quickly, worthy of being a patrol born to gather intelligence, and what they know is far more than Kai Wei. Ivan realized that this patrol has very developed 5 senses, especially the sense of smell, which is simply extraordinary. They also have the ability to foresee disasters. Speed, flexibility, concealment methods are very good, and vitality is very tenacious. It is more like a combination of reconnaissance and assassin. He couldn't help but be concerned, and he studied the sentry in his hand in depth. No matter how the body shape changes, the sentry is also a kind of black-winged Fang insect. With the same origin, he was very good at studying it. After a few hours, one sentry turned into dust, and another sentry was born out of thin air. The newly born sentry did not go away, but flew away to the side. Caw-caw, shameless bastard. Someone was attacked by him again. Here, find him and cut him into pieces. For a period of time afterwards, the sentries cruising outside suffered disasters one after another, causing the black-winged Fang insects to be restless. After the news was reported, more and more teams ran out of the poisonous cloud swamp, vowing to kill the murderers who kept murdering their people. Unfortunately, the Queen of the Black Fangs needed to stay in her lair and suppress the previous powerful enemy, so she could not get out of the way, which made it impossible to bring the murderer to justice. The Abyss Tysher finally found a trace. As the murderer in the eyes of the Blackwing Fangs, Ivan had not found any clues about the target, so he had to catch the roaming sentries among the Blackwing Fangs and hunt them down. Fortunately, when he thought that there was no Abyss Tysher in a large area nearby, the clue burst out from the mind of a roaming sentry. The so-called Abyss Tysher, in essence, should be a kind of chaos crystal, usually condensed by the chaos well that bridges the large plane and chaos, and used to consolidate the wall of the chaos well itself. This kind of Abyss Tysher is generally not redundant, and is extremely strictly controlled, and it will hardly flow into the trading market. The Endless Abyss is different. It is large in size, and exhales a large amount of chaos energy each time. This inevitably makes the movement rougher than other chaos wells. There are omissions, and Abyss Tysher will frequently flow into it. The chaos well of the ash plane is damaged, causing the efficiency of condensing Tysher to decrease, and it cannot keep up with the speed of the well wall being damaged. In order to repair the chaos well, the ash plane needs a certain amount of Abyss Tysher. Ivan came here for this purpose. After finding the clue, he immediately changed direction and fled to the area controlled by the Blackwing Fangs. If he continued to toss the sentry, he was also worried that the Black Fang's queen would run out regardless and perform the Swallowing Man's secret technique on him. He didn't want to end up like the Great Owl Thunder ancestor. Considering the current condition of the Great Lord Lei Zu, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. However, Ivan didn't know that the strategy of pacifying the country before fighting the enemy abroad adopted by the Great Lord Lei Zu led to him being trapped so quickly. Chapter 713. The Endless Abyss is just as boundless as its name, and most places are ignorant, just like the places that have not yet evolved completely when the world was born. Such places are far more dangerous than the long river of the Star Realm. Suddenly, a rainbow light flew across the sky and landed in a certain area, turning into a black-winged fawn insect, which was the roving sentry among the black-winged fawn insects. The roving sentry identified the direction a little, and continued to rush towards the target location, but the speed slowed down a lot. Almost, I hope that the Abyss Tysher is still here. After advancing a long distance, the roving sentry slowed down again. A flash of light flashed on its body, and a few flames floated out, gathering together to form a cluster of black and red flames. The flames burned brightly, and a small stone mirror emerged from it. Did it float away? Or was it knocked away by something? Seeing that the stone mirror was still motionless, the black-winged fawn beetle turned around and transformed into a wizard again. Ivan used his skills on the stone mirror repeatedly, and the invisible waves spread rapidly around, exploring a nearby area, but still did not get any feedback. It seems that it has indeed moved away. He was not anxious about this, and then transformed into a black-winged fawn beetle again, rolled up the stone mirror, and slowly explored the surroundings. The Abyss Ty stone is a good thing. This is for a very small number of people. For most creatures, it is an indestructible and unusable stubborn stone, and most a wonder, not a treasure. Not long after a while, he believed that the Abyss Ty stone was still nearby. This was indeed the case. After searching around, the stone mirror used to find the Abyss Ty stone suddenly produced a response, and a black dot clearly appeared on the mirror. Ivan hurriedly flew to the location indicated by the stone mirror. Soon, a grayish-white stone appeared in front of him. The stone was only about 10 meters long. For most devouring beasts, this size was not enough to rest. The sentry who provided the clue had tried to smash it, and almost hurt himself, which left a deep impression on it. Ivan went forward to check and found that this was indeed a material that was extremely difficult to refine, but there was no problem, so he took it in without hesitation. A good start, a good omen. The chaos well of the Great Plain was so wide that a piece of Abyss Tysher of less than 500 cubic meters was obviously not enough. He did not stay there for long and immediately set out on the road of searching. A rainbow light cut through the air and disappeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Desolate sky. A team of demon-style warships was moving quickly, a total of 8 ships, with an area in the middle as the center, forming an inexplicable formation, and the momentum seemed particularly magnificent. If you look closely, you can find a giant object tied to the middle of the 8 demon warships with a rough dark iron chain. One end of the dark iron chain is connected to each demon warship, and the other end is on a skeleton dragon full of death. Some chains are tied to the skeleton dragon's neck, some are directly hooked on the skeleton dragon's wings, and some are tightly wrapped around the ribs on the side or the spine on the back. The chain is covered with Abyss true patterns from one end to the other, and a glow flashes from time to time. Suddenly, the tightly locked skeleton dragon roared loudly, and the fierce arrogance on its body suddenly increased a lot, causing the chains to jingle, and even the surrounding demon warships were affected and began to shake violently. Hee, another target has appeared. It seems that we can take the lead this time. What are you yelling about? Why don't you move the warships away, and let the extinction dragon lead the way? If you delay and let the target escape, you will be held responsible. Didn't you hear what the commander of the Pharaoh Legion said? Get out of the way. There was a commotion on the demon warships. Soon, the entire marching formation changed significantly. The skeleton dragon took the lead and flew in front. The 8 warships followed behind, as if they were being pulled forward by chains. On the deck of each demon warship, in addition to the tall demons, there were also short, cloaked figures. These short figures were also filled with a strong smell of death. Through the cloaks that were occasionally blown by the wind, the true faces of the mummies hidden under the hoods could be seen. It turned out that they were corpse witches, also known as liches. The mountain-like skeleton dragon was clearly controlled by these liches. Led by the skeleton dragon, the demon warships moved forward rapidly until another mountain appeared in the distance, and a wild breath could be heard from afar. Captain of the Pharaoh Saint Legion, the first warship requests to attack. The second warship requests to attack. Seeing this scene, the demons on the warships became agitated again, and people asked to fight one after another, fearing that they would fall behind others. The commander of the Pharaoh Saint Legion did not dampen the enthusiasm of the fleet members. The word quasi was clearly heard by the demons, who asked to fight. After receiving the order, the demons in groups of 3 or 2 soared into the sky from the warships, quickly passed the skeleton dragon in front, and flew towards the target ahead. Roar! This warm atmosphere caused the skeleton dragon to move abnormally, and it seemed to want to swallow the demons that passed over its head, but it was stopped in time by the lich on the deck. The attacking demons turned a deaf ear to this. As the distance between the 2 sides quickly narrowed, the mountains in the distance revealed their true colors. It turned out to be a huge walking beast, which was 4 or 5 kilometers long and looked very difficult to deal with. The demons with surging fighting spirit didn't care about these, and rushed directly to the walking beast that was still a little confused. Soon, a scene of the demon king fighting against the terrifying beast was staged. The power of this walking beast was indeed good, but it couldn't withstand the beating of many demon kings. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, the walking beast found the right opportunity, opened its mouth suddenly, and performed a secret technique of pressing the bottom box, and an unparalleled suction force suddenly appeared. A large area in front of it was affected, causing the demon kings to be forcibly pulled and lost control of their bodies. Roar! At the same time, the giant skeleton dragon that had been waiting on the side was driven by the liches, and also launched a wonderful secret technique. Another invisible force field was generated from it, covering the space. The terrifying suction force suddenly weakened, as if it was suppressed to a great extent. Ha ha ha, I'm on guard against you, you beast, you have no tricks. Bullshit royal robbery beast, kill it together. The demon kings found themselves from the suction force, raised their butcher knives again, and killed the devouring beast, with great momentum, like a pack of wolves tearing a tiger. The devouring beast's trump card lost its effect. How could it withstand the slaughter of this group of crazy demon kings? After a moment, it fell under the sharp butcher knives around it, and its corpse was cut into pieces. A hearty victory ended. The demons returned to the warship with the spoils, and the warship readjusted its order and returned to its original appearance, continuing to travel in the endless abyss, searching for prey. After the fleet left for a while, a figure flashed out and stared at the disappeared demon warship for a long time. Another fleet from the abyss world, and another beast that can perform the small shore-eating technique, but it was so easily dealt with. That bone dragon is incredible. The figure that suddenly appeared was naturally Ivan. He has been wandering in the endless abyss for more than 3 years, and has traveled countless miles. This is not the first time he has encountered such a fleet. The last time was a fleet composed of a group of demons. There was also a bone dragon in the middle of the fleet. He also deliberately followed it for a short time, and figured out that the fleet was hunting beasts. Now it can be confirmed that the other party is hunting beasts that can perform the small shore-eating technique, and their intentions are very big. Wouldn't these people want to reduce the 1,000-year catastrophe? The timing is really coincidental, but aren't they afraid of causing a backlash? Everything is too much. If chaos has consciousness or instinct, it might give the abyss a wave of hard blows. In Ivan's opinion, since it is called a catastrophe, it may not be so easy to eliminate. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a bad premonition that the endless abyss was going to be in chaos. He himself must hurry up. Fortunately, after several years of searching, he has collected a lot of Abyss Teicher, which has reached Vanessa's minimum requirements, and he can let go to get the inheritance of wisdom. In fact, he has also been moving in the direction of the inheritance recently, while looking for the Abyss Teicher, while slowly approaching the guidance position. Since there are other situations, we can't go around in circles like this, lest we miss the opportunity. After Ivan made the decision, he turned into rainbow light again and headed straight for the inheritance guidance, which was almost opposite to the direction of the demon fleet. He didn't have to worry about running into it again and causing other disputes. Time passed quickly. He arrived at the territory of a new tribe, and the sense became stronger, but he deliberately slowed down his speed. In a place like the Endless Abyss, any tribe of devouring beasts should not be underestimated. Here it comes. Is this the mark formed by the power of wisdom? Something is wrong, the wisdom is too shallow, it seems to have other meanings. I hope it is not what I think. Not long after, Ivan found the wild beast in the picture in this area. There was a light golden divine pattern mark on the front of the beast's head, exactly the same as what he saw. He did not act rashly. After careful observation, he made a new discovery. The shark-like devouring beast in front of him did not have what he wanted, but it must have an intrinsic connection with the inheritance guidance. He suppressed the urge to take action directly, and followed the devouring beast quietly. A few days later, he witnessed the devouring beast he was following enter a secret place. There was nothing there, only a faint glow of light, but now there were waves rippling, like an uneven mirror. Break in, or disguise? Ivan thought again and chose to wait and see. Soon he came to a conclusion that there were not many members in this tribe, but they were all infected with the power of inheritance. As he had guessed before, the inheritance should be in the nest of this group of devouring beasts. This situation is not very good. Such devouring beasts are the hardest to impersonate. Their small number means that the members are familiar with each other, and their large size means that there are many places where they are easy to expose, which also means that the consumption is terrible. Got it. Ivan has always been a decisive person, and he quickly came up with a plan in his mind. Then, he hurriedly left the nest of the devouring beasts and prepared to find a suitable time to take action, which should be a few days later. It was another morning. A three-eyed golden shark with a fierce head and a fierce face was cruising there. Wherever it passed, it raised heavy water mist, making it look like it was riding on the clouds. What it didn't know was that someone had already set his sights on it and was ready to go. At this critical moment, the three-eyed golden shark suddenly called out, as if it had sensed something. Discovered? No, it should be responding to the call of its companions. It's too good to choose the time. At this moment, Ivan was lurking not far away, preparing to implement his plan of killing two birds with one stone. Originally, he wanted to deal with this beast first, and deeply explore its physiological structure to prepare for impersonating the other party. At the same time, he wanted to lure the beast group away from the mountain to facilitate his sneaking into the beast's nest. Never expected that this beast suddenly turned around and walked away. After thinking about it, he did not act rashly. Anyway, there would be opportunities in the future, so there was no need to alarm the enemy. He followed behind all the way, wanting to see what this beast was going to do, and the result was beyond his expectations again. What happened to these devouring beasts that they came out in droves? Never mind. The new situation made Ivan feel that it was a godsend. He decisively gave up the pursuit and ran to the den of the devouring beasts. When he arrived at the place with a faint glow, he vaguely showed the aura of the three-eyed golden shark. He rushed in without looking back. The water mirror emerged, and it was soft but not hard, but it couldn't stop him. After a few seconds of pause, he successfully sank into the water mirror and disappeared. Sure enough, it's here. It's a very interesting place. The other side of the water mirror was a water world. The water density here was abnormally high, and the whole thing was particularly heavy and hazy. With Ivan's eyesight, he could naturally see the nearby area. He saw that not far from him, there was a circular gate for entry and exit, standing on an island in the water. The gate was covered with golden divine patterns inside and outside, attracting him to move in quickly. Without a doubt, this was the place where the inheritance he had been thinking about. A gate? Ivan's eyes fell on the inheritance. The gate for the huge group of beasts to enter and exit must not be small. They come and go countless times every day. No wonder they are all stained with the power of inheritance. Although he was a little confused, he walked over quickly. The beasts might return at any time, so he had to end this trip as soon as possible. Chapter 714. Chase. Don't let it run away. Kill. Anyone who dares to block the way will be killed without mercy. A quarter of the endless abyss is now in complete chaos. On the left is the demon fleet, and on the right is the devil fleet. Both fleets are powerful and powerful. In the middle of each fleet is an extinction dragon, and the death breath of this skeleton dragon is like a shadow. Across the fleet is the three-eyed golden barbarian shark that is approaching quickly. At this moment, in the middle of the two camps, there is a relatively small beast desperately running away. Various terrifying attacks fall, making the beast need to run and dodge at the same time, which is very embarrassing. Fortunately, the speed and flexibility of the beast are very good, and it can avoid the attack from the rear in time. Not long after, the three-eyed golden barbarian shark in the front arrived and blocked the front of the beast with its huge body, but it also became the target of the fleet behind. Goo! Hearing the cry of pain from behind, the little beast let out a long howl full of grief. It still did not slow down and continued to flee eagerly, fleeing to more three-eyed golden sharks. This beast is really lucky. No matter how lucky it is over now. If we can kill it once, we can kill it twice, 3 times, or even 5 or 10 times, until it is completely annihilated. Compared with not long ago, both the demon warship and the devil warship have been damaged in many places, and many members of the fleet have been killed and injured. Even the Legion commander on the devil fleet has suffered serious injuries. This shows that they have experienced a great battle. It's just that the enemy is really difficult. They killed twice, first the devil fleet, and then the devil fleet. The enemy was revived twice. Every time the enemy revives, its size will shrink, and its strength will also decrease. Now there is only about 300 meters left, which is the little beast that is running desperately not far away. This beast is very strange. Judging from the current situation, if they kill it once or twice, they can completely solve this problem. They can't help but be excited. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Facing the three-eyed golden sharks blocking the way, the demons and devils of the two fleets are not afraid. They hold all kinds of rough weapons and rush out, and the sound of chopping is deafening. The three-eyed golden sharks, which are thousands of meters or even tens of thousands of meters long, are also fierce and vow to stop the murderer in front of them. Goo! On the other side, the little beast that ran all the way behind the three-eyed golden shark suddenly stopped moving forward because a demon and a devil appeared in front of him. The former was in black armor, and the latter was in a gray robe. The little beast had a deep memory of these two people. They were the captains of the fleet. In order to clear out the royal tribulation beasts and possible beast king ancestors in the endless abyss, the fleet commanders sent by the abyss were all carefully selected. These commanders are all deep-level supremes, only half a step away from the level of ancestors, and some are even just one opportunity away. Their strength is unfathomable, and this hunting is just a good opportunity, which makes each commander extra careful. Little beast, you can't run away. Be obedient and die. Goo. The little beast looked panicked. It ran from the middle to the right, and suddenly there was a commander on the right. It hurriedly ran from the right to the left, and a new figure flashed on the left. Then, 2 more Legion commanders appeared in both the upper and lower directions, completely blocking the hope of escape. The little beast couldn't help but let out a desperate roar, and its body slowly retreated. Several Legion commanders didn't rush to take action, allowing it to retreat back to the group of three-eyed golden sharks little by little. Farah Saint, you said it is the Beast King ancestor, are you sure? It's not me who said it, it's Orlando's judgment. Didn't I say that its original strength was very strong, and it showed an indescribable emperor style, and it could also skillfully perform the small shore devouring technique. We killed it twice in a row, and it became the current appearance that only knows how to escape. It is so special. What else can it be except the newly born Beast King ancestor? There are actually 6 fleets on this trip, scattered in various areas of the endless abyss. Orlando and Farishing found the important situation and decisively called the other Legion commanders, who were not nearby. In order to arrive in time, the other 4 Legion commanders abandoned their ships and used the top-secret things on their bodies, that is, the power of the ancestor level given by the above. If the judgment is wrong, the loss of the 4 people will be great. This is also the reason why the Legion commanders did not take action for the time being. They wanted to force the little beast to use more obvious means when it was in a desperate situation, and further expose its identity as the Beast King ancestor. This reason is not enough. Anyway, we are not in a hurry to take action. When it can't hold back, we will see the result in a while. I hope so. It must be so. Not mentioning the plans and expectations of several Legion commanders, the little beast gradually retreated to the middle of the three-eyed golden barbarian sharks, and was protected by the surrounding three-eyed golden barbarian sharks. Even so, the despair in the little beast's heart still did not diminish. It deeply understood that it was doomed. Seeing another three-eyed golden shark being killed, the little beast made up its mind, and let out a domineering long roar that was completely different from the previous one. The sound was clearly transmitted to the minds of the remaining three-eyed golden sharks. Hearing this, the eyes of the Legion leaders surrounding them were slightly bright. This was exactly what they wanted to see. Be careful. Don't worry, we have made so many preparations. How can we watch it act recklessly? After the long roar, the three-eyed golden sharks burst out with brilliant golden light, covering all the areas where they were, including the little beast. Under the dazzling golden light, all the power was poured into the little beast. For the powerful power transmitted by the three-eyed golden shark, the little beast did not hesitate at all and accepted it all, which also made the power in its body grow rapidly with an incredible power. After a while, the little beast suddenly exploded, and saw that everything in it turned into boundless power, including life. Here it comes! Haha, it's true, the power is indeed greater than the little shore devouring technique. It is really the newly born beast emperor ancestor. No. All this was seen by the Legion leaders, and they were not surprised but happy, until someone noticed that the suction force exerted by the little shore devouring technique was different, and hurriedly spoke up to remind them. But it was too late. This time, the little beast chose to annihilate itself. The infinite suction force took its position as the center point, strongly pulling everything around it, demons, devils, warships or other things. None of them could avoid it. Seeing this scene, the liches on more than a dozen warships knew that it was time to take action themselves. Through the mysterious connection, they drove the skeleton dragon to launch another wonderful secret technique, and the invisible force field accurately covered the past. However, this time the secret technique failed. After the little beast annihilated itself, a deep black hole quickly emerged at its original position. The absorption force that erupted from the black hole could not be dissolved at all, and it still stubbornly pulled everything around. Soon, someone was sucked into it without any resistance and disappeared in the hole. The situation suddenly became urgent. Quick! Orlando! Farah Saint! It's your turn. Understood. What exactly is this black hole? The Legion commanders have no intention of exploring it at this time. They only know that once they are pulled into it, they will be exiled. As for where they will be exiled, they dare not imagine, nor are they willing to bear such consequences. Only the power of the ancestor can resist such a dilemma. Orlando and Farah looked at each other from a distance, and used the power bestowed by the above together, trying to suppress the power of the black hole together. Assholes, you. As expected of the power of the ancestor, once it was used, the terrifying suction force was finally restrained, but before others could be happy, the situation deteriorated again. Orlando and Farah didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. The two ancestor powers were not properly controlled, and there was a slight collision, which offset each other partially. Although the change was small, it was very fatal at this critical moment. Accompanied by the cursing of a certain Legion commander, warships, demons, devils, liches, skeleton dragons, etc. were all swallowed by the black hole. Only two people retreated to a safe range in time, that is, Orlando and Farah. This, alas, it's the first time to use such a great power, but there is a deviation. It's really wrong. Yes, it's really wrong to cause so many colleagues to suffer. Blame me, it's all my fault. Saint Farah. Now is not the time to blame yourself. We have a heavy responsibility. We must find the possible resurrected body, and destroy it to prevent future troubles. The two blamed themselves for a while, and then changed the topic. When talking about the important task this time, they both thought that the task should be the most important. After reaching a consensus, the two hurriedly embarked on the subsequent search journey. According to previous experience, the beast should be resurrected nearby, and the distance will not be very far. A certain underwater world. After entering this place, Ivan raced against time to collect the wisdom inheritance he found, which was the wide gate standing on the island. The texture of the gate is like stone, but not stone. When you look closer, it is integrated with the island. He soon realized that what he wanted to collect was not the gate itself, but the golden divine pattern attached to the gate, and what the divine pattern represented. As an authentic successor, this is not difficult for him. But it takes some time to separate the inheritance from the gate. After all, the two things have been integrated for countless years, and almost become one. The three-eyed golden sharks have left, and the nest is silent. Time passes bit by bit. After half a day, Ivan finally completely separated the inheritance of wisdom, and turned it into a golden disc standing behind his head, which completely covered the original brilliance of the great wheel of wisdom. Golden pupil of wisdom? Who? As soon as he received the information about this inheritance, he immediately noticed someone flashing behind him, appearing very abruptly. When he turned around with a stern look, he saw a beast several tens of meters long not far away. It looked like a baby whale, and the other party stared at the golden halo behind his head without blinking. Being stared at by a baby so ignorantly, Ivan felt a little embarrassed inexplicably. Perhaps he took something from someone else's nest and felt like he was caught in the act. In any case, this kid can't be kept. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Goo. The baby whale was very sensitive, and it pouted its mouth in grievance, and its cry was childish. Just when Ivan was about to kill it, the baby whale's entire body suddenly turned into a ball of water mist, and the chaotic aura around it surged and swept towards him. What is this? Faced with the current strange situation, Ivan naturally would not choose to act recklessly. Anyway, what he wanted was already in his hands, and other things were irrelevant. He hurriedly dodged and defended. He dodged, but not completely. When he stood still again, the mist and chaotic aura had disappeared, and only the inside of the wisdom golden pupil, which he had not yet mastered, was abnormal. Following the induction, he found a strange beast egg in the golden space attached to the wisdom golden pupil. Where is the baby whale? How did it degenerate into a beast egg? This change made him a little confused. Could it be that it was originally a beast egg, and the beast egg had a spirit and chose to automatically choose a master? Ivan suspected that this was the arrangement of the wise old man, or that the ability of the wisdom golden pupil was too amazing and decisive, attracting the surrounding strange beasts to surrender. From the relevant information, it was learned that this wisdom golden pupil was a superior wisdom treasure, and the quality was the same as the superior force treasure. The wisdom golden eye contains a golden space called the wisdom treasure realm. The wisdom treasure realm has the ability to forcibly convert others and turn them into treasure realm golden slaves, but there is a prerequisite. The prerequisite is that the other party is an extremely evil person.